Chapter 666. Beckman, you felt that too, didn't you? Floating above Central Headquarters, the three strongest true-cored humans on the planet feel real fear for the first time in decades. I did. Redgrave. The Vermilion family has returned. Beckman scrolls and taps through his system interface while sweat trickles down his temples. Alara speaks through the link next. It feels like that true core has grown stronger since the first visit. That demon's aura made it through the S-grade originator stone defenses. It is like he could see right through, as if we're in a glass room. Beckman looks up from his status screen full of numbers. Yes, that wave that hit me was approximately 129% stronger than the strongest attack I felt the last time we met. That is certainly the same demon. I don't forget faces. There is silence on the three-way line for a few seconds before a laugh echoes through from Redgrave's crystal. We've grown stronger too, you know? 3-on-1 should get the job done. Don't you think? His transmission device clicks off, but his laughter continues in private as he begins to dance around and send shimmering yellow divine flames at the inner walls of his room. Voices come out of the transmission tablet left behind on the arm of his throne. The first is from Beckman. That is not part of the plan. We shall stay on target and wait one more day. The probability of unnecessary fighting is too high if we approach now. Alara returns a message. He won't go unless you give the order. He is just getting overly excited. A few dozen messages are sent back and forth between the two of them, while Redgrave finally begins to calm himself down and walks back to his transmission tablet to hear Beckman's next words. Yes, that would be best. Awaken the emergency squads. I want bases built as close to the abyss as possible, far away from the Vermilion family's forts, and preferably far from the Flame Emperor's strongest settlement in Sector 2. Have the Yellow Cores bring the offering package to their leader. For now, we're holding true to the pact. A satisfied sigh comes through the channel from Redgrave next. Fine. Alara, take care of activating my squad. I don't want to talk to either of you until we're actually heading toward the throne. There is an annoyed click of the tongue from Alara before she speaks. You know I can't do that. You need to activate your squad through the designated channel. This is a safety protocol for all of us. He grumbles back. Then at least let me take out that pest calling himself the Flame Emperor on our way over. I want a clear mind before I enter the doors. There is silence on the channel again. But finally Beckman speaks. That shouldn't be a problem. If the Vermilion leader hasn't killed him first, you are permitted to do as you wish once we make our move. But please, keep the civilian casualties below 10000 if possible. This time, we cannot risk losing a portion of Central's population if there aren't enough workers left to satisfy the demons. Redgrave grins. Deal. 3 clicks follow as the transmission tablets all go dark, and many hidden bases deep beneath the divine flames surrounding the city turn their lights on for the first time in decades. Hundreds of red-cored elite A-class hunters open their eyes. Dozens of orange cores and a few yellow cores do the same in silver pods, lining the walls of mana and divine energy-rich underground fortresses. They all receive voice commands with specific instructions, preparing them for an event they've been waiting for since the association was founded. Meanwhile, after shaking off the shock of the demon's gaze, I continue sending my distress message to all loyal teammates and high-ranking followers. Be on guard, prepare for war. The demons have arrived. Deep in the heart of a volcano, Raven and Maria open their eyes while cultivating in a solid black room surrounded by containment cases full of unique-looking treasures. I send a message directly to them next. Their leader knows we're here, and they don't appear to be aggressive. But whatever you are doing, don't get too absorbed. I could need backup. In the Apex region, both Rodrigo and Bree get another unique message from me. Our campaign the last 2 days was a great success. But I want double no quadruple the merchants and hunters in the streets of every major city tomorrow morning, spreading the word. Empty the association's treasury. Promise to power-level hunters to whatever strength they desire. Use every trick in the book you can for a final push. I need every link of loyalty I can get. Similar messages go out to Chester in Sector 4, and both Monk and Lith in Sector 1. I give an additional warning to Monk to relay to the saint who is hidden away in the temple, telling him that the final moments are among us, and that the demons are closest to Sector 1. So be warned. The final message is sent straight to Abby and Ember, who pause their battle and return to their base forms. Abby uses her restore skill to soothe both of their minor battle fatigue, and Ember returns to his human state while replying to my words of worry. If he wanted you dead, you would be fighting him right now. A warning is good to get everyone ready, but just know an archdemon of that caliber can listen in on any telepathy channel they wish. Even now, there is no stopping him from hearing my words. My mind's eye still watches the unbothered archdemon stare off at the slowly receding abyss as his workers continue to build their bases. Ember speaks again. Worlds like this are resources after all. Killing the strongest beings on it would only be a waste for their long-term profits. As these words enter my mind, another oddity tickles my senses in one of the furthest points of my mind within the Dark Continent. It is about 800 kilometers from Solara in Sector 4, on the edge of the receding abyss where some of the Red Cord demonic knights are beginning to make their way out to. My first thought is that it must be another demonic rift, as more signatures of demonic chi have emerged from seemingly nowhere. However, these thoughts are pushed aside once I see for myself what comes out from the black wall of demonic energy. Two figures emerge shrouded in darkness, moving quickly toward 4 Red Cord knights that survey the lands. One of the figures carries a bow, and he blips in and out of sight while sending light purple arrows at the demon's arms and legs. The obsidian armor is shot through with ease, immobilizing 2 demons and forcing them to drop their weapons and shields as they lose access to their limbs. A woman follows close behind, sending crescents of what looks to be wind magic imbued with dense purple demonic soul energy. These blades of wind slice through the armor of the demonic knights that approach, doing the same as the archer, forcing them to the ground in a split second, immobilizing them before they were even spotted. The man and woman have bright purple soul energy cores in their chests. The archer has an archdemon core that overlaps with his demonic energy core. But I am certain they're not demons. The 2 of them place a single hand on the fallen demons and drain their bodies of demonic energy in seconds, not killing them, but leaving them powerless in the desert as they creep further along the abyss in the dead of night. The corner of my mouth turns upward as Aerie and Luna's name tags within my Rising Emperor's domain interface come back online, shining brightly as the only purple-colored text in my interface. I curiously watch as they easily take down 5 more Red Cord demonic knights that followed the scouting squad, and repeat the same process, draining demonic energy from the immobilized demons. As Aerie drains the last drop of demonic soul energy from his prey, he notices an orange cord knight coming their way and whispers to Luna. There is a far stronger one coming now. We'll have to fight it together. Don't hold back. It is using the same odd gravity magic. I think we can take it. This will be our final test. Then we're headed back to the Crimson City to show the others what we found. Luna nods, not saying a word, and closes her eyes. Seconds later, a massive purple eye forms high in the sky above them, and a dozen smaller eyes form all around it, looking as though they've been summoned from all kinds of demonic monsters, some resembling snakes, others cats, and some birds. They all emit their own purple aura, and cover the distance between them and the approaching orange cord demon, while Ares' energy form grows in size and 6 arms emerge from his back to draw back and load 3 massive bows. The archdemon that approaches wields a heavy shield and a longsword, and stares at Aerie while activating a communication link to his superior. General, we've encountered the first threat. They seem to be humanoid demonic beasts. Strong ones. They took out 7 of our knights. No divine energy is present, but the scent of ascended beasts is all over these 2. I am going to engage, but I'll need backup. There is a click, and one of the yellow cores sends orders for the requested reinforcements, then turns to their leader and reports the news. He replies in an unbothered tone. Intelligent ascended beasts. No, it is most likely humans that used the throne's excess radiation as a training ground. Take care of them yourself. I don't want a single orange core injured. Yes, sir. The high-level yellow core floats in the air, then heads off in the direction of the disturbance. All 13 of Luna's eyes simultaneously blink, and at the same time, Eri sends 3 arrows toward the orange core running their way. The first white arrow bounces off the tough obsidian armor chestplate, tethered with orange threads, without leaving a mark. The second light purple arrow hits the demon in the leg as it curves around its massive shield, and a small fragment of armor is broken off, making the demon misstep. Eri grins as he sends his final dark black and purple arrow toward the commander. Its core is filled with dense mana, while its outer layer is charged with all of the demonic soul energy that he siphoned out of the red cores on his way here. There are leftover red thread residues in this attack, accidentally strengthening it even further. Eri lets go of the arrow, and it twists around the demon's sword like it has a mind of its own and hits the commander right in the arm, shattering its orange thread imbued armor and forcing it to drop its sword. The 13 eyes above blink 3 more times, and each time they do, Eri sends out another 3 shots, hitting the demon's other 3 limbs and immobilizing him on the ground. As Luna and Eri move toward their target, a transmission goes off in the commander's helmet. Support is on the way. As the poisonous, demonic essence of the ascended scorpion, laced within Eri's arrows, flows through the demon's body, its eyes are wide open. It can't speak, move, or even think of the words to reply. There is only silence as the 13 eyes above stare down, and Eri drains the commander's body dry of demonic soul energy. Chapter 667. 4 more orange cord commanders nearby leave their posts, flying through the air just above the desert's rising and falling dunes toward the last known point of the downed knights and the source of the distress transmission from minutes ago. The 13 monstrous purple eyes floating above the edge of the abyss blink simultaneously again as Luna speaks to Eri while they run past their previous prey. More of those orange demons are on the way, and dozens of reds are coming into view. They're building structures in Sector 1. Keep sending me their exact locations and weak points. I can handle a few more of them, Eri responds, drawing back more arrows now laced with small threads of orange from the last commander's core. Dozens of rapid-fire shots go off in the dead of night with pinpoint accuracy. Thanks to the eyes of the chimera above, paralyzing poison spreads through the demonic commanders before they even realize they've been hit, as Eri uses his mythic-grade stealth skill to disappear from their senses and attack from their blind spots. I am hit. Need more backup, Senmo. I can't see. I can't move, General. Bleak messages echo through the transmission device in the General's helmet on the way as one commander after another is taken out by a mysterious demonic force from the abyss. From afar, I watch as the high-level yellow core bends space around him as he rockets through the air. Luna's eyes in the sky sense it as it approaches, and I watch Eri charge up another set of arrows and let them fly as a long-range attack to test this approaching opponent's strength. The first 2 bounce off, as expected. However, the third and most powerful arrow, imbued with orange threads from 4 commanders, does the same, heading toward the General's chestplate and disintegrating the instant it makes impact. Clear shock and awe ripple through the 2 of them. Taking on demons that are naturally stronger than any humans of the same level is a feat in its own right. They've even faced demons with divine energy of the 2nd rank, the Orange Core, without forming their own divine cores. They've grown incredibly strong, but taking on a demon on the verge of transitioning to a true core without any divine energy would be absurd. My gaze tracks the surrounding desert area to pinpoint dungeons I could teleport to in order to intervene. But the General has its sights set on them, and their impact time will be well before I can get between them. The closest dungeon point I could access is still hundreds of kilometers away. My gaze shifts to the Vermilion family head, but he still just stares at the throne, uninterested in the battle. Then I take a deep breath and open up a telepathy channel between myself, Eri, and Luna while pressing a few buttons on my system interface. Welcome back, you 2. Don't go getting yourselves killed on the day you finally decide to return. I add Eri as the 3rd general, and send a message to him as he pulls back 3 more arrows, and the yellow glowing demon draws its sword back, preparing a long-range attack to take the 2 of them out in a single strike. Open up your status before you take the shot. I got you a coming home present. Eri's eyes widen at the long-range telepathy channel from me, one of the last things he expected in the moment, but he mentally checks his status, struck with even more surprise. His expression turns focused and calculated moments later, and the demon that approaches sends a crescent of dense demonic soul energy tethered with yellow divine threads their way. It carves out the desert on all sides, leaving a hole hundreds of meters deep from its aura alone as it gets too close to the ground. Luna's eyes blink, then disappear, but Eri grins and speaks out loud. "Stand behind me, don't worry, I've got this." His base stats rise as 1% of over 6.2 million links of loyalty flood into his system, and his greater archer form naturally grows larger. The general sends a transmission back to his leader right after he swings. They're taken care of as requested. We've lost 4 commanders, though. It will. But he stops mid-sentence as Ares' aura expands and erupts with a deadly pressure hundreds of times stronger than it was seconds ago. He releases all 3 of his arrows in a single shot, the 2 weaker white and purple ones spinning in front of the darker shot as they collide with the demon's slash. The night sky lights up in a purple and yellow flash as massive amounts of desert are decimated and the 2 front arrows explode, splitting and weakening the demonic slash. 2 halves of the attack separate to opposite sides of the archer and the wind mage, carving out the desert and leaving them on a small elevated level of sand, while Ares' final arrow, shrouded in darkness and concealed by his stealth skill, rips through the open air. There is a second explosion of light and divine radiation as it hits the demon's chestplate, right where his last attack did. But this time, shattering it to pieces and piercing through, spreading the strongest dose of an ascended demon scorpion's poisonous essence through its bloodstream in an instant. While in any other circumstance, I would be happy about this outcome, there is a large, looming fear that makes me yell through our link. "Now fall back. You have no idea what you are dealing with here. That demon is child's play compared to what you are walking into right now. Do not even stop to drain its soul energy. Run." As these words enter their minds, the air pressure through the entire dark continent shifts, and a dreadful demonic voice replies, forcefully adding itself to our link. "Don't think you can kill my men and leave so easily." The Vermilion family head disappears into thin air, traveling hundreds of kilometers before I can even blink, reappearing above the fallen general right in front of Eri. I instantly reply, "They're not dead. Let's settle this before we do something impossible to take back." The demon shifts its gaze toward me, still thousands of kilometers away, and sends another wave of intimidation just like before. "You have no right to negotiate. Die, human." This time, I am prepared to receive it, activating my power borrowing perk from my Rising Emperor's domain, and pull 5% without thinking twice, drawing tens of millions of stat points. Per stat in an instant, taking the mental attack on without batting an eye. Ember's stats and mana control rocket upward as well. Thanks to our link, and Abby reactivates her immortal form to withstand the new mana control aura blasting out of me, making the air and desert below vibrate for hundreds of kilometers without even sending out an attack. The demon's gaze tightens, and I feel it send another burst my way, this one even stronger than before. My initial instincts are surprise mixed with fear, as the realization dawns that this demon was still holding back. I pull another 5% of stats, increasing the total amount borrowed to 10%. And when this second wave hits me, I am glad I did so. My head rings and pounds as pins and needles fill all my senses, but I stare forward without moving a muscle. I get ready to steal every single stat available. But the demon grins, showing me his sharp white teeth, the first bit of emotion I've seen out of this noble entity that isn't dread or anger. He looks toward Eri and Luna, then back to me, sending a message in the same dreadful tone. 5 minutes. I want all my men in the same condition you met them, back up and working, and we're even. You are not as weak as I thought. You will be useful once this world is mine. It would be a shame to kill a powerful soldier. As these words enter my mind, I am temporarily put at ease, allowing me to use my full perception to focus only on the situation at hand. And I realize that the 10% of stats and mana control I've taken has led to catastrophic events. For over 500 kilometers in every direction from me, a domineering aura radiates that would easily knock out any yellow core. Even in the Crimson City, over 2,000 kilometers away, and in the 8 great regions, over 5,000 kilometers away, a heavy pressure is felt, and many weaker hunters feel lightheaded while others are woken up in the dead of night by the eerie sensation of killing intent. Everyone on this side of the world holds their breath, realizing something big is happening. It is mostly directed forward at the demon, but others are caught in the crossfire without me even realizing it. Ember suppresses his aura, shielding Abby, as even in her immortal form, it is quite dangerous to be this close to me right now. My eyes widen, and I force my aura to retreat behind my purple barrier, allowing everyone to breathe. Then I send a message back. We'll get it done. The demon disappears, then reappears back in his original spot in front of the other yellow cores, crosses his arms, and looks at the throne with an unbothered gaze, but sends me a private word of warning. You and I both know if we fought here, no one would survive. This small world cannot handle it. As much as I want to put you in your place, it would cost me 60 million humans in the process. Let us save this dispute for inside the throne, assuming that Redgrave Fellow doesn't kill you first. 30 hours remain. He forcefully severs the link and stares ahead. I want to ask him what he meant by that last statement about one of the big three, but his mind is an unbreakable fortress that I can't breach to ask. So my attention shifts elsewhere. Thinking about the area my aura just reached, affecting millions of people, and the fact that I could still increase it by taking 20% more stats if I wanted. Then, I picture what an attack using that kind of power would produce. It leads me to think about whether or not that demon was even using its full power, and I lean toward no because of the fact that I still couldn't get a single reading on its status while borrowing 10%. Before I can think any further, messages from allies come streaming into my head from all over the nations as they felt that wave. I block them all out and send messages to Eri, Luna, Abby, and Ember. This isn't the welcome back party I expected to host for you two, but at least it is interesting. 5 minutes to heal them. Here is the plan. I explain the plan while air stepping over to Ember, powering down to my base form, but keeping all my borrowed stats and hopping on his back. Abby gets on behind me and holds on tight while the purple barrier envelops us both. With a flap of Ember's wings, we fly toward the abyss. Chapter 668. With 10% of borrowed stats, coursing through Ember, we fly through the desert faster than I've ever traveled, making it to the center of the dark continent in under a minute, coming to a halt right above the crater made by Eri and the demon general's clash. Ember reverts to his human form, and we float down to begin restoring the immobilized demons scattered across the desert. Green restoration circles, powered by 1% borrowed stats and Abby's yellow divine threads, form beneath the paralyzed and dying demonic soldiers, neutralizing the poison and healing the lost limbs of some of the knights. Luna sliced through. I follow behind Abby, pulling out chi crystals that I farmed from the desert floor below Palmyra, using my True Core's divine energy manipulation ability to crush the white energy into a digestible microscopic mist, and streamlining pure chi into their cores. For the orange cord commanders, I pull a few orange divine fragments out, careful not to accidentally inject any of my own yellow thread into their bodies, and use red fragments to do the same with the knights. All of the demons stand to their feet once we're done, and I hear a telepathy channel open for all of them. Their leader is letting me in to hear their orders. Stand down, men. You may do what you wish with them once I enter the throne. For now, we do not engage. The link is severed, and all of the demons leave without saying a word. The Yellow Cord General gives Eri a glare as he leaves, but the others are shaken and keep their heads down. I float over to Eri and Luna next, a smile across my face, and Eri speaks aloud. Sorry to put you in this position. I didn't know there would be. I shake my head and extend a hand. Don't worry about it. Your stunt actually gave me the perfect moment to talk to their leader. It might have been much worse if I was the one to make the first move. We shake hands, and I speak again, glancing over at Luna standing behind him. Glad to have you back. And I am also glad I got the chance to see you two in real action. You've grown strong. Ember and Abby float down to greet them next, and we have a brief reunion, interrupted by more telepathic messages from across the 8 great regions and Dark Continent, as people still worried about the aura I released moments ago. I quickly respond now that their lives aren't in danger of the head demon's wrath. Meet me above the Crimson Dome. It is not an emergency, don't be frightened by the aura I just released. This will be quick but necessary. There is someone I want to welcome back and an update to the incoming battle plan. As requested, all notable figures come to the Crimson City. Bree, Rodrigo, Maria, Raven, Monk, the Saint, Lith, Chester, Abby, Ember, Luna, and Ariel float before me in the air above the Red Dome in the dark desert. Lydia and Fisher even emerge from the bunker for a few minutes to listen in. And I invite the dozens of high-level members of the Crimson Army to partake in this briefing as well. We start by getting comfortable with the familiar faces here. Many reunite with Luna and Aerie, while others like Bree, Chester, and Lith reconnect after years apart in the trade scene. Even before they met me, I quietly wait for everyone to get comfortable, scanning the crowd repeatedly, checking my status to see links of loyalty rise, using my all-seeing eye to monitor everything within a 5,000 kilometers radius. Part of my mind keeps examining the interesting new gear Maria is wearing, from which I can't get a status reading, all while thinking carefully about the next words out of my mouth. Less than 30 hours remain. The first threat has shown its face, but we're at a stalemate until the abyss completely recedes. I tell everyone here everything I know about the Big Three and the demons, leaving out one small detail about my arrangement with the demon in the Crimson City Labyrinth. Many eyes widen, hearing for the first time about divine energy, a demonic realm, or even the association being run by pseudo-gods who believe they can take over the world because they've been in control for hundreds of years. Many of my closer teammates are already aware of this, but they patiently wait for the crowd to calm down and let this information sink in. I speak up next with a grin. Many of you here were fighting right by my side when this city was founded. In the battle against the Dark One, you all trusted me and fought with your lives on the line, and now I am asking you to do it again. As these words leave my lips, I sense hundreds more forces gravitating toward the abyss. It seems to be a similarly sized force as the demons, hundreds of red cores, dozens of oranges, and a handful of yellow cores, all wearing Central Association logos. Their trajectory isn't aimed at us. It is directed toward the open land in sectors 3 and 4. The only others who can detect this are Ember and Raven. So I send a private message to them to check it out and not engage unless necessary while I continue my briefing. There will be 2 other elite forces, possibly larger than our own, in this fight. One will consist of demons, and the other of humans just like us. Our goal isn't to kill everyone who shows up, as no sides have attacked anyone yet. But they are on our land, and while I sort things out with their leaders, there is a very good chance a battle larger than anyone fought before in history will break loose. There is a high chance this will go down as the Second Great War. I let out a sigh while continuing to watch the troops of Association soldiers in my mind's eye peacefully float across the sky over the 8 great regions. If they attack you, or a single citizen, do not hold back and have no mercy. It might be in an hour, 12 hours, 30 hours, or more. But get ready for war. This time, it isn't just to save a city. The entire world is on the line. There is tension in the air as these last words hang, and many people in the Crimson Army begin asking questions one by one. I answer them without holding anything back over the next few hours. The sun rises, and we've made no contact with the Association's troops. They established 2 separate bases near the abyss, mimicking the demon setup, avoiding Sector 2 as if ordered to steer clear of us. Everyone in my inner circle, the Dark Continent leaders, who will be up close on this matter, and the strongest Crimson Army fighters now know everything about the impending war and are ready to put their lives on the line the second I say the word. Everyone returns to their posts to continue their day, but I stay floating above the Crimson Dome, staring toward the abyss, anticipation filling my mind. It is the calm before the storm, eating away at me from the inside out. The only thing I want to do right now is start the fight, or at the very least, know who exactly I'll be fighting, or if I'll be fighting anyone at all. Aerie and Luna talk with Monk and the Saint, led by Lith to teleport them back to Sector 1, to inspect some originator artifacts Aerie had in his item box from their hometown. He took them out after my speech to show us, and I recognized letters similar to those in the Tomb of Adam, seeing phrases like a realm, beyond, and energy of the gods. But there is nothing new I don't already know. Raven and Maria return to cultivating inside her volcano fortress, while Abby, Lydia, and Fisher head back to the bunker to use as much of the remaining yellow threads as possible in the time we have left. Chester looks around the Crimson City. Bree and Rodrigo return to the Apex region, emptying all the gold and mana from the treasuries to spread word of the Flame Emperor's loyalty link and its benefits. By midday, I hear a notification as I hit 10 million links, but I hardly look at the status message for more than a minute all day as my mind is elsewhere. Congratulations! Rising Emperor's domain milestone reached. 10,014,679 divided by 10 million links of loyalty created. New perk unlocked. Rising Emperor's expansion info. All 5 generals may select 2 commanders and share 50% of their total currently 1% borrowed stats. Each commander may take up to 25% max. The caster may borrow 5% of all base stat points and mana control efficiency from party members under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. Additionally, 5% of the caster's base stat points and mana control may be temporarily distributed to any party members under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. The caster may only borrow or share exclusively. Both actions cannot be performed simultaneously. Members affected by this perk are not required to be within range of the Rising Emperor's domain. This buff stacks with the Dominance perk, Authority perk, Power Holder perk, and Ruler's Gaze perk if used simultaneously. Now, I have up to 35% of stats available to me, and the generals are able to share half of the 1% they're borrowing with any 2 people they appoint as commanders. I beam this information to Maria, Ari, and Abby, but continue to stare off into the open desert, my heart pounding. 2 slots remain, but something in the back of my mind intuitively makes me hold off and not fill them just yet. The hot sun makes the air bend on the horizon, but my all-seeing eye still sees everything crystal clear. Ember floats beside me in silence, and the citizens of the Crimson City go on with their daily lives as though nothing is happening. Across the world, everything seems normal. Even after my announcements in capital cities, asking for support, and basically telling the nation a war is near, there are smiles everywhere. Groceries and toys being bought, friends going out for drinks, even local newspapers still running their routes. 1 in every 5 people has given a loyalty link to me, and the word keeps spreading. Some even mention a strange feeling that they felt in the night during a family walk in the park, or as others eat a late breakfast together after a long night out partying. The world is about to end or be saved within the next 24 hours, but only those with the power to grasp the enormity of this threat seem to care. People are especially carefree in the Dark Continent, where new rulers, lords, and black market dealers constantly shift control. People just follow the continuously changing rules to support themselves or their families. No one understands that this time is different. I continue listening to my heartbeat as I watch the nation's day unfold. The abyss receding faster toward the Black Tower at its center. The Vermilion family head watches silently too. Even the association's team remains in their structures, unmoving at their stations. The world goes on, even as the sun sets and the final hours draw near. Everyone who will soon fight for control stands still in their bases, waiting for the throne to awaken, or for someone to make the first move. The Crimson Army, Luna, Aerie, and all fighters in the inner circle who wield divine energy regroup above the Crimson Dome one last time to make plans to head toward the center of the continent. While I make up my mind on the next order I'll make, the demon's last words to me still linger in the back of my mind. It was a warning that he'll deal with our dispute inside the throne, as long as Redgrave doesn't get to me first. Chapter 6, 69. Everyone stands before me in newly upgraded gear. Many spent yesterday farming for max CP using my absorption skill in the higher floors of the labyrinth, crafting the highest grade blood-bonded armor they could with a grade loot, while others rested and waited for these final hours to draw near. While there are thousands of C and B grade hunters around the 8 great regions and the Dark Continent who would happily put their lives on the line if I had their regional directors give the order. It is best that an elite squad fights on the front lines. The weakest troops from the Central Association and the Demonic Army have red divine cores. Only the Crimson Army and the inner circle can handle forces like these. Even Bree and Rodrigo stay behind in the Apex capital with the A-class hunters for now, continuing to spread the word. Having semi-powerful, well-known figures in the public eye bringing me more stats to draw from is a battle of its own. The war shall begin when the sun rises. Be ready for anything. Any last questions? No one speaks, all wearing serious expressions as the details of our mission were made clear yesterday. Good, let's move out. With myself and Ember leading our army, Abby, Maria, Raven, and Eri follow close behind. Luna follows Eri, while Fisher and Lydia walk beside her. Monk and the Saint, along with his 2 Orange Cord disciples, follow behind them. Finally, the elemental captains lead 3 squads of Crimson Army troops. Our aura lights up the night. Everyone here has been power leveled above level 7,000 and have mana control far beyond their level. All their skills are fully upgraded, and they're stacked head to toe with high-quality A-grade gear. We have 3 true cores, 3 yellow cores, 2 orange cores, halfway to yellow, 2 newly awakened orange cores, 2 demonic soul energy wielders, and 3 dozen elite soldiers wielding elemental energy with mana control, far stronger than the perks a mere red core demonic knight has. Above and below, 2 of my body doubles float with us in stealth mode, and 1 trails behind us a few kilometers as well. Our force is less than 25%, the size of either of the other 2 forces we're going against. But with over 15.6 million links of loyalty at my disposal, the number ticking upward every second. I feel both nerves, confidence, and excitement flowing through my body. We all stop and float down to the desert floor at the edge of the abyss, now less than 50 kilometers from the base of the tower. To our north in Sector 1, the Demon's troops have begun moving into their own formation, following their commanders and generals as they move toward the abyss, just like us. To the west in Sector 3, and to the northwest in Sector 4, forces of about 100 troops each move inward toward the abyss as well. The Vermilion family demon still stays behind a few hundred kilometers away, silently watching the tower. But I vividly remember the speed at which he traveled over to Eri not too long ago, and know he could be with his troops in the blink of an eye, if he wished. With his words of wanting to settle our dispute within the throne, all I do now is size up the armies left behind and feel confident my teammates can handle it. The only thing that irks me as we wait in the silence of night is the fact that the big 3 are nowhere to be seen. Not even a word of them is mentioned by the troops left behind. And I don't get a single reading of them anywhere within thousands of kilometers. Again, as the world sleeps calmly as if this is nothing but another day, 3 armies stand at a stalemate, waiting for the darkness to completely recede back into the black tower that reaches high into the sky. I constantly scan the surrounding desert, and we slowly move our formation forward, spreading out to cover a few kilometers, while following the abyss as it moves closer to the black tower. My all-seeing eye even scans the tower from time to time, but all I get back is a blinding silver light, similar to the golden glow I felt during my conversations with Ember. Even the abyss itself is filled with dense radiation, like intense, invisible gravity waves similar to the time I flew in the sky above the abyss, attempting to see the throne up close for the first time. It recedes at the same rate as the black fog, allowing us to get closer, and the sounds of demonic beasts within the abyss fighting and dying can be heard with my enhanced senses, but their bodies and energy are absorbed by the dense fog as it continues to retract. The sun begins to rise, and all of the forces surrounding the tower are less than a kilometer away from its base. Now, the pressure coming off the tower does not retract any further, but the black fog continues to do so. Halt. We shall wait here until the throne awakens or another army makes their move. So much about this massive divine artifact is still a mystery to me. I know there are trials within. It is a device used to help demons ascend to become lords or green cores, and it can be used to take control of a world. But my mind races, wondering what exactly will happen once this fog disappears and the throne awakens. The only ones who truly know seem to be the Vermilion family demon and Ember standing by my side. I won't be getting answers out of either of them. So all I can do is wait and prepare for the worst. It feels like hours pass when in reality it is just minutes, and the morning sun slowly heats up the desert while the final bits of dark demonic energy disappear into the bottom of the tower. making a clear view of the open desert sand from where we stand to the base of the smooth black curved wall. All I can hear is my heartbeat and everyone's breaths around me as we wait for something to happen. The tower is tens of kilometers wide, and each army stands on opposite sides a kilometer away from the base. No more than a dozen kilometers away from each other, but no one moving a muscle. I feel the ground vibrate first, but still no one moves. Then the vibrations cease, and the tower before us vibrates, sending out a low hum that grows louder and louder until the entire structure starts to glow with silver divine light. It flashes, and a pulse of energy moves outward like a wave, flying through all of us, eerily similar to the surges I felt before, but hundreds of times stronger. It doesn't hurt or do any physical damage to the surroundings, but I am certain dungeons will be breaking all over the globe as this wave travels further. The visible silver light of the tower fades back to black, and in my vision, I watch the vermilion demon disappear, reappearing in front of his troops, with the corners of his lips curling upward. I send a telepathic message to everyone on the battlefield while pulling out my fire and dark swords. Get ready for anything. It is happening now. At the same time, from the west, 3 wells of gravity, hundreds of times stronger than any true core I've ever felt, come rocketing our way from central headquarters at hundreds of kilometers. Perse Econd. The ground vibrates again, and the tower lights up with its silver glow a second time, sending another surge throughout the entire world, then fading back to black. This time, the smooth tower walls aren't the same as they were moments ago. In front of me, there is an outline of an archway, many kilometers high and wide, and the sliver of space that leads to the inside of the tower glows with the same silver light. My all-seeing eye finds 3 more archways that look exactly the same in front of each of the armies that seek to enter. I watch the demon's leader take a step forward, then point a finger and open a demonic rift right beside himself. An enormous black dragon with a dark purple underside steps out onto the sand, its true core visible in its chest, but its pressure and presence are concealed, just like the demon it stands beside, blocking me from reading its true strength or status. The approaching forces from Central veer off in 3 different directions. 2 head toward their armies, waiting to greet them, while one of the wells of massive divine energy turns to come right toward me. The ground vibrates more than it ever has before, and the entire tower flashes with silver light, blinding the entire dark continent and sending out a catastrophic surge. When the silver light fades, the entire tower returns to black, save for the 4 arched doorways left behind. Now there is no black door blocking the entry. It is an open silver divine portal leading into the tower. The vermilion demon disappears, and his dragon does too, but the sand is disrupted beneath his flight path as they blast forward, flying straight into the silver light without hesitation. Half of the demons turn to their right, and half turn to their left, holding up their weapons and letting out an immense aura ready for war. I take a deep breath, turn to Ember, and activate my greater form while he fully transforms into his dragon form. Then, send a final wave of telepathy to everyone behind me. I'll do my job inside the tower, and you do yours out here. Let's save the world. We blast forward through the dense gravity surrounding the throne, and I borrow 5% of stats from everyone that isn't on the battlefield now, boosting our speed to travel faster than I've ever moved before. At the same time, I watch a blue, yellow, and white blur of light fall from the sky and enter the central headquarters doorway in Sector 3. My perception picks up the image of a muscular woman riding a 30-meter-long white serpent, but there is so much divine radiation in the air, it is hard to see it clearly. Then, in the doorway facing Sector 4, a black, yellow, and white light rockets toward that door. I can see a slim man in nothing but a black suit, riding an armored black horse. But the aura I receive when peering at him for too long is eerie, like a bad dream. Finally, a yellow and red ball of divine energy comes down from the sky, aiming right for the doorway that Ember and I are flying toward. It is a tall, muscular man with red hair and a matching beard, riding a massive hound with vicious eyes and a glowing collar matching the intensity of his true core. Alara and Beckman enter the doors in sectors 3 and 4 at the exact same moment that Ember and I touch the silver door just above the desert floor. However, the flaming man in the sky makes contact with the silver portal about a kilometer overhead, yelling aloud for all to hear. The time has come. The world is truly at my fingertips. He pulls a long, flaming yellow sword from a sheath by his side and points it downward, making eye contact with me and yelling again, while both of us phase through the silver portal. Flame Emperor, I've been waiting for you too. You'll be my first battle to celebrate coming out of retirement. I'll warm up by killing you before the first trial even begins. We all disappear into the throne, and a fourth and final surge of silver light flashes from the entire tower before the portal, like doors fade, and it returns to black. Chapter 670. My vision and senses are filled with a pure silver light and a high-pitched ringing once my full greater form phases through the throne's open door. It feels warm and hot at the same time, similar to a far superior aura of perception moving through me, and it easily bypasses the purple barrier surrounding me, like it is not even there. Once the flash of silver ceases, my vision goes black. I expect my senses to go dark as well, but instead, they feel heightened. The outside world is still completely visible to me in crystal clear clarity. In fact, it is even better than it was before. My perception is being effortlessly boosted without me having to even use any additional mana. The Dark Continent and the 8 great regions aren't the only things I can see and feel. The vast ocean, separating this nation from central to the west, becomes visible to my senses with ease, and I can see every single human in central headquarters above the flaming mountain. Not only that, I can see even further than I've ever traveled before, to the east, north, and south as well. Hundreds of nations, housing tens of millions of citizens, each all over the world, show up in my senses. Not many of them even have a class hunters, and even fewer have any divine core holders, as they are not the main powerhouses of the world. But it opens my eyes to the vastness of the world, beyond what I've traveled, and the lives of innocent, unaware citizens that I'll be fighting for today. Not only can I feel everywhere the throne's surges have touched, but my senses inside the tower have heightened as well. Ember by my side shows up in my senses in pristine detail, and I can feel the presence of 2 true core monsters above me, entering the tower as well. I feel the walls of the room I've been transported into, over 10 kilometers high and nearly 30 kilometers wide and long. However, I can't sense Alara Beckman or the demon that entered the tower at all. Redgrave and the flaming hound he rides on come into full view about a kilometer overhead, and their levels and status beam into my mind, burning with yellow divine light, a bright LV 19,440. Hits my senses from both of them, telling me they must be soul-bonded entities. Over a dozen armor and gear pieces stack all over his body, with maxed out 5-category stat buffs ranging from plus 1,000 to 2,000% each. He still points his flaming yellow blade down at me, and I see fire summoning supreme grade on both his and his beast status, while he fully releases his aura to light up the dark room we've been transported into. Time to die, Flame Emperor. I am the strongest divine fire user on this planet. There can only be one. The man's golden armor amplifies his flames, and the hound's color glows bright, while it too explodes with a murderous aura even stronger than the intimidation attacks I felt from the demon that engaged with me in the desert. His whole body pulses and expands, creating a massive yellow-white flaming greater form that amplifies his aura by multiple times yet again. My eyes widen, and I don't hesitate to pull a full 32% of stats from 17.7 million links of loyalty to boost both mine and Ember's strength to withstand the wave of flames coming our way. I don't pull from anyone on the battlefield, and leave the 3% available for Maria, Aerie, and Abby to pull from, as I assume they will be having battles of their own. While they are all strong, the amount of usable stats I would gain from them is minuscule compared to the ringing notifications in my head from the massive stat gains I get from my links all over the nation. 50976027 strength 551,023,950 mental street strength Store 9665 4239. Defense Stwen51000205. 24 speed 499 16040. Agility, the borrowed Meep surge. Sin to the hundreds of trillions as well. It helps, but the power of massive stat boosts, raising my base stats by thousands of times their natural limit, is what really makes up the difference. When the immense wall of yellow flaming aura ripples off my enemies, it is combated with a strong aura of my own, making an ear-piercing static crashing sound that makes it feel like reality itself is bending and breaking between the auras that clash. My aura mimics that of Maria's when we were testing out her powers for the first time, skewing dark crimson in color as there is more mana and soul energy flooding out from me than my true core's threads can even handle tethering to. The dark red and yellow flames colliding light up the entire black room. And at the back of it, a 5-kilometer tall statue of a silver demon with 3 eyes and 9 arms guards the archway of a door that looks very similar to the one we just entered. As our auras collide, a voice rings out in my inner ear that sounds very similar to a system notification, but with a more ancient and echoing tone. Silver letters appear in my mind as it speaks, and from the widened eyes and change in heart rate of Redgrave, Ember, and the Flaming Hound, it is clear they can see the message as well. 1 soul-bonded pair per door is permitted. The trials will begin once 1 challenger remains. All 3 eyes on the demonic statue at the back of the massive room glow bright silver, and my vision and senses are blinded again. Once the light and ringing fade, I witness the entire room start to shift and morph before my eyes. The jet black ceiling turns into a red sky, and the floor below us morphs and shifts into a dark black rocky terrain where spikes and pillars of stone shoot upward, ranging from a few hundred meters up to kilometers high and thick. Sudden deathmatch has begun. Echoes throughout our minds again as the room turns into a massive battlefield with open areas and strategically placed mazes and underground hiding spots, making this look like a natural canyon or dungeon I'd find in the outside world. All of the terrain is made of silver divine threads. It feels very similar to when I looked into the inner makeup of Celia's purple divine construct. The only thing that doesn't change from the original room is the 9-armed silver demonic statue at the back in front of the doorway, watching it all. No other sound or ancient system notification follows. All that I hear is the maniacal laughter of Redgrave, who now floats on the opposite side of the room. He sends 2 massive crescents of yellow fire straight at the ceiling and yells out loud again. This is great. You are actually not that weak. This will be fun. Yes, very fun indeed. He twists his body around in circles, like he is dancing, and sends another wave of yellow flames in a seemingly random direction, while his fiery hound locks eyes with us and opens its mouth to send a pillar of flames our way. The fire escaping these 2 is easily 3 times as strong as the fire that circled the central capital. I grip my flaming sword and dark magic blade and yell as the pillar of divine fire comes toward us while Redgrave's last attacks slam against the red sky above and spread all throughout the outer walls of the room. I expected this level of strength at least, but this guy is crazy, an absolute lunatic. I propel myself upward to dodge the incoming flames, while Ember flaps his wings to stay eye level with the hound, sending me a telepathy message. This is a good warm-up for us too. I'll take the pup. You handle the old man. Ember bursts into a massive ball of fire while I fly upward and begin weaving through the black pillars of artificial rocky terrain to hover in front of the red-haired madman that laughs and throws more and more yellow fire at the ceiling above. However, the instant I get to eye level with him, his aura and demeanor completely shift, and he kicks off with a cold and callous stare, charging his blade with an immense amount of divine energy that seems to endlessly pour out from his true core, which trumps mine in size by over 5 times the diameter. I tighten my gaze as well, channeling every drop of soul energy and spare divine threads into my weapons, kicking off the air and activating the hexagonal shielding, true core trait to add even more protection and power into my dual sword strike. At the top of the room, My dense crimson flames collide with his sharp yellow fire. Our auras clash again, but this time with far more intensity as we're both sending out our most powerful attacks. His yellow blade collides with the hexagon in front of both of my blades at the same time that Ember sends a glistening clear soul energy fire that flows like liquid from his mouth, tethered with true core strands and an absurd amount of mana. Our attacks collide at the same time, sending two shockwaves through the top and bottom of the battlefield on impact. A collision like this would have easily decimated the entire Dark Continent in seconds. But nothing within the tower changes at all. The silver demonic statue watches without moving, and the pillars of stone at varying sizes and heights all around withstand the blast and don't budge at all. The two streams of flames below stay pushing against each other at seemingly equal strength, while my hexagon of pure divine energy blocks Redgrave's incoming divine sword. I can see his face, bright white smile, and crazy wide eyes close up and personal now. His blade is stopped in midair, just meters away from me, but it is still moving forward at a slow rate. His bellowing laugh echoes through the room again, while his flames burn brighter and brighter yellow as energy surges out from his core to power his blade. In the next moment, his blade breaks through the defensive barrier, shattering it and letting the full power of his initial attack be released against my two swords. I am pushed back the instant they're hit, and I feel his sun-hot blade piercing into the two blood-bonded weapons in my greater form's grasp like they're butter. It is like he is wielding his true core in his hands and swinging it toward me. Despite all the power at my fingertips, he still follows through and sends me flying backward 15 kilometers in the blink of an eye to slam against the back wall of the room. I cough up blood while my vision blurs for a moment. His echoing laughter rings throughout the room, and he goes back to sending seemingly random flaming crescents of divine fire all over the ceiling. That was everything I had. I need to somehow step it up another notch. I mutter to myself while shaking myself out of the brutal impact with the solid wall and bringing my blades up in front of me again to focus my blurry vision. As soon as my full perception comes back to reality to look at the blade marks in my damaged swords, I concentrate my full power into self-regeneration to slowly heal them. The ringing in my ears finally stops as I grit my teeth and watch Ember fend off the hound below. Their initial attacks looked equal, but the overwhelming raw power of the fiery animal's yellow divine flames is beginning to push the soul energy burst from Ember back. I have confidence that Ember can use his trump card to get out of this situation whenever he wishes. There is only one enemy I need to keep my eye on. My gaze tightens on the maniac dancing in the air, and the black originator cube that rotates around me comes into my peripherals, making its usual rounds. However, this time, it blinks with divine energy for the first time since I found it in its tomb. Chapter 671. I watch the black cube that Ember called an amplifier pulse with yellow and white light, moving for the first time since I found it underground in its tomb. The static noise of a telepathy channel between myself and the cube flickers in my mind. But the glow fades, and the channel severs less than a second later. I yell at it as the temperature in the room rises, and the flaming attacks Redgrave throws at the ceiling wrap around the rooms outside and come my way at the outer wall. Autumn, what was that? Now would be the time to show yourself. I tap the cube with my outstretched sword, but it just bounces off and rotates in the opposite direction, like before. I grit my teeth and fly forward before the wall of incoming flames from above hits me, charging up my restored blood-bonded weapons again, racking my brain for new ideas because whatever just happened with the amplifier isn't within my control. My sudden movements snap Redgrave out of his manic dances, and his expression turns cold and focused once again. A streak of divine flames rockets my way, so I do the only thing I can and form my hexagonal defenses again, swinging both my swords at full power to block his strike. My only option is to block. His speed and raw true core power are far stronger than my own. My perception and agility are my only advantage, and all that is good for is finding the optimal path to avoid a fatal blow. Another shockwave of dark red and bright yellow flames erupts through the room's top as my defensive barrier shatters like glass, and both my swords are dug into by his sun-hot blade. It is overwhelmingly powerful. like another true core is grasped in his hands? I can't even use my appraisal skill to understand what the weapon is. It just looks and feels like another entity. If I didn't have to worry about it slicing me in half, I could probably counter and land a hit. These thoughts race through my mind as the blast from our exchange sends me rocketing back again, slamming against the black wall just a few kilometers to the left of where I hit before. It isn't any less painful when my vision blurs as I take the impact and hear Redgrave's echoing laughter in my mind again while he dances around the room, now weaving between the tallest pillar of artificial stone. 2 hits, and you are still alive. Now this is good, he yells, coming my way before I can fully heal my blades. I jump off the wall, and in a flash of yellow light, he is curved around a black pillar to appear right beside me again. The sun-hot blade rockets my way faster than I can even raise my blades to block. The half-formed hexagon of divine energy shatters, and I am hit across the chest by a flaming crescent of fire. I synchronize my air steps and convert the energy I would have used to imbue my swords into a defensive shield in front of my vitals. But I still can't move out of the way in time. I am sent flying across the entire 30-kilometer long room, again, slamming against multiple immovable pillars of stone, ping-ponging across the battlefield until I hit the other back wall. My body feels numb and hot as a massive yellow gash rips through my chest plate and opens a divine energy wound deep into my chest, torso, and left leg. However, I am still conscious enough to finish healing my blades and shake the ringing in my ears away. Redgrave's laughter fills my ears again, and at the same time, I watch the Originator Cube pulse and blink even brighter than last time. The static telepathy link that almost formed before now opens, and I yell through it, "Are you there?" My perception watches the entire outside world go about their normal morning, and all the forces outside the tower have powered up and moved into battle formation, waiting for orders or for another force to make their move. I take a deep breath and think, as there is still no response from the amplifier. There isn't even an intuitive feeling or pulse of a response back. The bright white and yellow glow from the cube just fades away to black again. Redgrave's voice echoes through my ears, and I feel the divine injury on my chest burn with hot flames, as it isn't something that is going to be healed by simple self-regeneration. You survived that one, too. I think Beckman was wrong about you. You are not weak at all. If we'd met decades earlier, maybe you could have joined the council. He laughs even harder, weaving through the pillars of stone again, his yellow sword glowing bright, ready to attack. My blades have healed, and I have time to position myself for a defensive move this time. His words, paired with the images of hundreds of millions of innocent lives outside the tower, make an idea click in my head. I lock eyes with the flaming man as his focused gaze returns, and I manage to receive his next attack with my hexagonal defense, and my blades this time. But he still sends me flying to the far side of the room again. While it hurts more than any injury I've ever taken before, my mind is partially elsewhere, opening up my Rising Emperor's domain, using the instant communication perk to forcefully send a message to every single link of loyalty at my fingertips. If you feel your power has been borrowed, this is why. The battle has begun. I, the Flame Emperor, have started the fight to save this world. You may not believe me yet, or may not even want to, but I am sending this message out so that all that I've done isn't in vain. The throne's trials haven't even begun, and I am already being thrown around and toyed with by an enemy who isn't even the main threat. While I am healing my blades and attempting not to draw any attention to myself until I am ready to take another hit, Redgrave's manic laughter echoes through the room as he sends waves of fire at the ceiling again. Next, I forcefully activate the Spectate perk on my Rising Emperor's domain. Usually, it would be used for surveillance, or for me to give direct orders to subordinates, as using this skill gives me access to their visual and sensory feeds. I used it once before to see through Abby and Maria's eyes after the B-class exams. Smells and even feelings are transmitted through this link. Instead of viewing through my link's eyes, I allow access for every single one of my links to watch through my own, creating a live pop-up feed of my every thought and move in the minds of over 17.7 million humans all over the 8 great regions and Dark Continent. I yell aloud for all to hear through the link. If I die here, This world is in the hands of whoever kills me. I am going to do everything in my power to make sure that doesn't happen. I still need your support. I lift my greater form's hands to form a defensive barrier and swing my blades while Redgrave turns my way and bellows out a yell. What are you babbling on about? This world was never yours. It has been mine. All mine, for centuries. His blade collides with mine again, carving chunks out of the blood-bonded weapons, and sending me flying tens of kilometers with a blast of divine light. As I slam against the wall, I see the amplifier glow again, but I ignore it as the feeling of millions of eyes watching me takes precedence, and I want to take advantage of that attention while I have it. I yell for all to hear. That is right. The Association has used us all. To put it simply, all the strongest nations in the world right now are fighting over an artifact that either means the end or salvation of the human race as we know it. My words are cut off again before I can heal my swords, so I have to take this attack head-on again, leaving another massive gash across my chest while Redgrave laughs and yells back. Oh, you must be talking to that dragon. What a shame. You are already delusional. I was getting excited that I would have even more time to play. It looks like your time is up, and you are right. The Hunters Association is mine. The citizens of your 8 great regions and Dark Continent are nothing more than sacrifices for my ideal world. He laughs again, sending divine flames at the ceiling while flying my way and yelling again. You know what? They're even more insignificant than that. When I control the throne, I will make your lands and everyone in them burn to ash just to celebrate. You think you can protect them? They are all my people. Their lives are mine. Today the Flame Emperor dies, and I, Redgrave, shall conquer the throne and become this world's god. He weaves between pillars of stone faster than ever before. And I don't have the time to heal my blades while simultaneously dealing with the second near-fatal gash on my chest. The wide, crazy eyes of the red-haired man come into full view as his greater form swings at me with the bright blade shining hot with a true core's light. I kick myself off the wall anyway and swing both my damaged blades at the larger-than-life divine flame user coming at me. I have no way of dodging, and my swords can't handle another hit. Still, I block, twisting my body to make the odds of my survival as high as possible. Redgrave's sword swings across his body at me, and I feel the millions of eyes peering through mine. Many still don't grasp the enormity of this situation at all. But every moment that passes, more begin to understand that today is not just like any other day. As the yellow blade shatters my hexagonal barrier, instead of making contact with my blades, it collides with the bright yellow cube that rotates around me. And the eruption of gravity waves and static noise that follows makes all past collisions pale in comparison. Even the flames of the Hound and Ember down below us are extinguished and blown away by the blast of energy. I am sent flying backward from the absurdity of the shockwave's force. As my back slams against the wall like many times before, I grin this time while coughing up blood, because across the room, Redgrave's eyes are wide open as he too makes impact with a pillar of rock. Unable to control the momentum that pushed him back, I feel both my blades finally heal back up to their natural state. But the amplifier that usually rotates around my body now stands still between the tips of both swords. My craftsmanship skill instinctively pulls at my consciousness, and my true core pours, threads into the 2 blades as I see a yellow system message. Hover over all 3 items. Craft soul, weapon, yes, no. Chapter 672, 177, 4299. 1 people simultaneously receive a notification on their status and a gentle pull at the back of their consciousness, connecting them to a live video and sensory feed of what is happening inside the Black Tower at the center of the Dark Continent. Some wake up with a lifelike movie playing in the back of their mind, unaware of what the link of loyalty they made on a whim for an extra stat boost was. But now they're beginning to see the whole picture. Others are at a family breakfast table, or out and about in the streets on their way to work. And now almost 1 in every 3 people see this live feed pop up in their mind's eye. The major cities in the 8 great regions and Dark Continent all stand still for a moment in time as the raw emotions and 360-degree view of the battle scene before them is shared. Those that do not share the link begin asking questions and wonder what they're missing out on, as it seems mass hysteria has captured the nation. Even surrounding the Black Tower, all of the Crimson Army and Inner Circle receive this link as they all stand on guard with bated breath, waiting for their enemies to make a move. Now, they too see what is happening within the tower. The sudden jolt in aura and movement from the Crimson Army prompts the demonic forces to act. The two strongest True Core generals stand beside each other. One stands 7 m tall, with a long black spear in hand that matches the obsidian gloss of his horns. The other, with shimmering bronze horns, standing an identical height of 7 m with daggers all over his waist, speaks up to his fellow True Core. The new lord has entered the throne. The Vermilion Empire has grown its reach by another world. Today will be a great day. Our reputation in the 5 great families shall rise. The black-horned True Core nods, staring at the Crimson Army and focusing on Raven. Yes, but we must do our job on the outside, while our lord secures the throne. That force has a very strong True Core of their own. The bronze-horned dagger wielder stares at the massive forces of the Central Association, as they have about half a dozen mid-level yellow cores. Call me if your squad needs backup. The 2 groups that came from a foreign land won't take long. Remember, our orders were to keep the strong in line and only kill them if they're going to be a threat in the future or uncooperative. The black-horned spear wielder grins. It won't be a problem. I can always unseal the Vermilion bloodline if I am in a bind. Both head demon generals erupt with the full power of their True Core's aura and give orders to the remaining 4 high-level Yellow Core generals, who yell out orders to their lower ranks. One by one, the forces split into 2 groups and move out to subjugate the human race. Meanwhile, inside the throne, yellow text hovers before my eyes in front of my 2 swords and the bright glowing originator artifact that just blocked Redgrave's sword. Craft soul weapon. Yes, no. Past my blades, I see Redgrave shaking himself out of the impact he has made with the rock about 15 kilometers away, and hear an angry, rage-filled yell come out of him that sends ripples of divine energy pulsing through the entire room. I know I have to act fast, but I've never heard of this term, soul weapon, before. Both of my blades are selected as the base material within my mythic grade craftsmanship interface, but there are no external pop-ups explaining what this craft will do. The amplifier is selected as the power source, similar to if I were to use an element stone with a normal craft. However, I can feel my True Core pouring energy into this entire process, similar to using mana crystals as a catalyst for a craft. It all seems far above the capabilities a simple skill like craftsmanship should be able to do. But just like the time I exposed myself to large amounts of green divine threads, and my body and the system itself began to mutate as a result of it, this feels just the same. I need something to bring my abilities to the next level, and my current weapons can't handle the abuse they've been taking much longer. Any more of this, and they could take on divine energy wounds that need far longer to heal, or, in the worst case scenario, permanently break. As Redgrave's angry yells cease and his gaze turns to me again, I press yes without delaying any longer. The red and black blades begin to fill with energy from my True Core, saturating them far more than they ever have in battle, beyond their limits. While the yellow cube floats closer to the center between the blades, I feel the swords begin to pull toward the cube between them with a force of gravity of their own, and I instinctively let go while divine threads continue to flood out from my fingertips. To power the process taking place, the 2 blades begin to spin around the cube and shine brighter and brighter, giving off the shine and gravity signature of a newly forming True Core. I watch in awe as they spin faster, getting closer together, while Redgrave kicks off the stone structure at the back of the room to stop whatever I am doing and attempt to end this fight. Shockwaves erupt from the bottom of the room as well, as Ember fends off the Bloodhound relentlessly, sending flames his way. The 2 rotating swords spin so fast and shine so bright. It is hard to see where each one is, and I can't even see the exact location of the originator artifact. I can only make a guess based on the dense center of gravity pulling this craft together. Redgrave yells at the top of his lungs while swinging his sword across his body my way. This is it. You are finished. Not only am I going to obliterate the 8 great regions and Dark Continent, I'll slaughter every one of those Divine Court allies you've been nurturing below the Crimson City. Beckman wanted to keep them as farming slaves, but I'll give them a fate worse than that because you scratched my new armor against that rock. His laugh and crazed stare return as he gets up close again, and at the same time, a pulse of incredibly dense divine energy and dark red energy explodes out from the center of the 3 objects that I set out to merge. My reflexes take over as there is only a fraction of a second to spare. I jump off the wall and grab the object from within the aura of divine energy and swing it across my body while positioning myself to receive the least lethal strike if all still fails. However, my safety measures aren't necessary. Both of my hands grasp around a glossy, dark red longsword. Its color changes like it is alive, shifting from black to red to yellow to even white as my true core instantly synchronizes with the blade in my hand, as if it is an extension of my own body. My system interface picks up a glimpse of its new status reading stored in my subconscious. Divine Emperor's Soul Sword, Soul Bonded, Evolution Attribute, LV 0. Fire Affinity, Dark Affinity, 2,769% Strength, 2,518% Mental Strength, 2,502% Speed, 2,240% Agility, 2,149% Defense. It collides with the hot yellow blade that Redgrave wields, and we're both trapped in midair with equal force. The eruption of raw red and yellow flames intertwined with gravity waves that comes off it is even more brutal than our last exchange. The old man's crazed gaze locks with mine, and when my sword withstands the blow of the attack, and a surge of hundreds of thousands of new links of loyalty stats come flooding into my body, I have just the extra push I need to deflect the incoming strike. I twist my body out of the way to swing again and counter with a slash that lands a gash across the massive greater form's chest. We're both sent flying back again by the shockwave, but this time, I am not injured at all. It is my laugh that echoes through the room now, sending ripples of fear through the self-proclaimed strongest divine fire magic user in the world. While the counter I sent his way hardly made it through his armor and only left a small scratch on his real skin, it is the first injury this man has felt in decades. I yell back while jumping off the wall, amplifying my flame's heat, and letting more and more true core's threads flood into the upgraded weapon in my grasp. I am going to do a lot more than scratch that armor of yours. If you are one of the newest links that just joined the show, I thank you for the push. Today's series of battles have just begun. Redgrave grits his teeth and holds his sword tight again, but doesn't build up enough momentum to properly block my incoming strike. As our swords clash again, he is sent flying to the opposite corner of the room, as he has blocked my attack at an awkward angle, and his mind is shaken from the absurdity of my upgrade mid-fight. Without having to waste time healing myself after every exchange, I immediately kick myself off the nearest rock structure and follow his flight path to send another strike his way with no mercy, going straight for the vitals as fast as I can. There is another explosion of flames as he blocks me, still with superior overall strength on his side. But I position my strike to send him flying into the nearest rock structure, then spin around it to land another hit on one of his exposed legs, melting through his blood-bonded armor again, and leaving another small divine wound on his flesh. Every few seconds, I feel more links of loyalty forming as a great surge of people not wanting to miss out on the odd shared phenomena spreads like wildfire. Even so, in the pace that this battle is taking place, I still won't be stronger than my enemy before it is over. I have to rely on the momentum I have now, and my superior agility and perception. With a grin across my face, with eyes wide mimicking the crazed state of the man that threatened my life and everything I hold dear, I yell out again while sizing up my next strike. What was that? You said you'd do what to my inner circle. And what was it that you were going to do to the nations of people I vowed to protect today? Redgrave is thrown back again as I hit him at an awkward angle, and I manage a secondary swing that rips through his chest plate again, leaving another gash. There is no response from my taunt, as the old man's fiery, crazed, playful attitude is completely gone. I land 7 more hits over the next half a minute, but this is over 20 exchanges, as it gets harder and harder to land the perfect shot. His eyes show hints of fear and despair, but this emotion fades too. His aura grows more callous and his mind becomes more focused after each of our exchanges. My instincts tell me I need to finish this fast, as the longer I put off landing, a fatal hit, the more time this multi-century-old battlemaster will have to remember his prime and truly come out of retirement, as he said he would. Chapter 673. Another dozen exchanges pass, and neither of us lands a single hit on the other. Redgrave's advantage at the start, as I had a weaker set of weapons, has been nullified. And now, the element of surprise is no longer to my advantage as the Divine Flame user is fully focused and waiting for me to slip up. 2 massive divine energy wounds burn in my chest, while 10 smaller slashes glow all over Redgrave. All over this side of the world, more and more people are stopped in place, pausing their usual morning tasks to watch the movie playing in the back of their minds. My understanding of the scenes playing out is transmitted to their subconscious minds, allowing them to receive a high level of perception of my surroundings. Even if this wasn't an extreme life or death battle, the clarity with which I am looking into my surroundings would already be jaw-dropping. Even the speed at which I am processing changing variables is transferred to the viewer's minds in a digestible manner. The looks of awe and amazement on family members and friends prompt tens of thousands more links to rush in every few seconds, not wanting to miss out on the world-shaking event happening, or at the very least to be entertained. The pairs of eyes watching me surpass 18 million and rise with every exchange, adding more base stats to every strike I throw. Not only this, but I become far more proficient with my new blades. It is longer, heavier, and sharper than any sword I've ever used before, but with every hit, I feel more confident throwing more deadly strikes. Redgrave also falls into his own rhythm, digging deep into the depths of his mind to remember the old days when he was fighting to the top to become one of the 3 strongest figures in this world. Even before it was connected to the system, his calculated gaze grows sharper, and the energy pouring out of his core grows hotter and more precise. Our rate of improvement feels equal, as both of us are raising the stakes after every exchange. The old man's anger deep down grows, as he feels he should be the superior fighter by a long shot. It is masked well, but after another dozen clashes without either of us even landing a single hit on one another, his rage comes out, and he yells again. But not at me. Hey, Mutt, ignore that overgrown lizard, and help me take this imposter down. I have trials to complete. I can't be wasting my energy on this warm-up. A ripple of fear comes out in his yell as he looks down at the battle below, and I take advantage of his plea for help to land another light slash on his midsection. I grin and kick off the air to follow the old man. Down below, Ember shows off a toothy grin as well, realizing I've turned the battle around and put all of the odds in my favor. The fiery hound that Ember has been trading equal blows with turns its gaze toward me, and its collar burns bright yellow, mimicking the true core glow that Redgrave's sword gives off. The flames that erupt from the monstrous hound's mouth are many times hotter and stronger than its past ones, and a yellow aura surrounds its body, showing off a greater energy form manifesting around it. The massive wall of flames sent Ember's way is meant as a distraction as the bloodhound jumps upward toward me, attempting to keep me occupied, while Redgrave gets a hold of himself to send a fatal blow my way. However, Ember's words before the match began give me confidence that I can focus on my own fight. He would take care of the pup, and I handle the old man. I air-step forward without caring to defend against the approaching fiery dog at all. My gaze and blade are completely focused on Redgrave as I land another hit on his side as he is off guard again. The reaction to my hit isn't the same, as his confident, fiery attitude returns even while he is sent flying backward into the black wall. His laughter and mocking tone echo throughout the room while I lunge toward him again, with the bloodhound approaching from my back at a fast rate. This is it. You can't dodge both of us. Your measly hits will be a reminder for me to keep my guard up when I climb the tower. I'll still feel these fresh scars when I watch your people burn. His eyes widen with his excited, crazed stare as I swing my sword across my body, and the hound's open maw is aimed for my exposed back. Right before its jaws clamp down on me to stop me from swinging at Redgrave, The yellow wall of flames from below that covered Ember pulses and ripples, then parts entirely. A flash of light beams upward, and a massive dragon's set of claws covered in silver divine light makes contact with the throat of the fiery hound's greater form. It is sliced through like butter, leaving bone-deep claw marks in its flesh and shattering the yellow collar around its neck. Crimson blood explodes from the wound, and the greater form of the hound is broken, while it is sent flying upward from the impact to smash against the red artificial sky above. I continue my forward slash, while Redgrave's excited gaze turns to fear, and he uses the last few milliseconds to move his sword in front of mine to try and block. Too late. I yell into his consciousness while twisting my body and completely avoiding his blade to land a direct hit on his right leg. Without any proper preparation to block, other than the last-ditch effort with his sword, my attack slices cleanly through, crippling him on the spot. The intensity of the clashing divine flames in the room incinerates the severed flesh before it even falls to the ground. His murderous roar is horrific, but that doesn't deter me from kicking off the air again to land a counter and leave a deeper gash across his chest before we're both sent flying back. His greater form allows him to create a phantom limb, so our battle isn't over just yet. But both of us know that was the deciding factor, and the rage-filled flames and incoherent yells he lets out like a kid throwing a tantrum say it all. Ember soars upward, with a single set of claws glowing silver with a calm expression on his face, while I rocket myself forward with the same precision and patience as any other attack, and the slow grind continues. Redgrave's excess energy is now allocated to forming an extra leg, while his mental state is broken again. I land light hits almost every exchange, landing 34 more divine slashes all over his torso, back, and arms over the next 40 collisions. Confusion, stress, and fear ripple out of the man that was on top of the world just minutes ago as my strength continues to rise, and his fatigue and blood loss become worse. The fiery hound's amplifier of a collar has been shattered, and it has to rely on its true core strength alone. Ember doesn't miss a single shot, toying with the pup, leaving claw marks all over its body while sending it flying into pillars and walls, with no mercy for its pain-filled howls. Redgrave's anger takes over, and he loses all focus while yelling out loud as he realizes his end is truly near. Beckman, you were wrong. You were never wrong. This isn't right. I am the strongest. He sends waves of fire at the ceiling, while his greater form grows, and his tantrum gets louder. I land an easy hit on his left shoulder, as he is not even blocking properly anymore, and slice it clean off, sending it to spiral downward and burn to nothingness in the flames while he yells even more. I am the strongest divine fire user. I can't die. It is impossible. I'll burn this entire world to ash to prove it. The prophecy, the man of flames will be the one to walk through the final door. It is me. This is a dream. This isn't happening. His yells are cut short again as I push myself off another nearby pillar and cleanly slice off his last remaining leg, then bounce off the closest wall and slice off the final defending sword-wielding arm without taking another breath. My mind's eye watches Ember pin the flaming hound to the floor on the opposite side of the room and swipe his claws across its neck to decapitate it, finishing the final blow. At the same time, while the glowing yellow sword falls to the floor with the defenseless man's burning limbs, I air-step off the air to look the delusional angry man in the eyes while plunging my sword forward into his chest. Once I feel the soul sword pierce his true core, I finally speak again. You were right. This was a good warm-up. 1 down, 3 to go. There is a final burst of yellow flames that erupts from Redgrave's greater form, but his mind has become too fractured, and his decades of prophecy-driven fantasies of becoming a god have made him far too delusional to even accept the reality in front of him. I shove my blade deeper into his core, shattering it, and thrusting upward to finish the kill. His screams vibrate through my body, but I don't feel sorry even for a fraction of a second, as this quick death is a blessing compared to what he taunted he would do to my empire. Level up notifications ring in my ears from both Ember's kill and mine. Plus, absorption pop-ups show in my mind's eye as an absurd amount of true core threads is siphoned out of the greater energy form I've killed and enter my own. I feel my core grow in size by over 5 times, and the amount of divine threads coursing through my body multiplies enough to finally fill out my entire greater form to handle the hundreds of millions of borrowed stats coursing through my veins. Level up X 4638. Use absorption skill. Fire summoning upgrade. Supreme. Yes. No. Use absorption. Makey P. 5298887 282 884 275 50. Yes. No. Use absorption stat. Strength points. 9941. Yes. No. I reach LV 12,589 and press yes. To accept an upgraded version of my fire magic, almost 10,000 strength stats, as well as a massive amount of mana control, while the innate understanding of a new true core ability flows into my mind, without even trying to activate it. The flames that surround my body become hotter, and they're tethered with true core threads with such ease, it feels like the fire is made of divine energy, and mana isn't even their base anymore. The room fills with flames as both my power and Ember's power instantly skyrocket, and all the remaining flesh and weak gear from our enemies is burned away. The 3 eyes of the silver statue at the back of the room pulse with silver light again, and the massive pillars of stone and red sky of a battlefield start to shift and revert back to their black natural state. The only thing left is the yellow blade Redgrave was wielding, fractured pieces of a collar and a massive red burning firestone in place where the corpse of the hound was under Ember's claws. I can feel my blade drawn toward all 3 of these items in an odd way, tugging at the back of my consciousness, wanting to consume them. However, one last notification that I haven't touched yet still lingers at the back of my mind and keeps my attention. Rank up? Yes, no. Chapter 674. I hover down to the ground as the artificial sky turns dark, and the pillars of stone mold back into the floor. A bright rank up notification glows in my mind's eye, waiting to be accepted, while my soul sword feels the presence of 3 items drawing me closer to them. One feeling is far more compelling, so I fly down to hover above Redgrave's still bright yellow glowing sword, which gives off the heat of a true core even when its wielder is dead. A new system panel hovers between my blade and the glowing one on the ground as I descend. Consume yes, no. When I press yes, and the 2 artifacts touch, the yellow blade on the floor glows bright white, turning to silky yellow liquid before my eyes, then siphoning into the tip of my own sword. I expected a dramatic light show and process like when the weapon was crafted, but it all happens extremely fast. The blade in my grasp gives off the feeling that it is still hungry, and a food source like that hardly quelled its appetite. My sword feels stronger already, but the ease with which it consumed another living weapon, and the fact that it is still sitting at LV0, makes me realize I've yet to comprehend the potential of the new weapon in my grasp. This feeling of awe and wonder only grows as I walk over to the Supreme Grade Firestone, densely packed with divine threads and immense power. It, too, is consumed in less than a second. Even the pile of glowing yellow shards from the fiery hound's collar turns to liquid and is pulled into my blade without any light show or sense of satisfaction. It is as if the blade was expecting to finally quench its thirst after days in the desert, but all it got was a single drop of water. Power surges through the now vibrant red sword, but it is desperately craving another battle. The blade's status still reads LV0, even now, but I can feel that its strength has grown a considerable amount in the last few minutes. Once the last drop from the collar disappears, the blade goes dormant, falling back to a solid black state. Yet I sense the presence of a static connection through my body and mind as it continues watching through my eyes. I let out a sigh and power down my greater form as the heat in the room dissipates. An Ember flies over, powering down his greater form as well. We both stand in the center of the massive black room with nothing but the silver demon statue looking down at us. The same ancient voice reverberates in my mind while silver text flashes before me. All conditions met. One soul-bonded pair remaining. Would you like to start the trials? Yes. No. It shimmers in a metallic silver font, wavering in the air. When I look away, the text is locked above the statue's head, right in front of its array of 9 arms. Ember reads it too, then grins and looks over to me. We can wait as long as we need to before beginning the first trial. The third rank up isn't always instant. It may take a few minutes if it is a big one. It is best we take the time to rank up now while we still have that luxury. I nod and sit down on the empty floor, letting go of my soul sword, and it rotates around me in a dormant state without me having to exert any effort whatsoever. Ember sits down in an identical position about 100 meters away, and I speak up, feeling over 18 million pairs of eyes still watching in shock after the massacre they just witnessed. As I said before, this is just the start of today's fight. The opponent I just defeated is likely to be my easiest win. I am not going to be able to do this without your help. You can hear me, see my actions, even peer into my system notifications, and feel everything I am feeling. I am going to take a moment to rest and rank up. The only thing I ask of you is to spread the word, whether it is for entertainment while watching the show, or you feel obligated to save this world together. Tell a family member, send a transmission to a friend outside of the 8 great regions or dark continent. We'll need every link we can get. Then I press yes to rank up. Instantly, a familiar white light washes over me. Mana and divine energy cycle through my body, creating a warm and satisfying sensation all over. It takes a few minutes, just as Ember said it would. My calm, resting state is broken by the sound of notifications in my mind. 10,000 strength, 10,000 mental street strength, 10,000 speed, 10,000 agility, 10,000 defense. New buff, divine elemental's astral form. Once I open my eyes again, all of my fatigue is gone, and even the 2 divine energy wounds on my chest have almost completely healed. I take a deep breath in and out while standing to my feet and opening my status to see a brand new buff. My eyes shift over to Ember, and I see he has received a new buff as well. Divine Dragon's astral form. My eyebrows raise as my voice echoes through the empty room. What is an astral form? It looks like we both received one, he replies while staring up at the silver demonic statue. It is far rarer than a greater energy form. I believe you met one while we were inside that purple construct. Rarely does more than one entity per planet receive a form like this. I've had one before. This room will be too confined to show off its full power, but it will certainly help us during these trials if we run into a problem. It will be very straining to use this while we're yellow cores. It won't be worth the fatigue and strain to even test it out. I grin, remembering the green serpent, cyan knights, and enormous dark blue giant that I witnessed within that construct, and think of how strong I'd be with a form like that. Then, my eyes track back down to the skill section of my status, and I see I have enough PP to upgrade a mythic grade skill to the next rank. I upgrade absorption without much extra thought, and the mythic grade tag beside it turns to divine grade. My eyes skim over the section that shows my ability to now upgrade every single one of my current mythic grade skills to divine grade after killing an entity. With the same skill, even my superior grade elemental skills can all be upgraded to supreme grade if I kill anything sharing that skill, no matter the grade. Another text box hovers at the bottom of the skill info, right above the upgrade option. Pair skill for additional perks. It shimmers in white and yellow divine light, while the rest of my status remains blue. I press it, and the entire info sheet ripples with yellow threads, spreading throughout my status interface and turning the absorption skill completely yellow. A new text box, where the pairing option sat before now, shows up. All new skills upgraded to divine grade or higher using absorption will now create unique true core abilities for the caster. My eyes widen again. In the last few minutes since defeating Redgrave, my strength and abilities have grown an astronomical amount. The overwhelming power that Demon from the Vermilion family showed before I entered the tower is far less intimidating, and instead of uncertainty, the only emotion flowing through me as I look up at the silver statue is excitement to begin the trials ahead. I smirk and grab my sword out from its rotation around me and press yes on the silver message in the sky. The text above ripples and disappears, then new silver lettering forms and the ancient voice speaks again. Enter the trial area. A portion of the floor glows with silver light, right in front of the demonic statue at the back of the room. The text fades, and both Ember and I fly forward. activating our greater forms with caution to enter the multi-kilometer wide circle before the massive silver demon. The circle stops glowing once we stand in the center of it, but a faint silver outline still shimmers, showing the borders as we stand in the middle, looking directly up at the towering silver masterpiece. It speaks again. Rules of the trials. Rule 1. You may leave any time you wish. As these words enter my consciousness, a floating silver text box hovers in front of my eyes, tracking my vision. Leave the trials. Yes, no. I press no. And it fades away, but afterward I am left in silence. The thought of the text box wanders into my mind again, and it reappears. I press no, and it fades just like before, proving its point. The voice returns. Rule 2. Death within the trials is final. Your body, energy, and property are forfeited to the Tower Master. This could have been assumed, but my mind wanders back to the time I was in Celia's construct again. Death within that pocket world was not final. Entities that died were simply transported out. It seems this construct is different. Rule 3. The third and final trial will only begin once all participants have cleared the two below, have left the tower, or have died trying. This message conveys quite a lot of information, indicating there are 3 trials in total, and confirming that this third and final trial likely requires all remaining members within the tower present. The demon's confidence that we would settle things within the tower makes far more sense now. The room falls silent again as the silver text completely dissipates, but the silver energy quickly returns as the 3 eyes of the demon statue at the back of the room shine bright. Though it doesn't completely blind me this time, the silver light just pulses outward and ripples through both mine and Ember's bodies as if it is performing an appraisal. The text paired with the voice returns. Trial 1. Body, calculating necessary difficulty. The bright silver text that reads, Body, stays hovering over the demon's head while all other text fades away. Then, in the grasp of each of the demon's hands, silver longswords start to form from left to right. One by one, all 9 hands of the demon form massive silver swords in their grasps. Difficulty calculated. Trial 1. Round 1 of 9 shall commence. Objective. Block the incoming strike. As this text fades, 8 of the 9 silver blades disappear, but 1 remains. The demon's head doesn't move, but I can feel its 3 silver glowing eyes staring deep within me. Then, the kilometer-long arm holding the single massive silver blade comes swinging down toward us. Chapter 675. Ember's voice echoes through my mind as the silver blade comes down toward us. Block it! This first round shouldn't be difficult with the new power we've gained. Despite these words, I can't sense the blade's true power. It is tens of times longer than my greater form's rendition of my soul weapon. Yet I still act as if this is a deadly strike, putting almost everything I have into a block, even activating the hexagonal defensive array in front of my blade while swinging upward. Ember grins and flies up to block with a clawed hand as well. But he doesn't even use the silver energy he did while attacking the fiery hound in our last fight. When the city-sized blade crashes down to slam against my barrier and Ember's claw, I feel its immense pressure. But it stops with ease, not even making it a quarter of the way through my defenses. A massive silver 3, 2, 1, 0 floats in the sky. And as the 0 dissipates, so does the entire sword pushing down on us. The demon's arm moves back upward into its dormant position, and new text appears. Round 2 of 9 shall commence. The same demon's arm grows a new silver blade, and on the opposite side of the statue, a second silver blade forms right after. The first sword that formed instantly flies downward, and Ember's voice sounds in my mind again. His tone a bit more serious than the last transmission. Brace for impact. My defenses from the last round haven't even dissipated, so I just imbue more divine energy to restore the hexagon and stare upward, ready for another strike. That hit was strong, but really nothing I can't handle. Even if I didn't block it and took it straight on my chest, I doubt it would have left a mark larger than the first blow I took from Redgrave. That being said, with my true core being over 5 times stronger now, multiplying my absurd boost in stats even higher, It may have given me a new skewed perspective on what is really powerful or not. Just minutes ago, I probably wouldn't have been able to block that sword without using my full power. Still, in the back of my mind now, I question whether or not I am overestimating these trials. Maybe Redgrave really was the strongest of the big three, and I already fought the toughest battle today. These brief thoughts are instantly discarded as the blade from above slices through over 3/4 of my hexagonal barrier, proving to be far more lethal than the first round. Before I even piece this thought together, the second arm swings downward too, following a mirrored flight path, and coming down on the exact pressure point to fuse with the first sword. Together, they press downward and shatter my hexagonal barrier with ease, now clashing blade on blade with my soul weapon's greater form, an Ember's set of claws. 3, 2, 1, 0. The two swords disappear once the countdown stops, and I immediately restore my energy as quickly as possible to prepare for the next attack while turning to Ember. What was that? The sword got stronger, and there were two. Is it going to get exponentially harder each time? Ember finally readies his claws with silver divine threads while replying. I've never faced this exact trial before, so your guess is as good as mine. There may be one problem, though. It calibrated the strength difficulty based on both of our potentials, not just yours. So, prepare to push yourself to a new limit. That fight we just had really was a light warm-up. The next round's text glows in the air as soon as Ember's words cease. 3 blades on the demon statue manifest in its grasp, and the first comes swinging down mere seconds after the last round. My gaze becomes fully focused on the statue overhead, and instead of just blocking, I jump upward, matching Ember's technique, and my soul sword pulses red for the first time since it consumed the leftover artifacts, as now it senses this will be a real challenge, and it is intrigued. The only thing on my mind is stopping the silver blade coming my way as I swing my sword upward and activate my hexagonal defenses, paired with releasing a wave of divine flames, using my true core's new divine fire ability. Even so, my barrier is shattered by the first silver sword like it is glass. Ember makes contact with the blade with 2 sets of claws covered in identical silver light, but it doesn't slow it down. We're both pushed down to the black floor in the center of the testing circle. I can feel the weight of the blade, tens of times stronger than in the first round. The second sword moves the instant we get comfortable, and when it slams downward to combine with the first, I feel shockwaves vibrating through my bones. My telekinesis skill activates, as well as my mana manipulation, wind magic, and all of my gravity control abilities turn on as well, pushing upward on the blade with every trick I have to keep it from moving downward any further. Ember lets out a roar and sends a pillar of dense flames from his mouth to push the blade upward as well. It pushes against the sharp side where we block at the same time that the third and final sword comes crashing down. The imagery of Palmyra falling from the sky flashes back into my mind. But this is so many times heavier, as if the stone was made of pure iron, and a giant demonic god is above applying telekinesis to combat my own, to crush us. The bugs below. Numbers count down in the sky, but I don't even pay attention to them. I just use every bit of strength and energy to hold the 3 silver blades back. They dissipate once the numbers hit 0, and the massive red and yellow crescent of flames that had been held back in my blade rockets upward, and so does Ember's fiery beam of light. As the 3 arms move back to their start position, and the message for round 4 blinks in the sky, I turn to Ember while breathing heavily. If we have 6 more of these rounds, you are going to need to use that golden light. He cuts me off as the swords begin to form in the demon's hands, 2 on each side. My power is sealed for good reason. I can only use so much before we leave this realm. Small bits of silver threads can be used now that I am a true core, but any more, and I'd be out of commission for quite a while like last time. The first sword of the 4th round begins to move down, and his eyes become extremely serious, while a bright yellow glow starts to expand around him. Activate your astral form. This one won't be pretty if we take it on like this. I stare upward at the incoming blade and do as he says. Outside the tower, the moment I began the trials, The throne flashes silver, and everyone, demons and humans surrounding it, received an identical message in their vision. All challengers have entered. The trials have begun. Simultaneously, a massive transparent dome of silver light, hundreds of kilometers high and thousands of kilometers wide, erupts from the midpoint of the tower up in the sky and creates a force field of strange energy around the desolate desert where the abyss used to cover the lands. The bronze-horned demon takes this cue to bring half of the demon forces, containing 2 high-level yellow cores, half a dozen orange cores, and over 100 red cores, to challenge the Central Association's forces that don't even have a single fighter above a mid-level yellow core. The black-horned demon, wielding a mysterious long spear, eyes raven up and down for a few seconds, while the other head general leaves, then gives the orders to his identical battle squad to move out toward the Crimson Army in inner circle. Everyone's auras are semi-concealed, as the generals on the battlefield know if they were to push their pressure on their subordinates, they would all be knocked unconscious before the battle even began. This is evident as many yellow flashes of light simultaneously burst upward into the sky, away from the tower at a 45-degree angle in varying directions. Half a dozen yellow cores from the Association squad collide with the 3 generals from the Demon squad deep into the dead zone of Sector 3, and the bronze-horned demon dagger wielder watches his 2 underling generals toy with the Association's remaining strongest troops, like mice. The commanders and demonic knights charge toward the 2 groups of Central Association workers and wield foreign demonic soul energy, strengthened by divine energy, that overpowers every single one of the humans in less than 15 seconds. They don't go for the kill, mostly immobilizing or knocking out the humans as per their orders, because once the world is conquered, strong humans will be necessary for labor. Meanwhile, the Blackhorn spear user and Raven fly the furthest away, toward the silver barrier's edge in Sector 2, almost 1,000 kilometers away, before they release their true core's auras. The demon doesn't immediately attack, but still cautiously looks at her with his arms crossed, and the spear spinning around his body slowly. He speaks while grinning to show his sharp white teeth. You are the strongest one left on this planet, it seems. All of your leaders that could have taken us out will be killed inside the throne. Our Lord Vermilion is destined for unfathomable greatness. The humans of this world are doomed. It would be in your best interest to give up now before I make you wish you died with your leader. Raven pulls out her 2 silver blades, pointing them forward with sharp eyes. I could say the same to you. Put down your spear now, and I'll make your death quick and painless. At the same time, 2 massive mana-dominated divine auras ripple outward from Sector 1, as Abby and Maria both pull from the 1% borrowed stats available to them from over 18 million links of loyalty to combat the 2 high-level yellow cores that follow them. 2 more strong purple auras ripple out from near the tower, as Aerie promotes Luna to a commander, and she gains 0.25% borrowed stats, while 13 enormous demonic eyes appear in the sky. Aerie uses the remaining 0.75% borrowed stats to power up his greater archer form, and use the link through Luna's eyes to watch the Association's troops being decimated. Simultaneously, he keeps an eye on the second squad of approaching orange and red demonic forces. His strongest arrow is pulled back, ready to kill with pinpoint accuracy within milliseconds. Fisher and Lydia lead the Crimson Army into battle to take on the demonic forces 4 times their size. Monk, the Saint, and the 2 orange core disciples glow white, growing and activating unique chi-powered greater forms to follow close behind the Crimson Army's troops. My 3 doubles hover above them all, ready to take on red-cored demonic knights and sacrifice these mana manifestations if necessary to save my allies. Raven and the Blackhorn demon are the first to collide. Silver blades against a long black spear, sending an ominous divine energy ripple throughout the entire silver dome, signifying that the battle outside the throne has begun. Chapter 6, 76. I activate my new ranked-up buff, the Divine Elemental's astral form, and feel a very strange energy vibrate out from my true core. At first, it feels like pure mana, as if I am just activating a normal system skill, but the artificial feeling of a true core's ability triggers in my mind by the time a yellow aura begins to grow outward, making another figure expand larger than my greater form it feels extremely natural, like my divine energy is tethering with the mana manifestation and replacing it entirely. If I wasn't completely focused on the silver sword above me, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the mana particles being activated and the divine energy that is melting together with it. Ember grows larger as well, both of us expanding many times our original size before making contact with the silver blade that falls down on us. My energy form grows to over 150 meters tall, making my sword alone near the size of a sports field. I brace for a mind-bending pressure to vibrate through my bones again, pouring every drop of power into this buff, feeling as though there is no end to the expansion it is allowing. I would have grown even larger if there wasn't a time constraint of having to block the falling sword. However, on impact, it doesn't even feel heavy at all. Before I know it, the second blade comes crashing down, then the third and the fourth as well. My intense concentration is broken out of shock at how easy this block was. But it doesn't even matter. All 4 blades combined don't even stack up to the pressure I felt in the first round. I didn't even form the hexagonal defensive array to slow the blades, and it feels like I was blocking a wooden sword in a practice room without even activating magic. The numbers count down to 0, and the swords dissipate. This massive astral form feels so real, unlike my greater energy form, where it is clear I am controlling a mana manifestation. This incredibly massive divine flaming perfect energy depiction of myself feels as though I am standing in my normal body. I see clearly out of the multiple meter wide eyes, and grasping my sword feels eerily natural. Ember's voice echoes in my mind as I watch his form continue to grow. Don't hold back. The moment you deactivate this form, we're going to be in trouble. Give it your all until the trial is over. As silver text for the 5th round, and an ancient voice ring in my ears with far more clarity than before, I shake myself out of the awe of the new form and continue pouring every drop of mana and divine threads I have into it. The 5 silver blades come crashing down on us one by one, and my flaming yellow astral form reaches over 200 meters in height. The blades that collide with my crimson, glowing astral soul sword definitely hold weight this time, but it still feels like something I'd receive in a friendly spar. Ember's eyes are as serious as they were in the 3rd round, when we were almost crushed to death, and when this round finishes and the 6th begins, his bright yellow astral claws start to shimmer with silver light. My body becomes over 250 meters tall, and at this point, I can feel the growth begin to slow. The excess divine aura radiating off of me feels as if it is constrained within this small room, as none of my yellow threads can seep out of the black walls. It reminds me of the green serpent I saw in the sky of Celia's construct, as its aura stretched thousands of kilometers. Ember even said it would be limited in a room like this. With the amount of power surging through me now, it is hard to believe this is still somehow an incomplete version of this astral form. That, coupled with the fact that the mere availability of my true core's threads is also holding me back. I feel as though I could grow this form to an astronomical size, with no natural limit at all given enough divine energy and space to push my aura outward. As the 3 silver blades on each side of the demon fall down on us, I activate my hexagonal barrier this time around. As Ember isn't taking any chances either, it withstands the first 4 blades but is shattered by the 5th, and once I take the full impact of the 6th blade, with Ember even sending a wave of flames from his astral mouth, the true weight of the demonic statue is felt throughout my body. I've reached an absurd amount of power, and am certain I am at my limit. The blades pushing down on me are manageable, and I don't feel as though I won't block this attack, but I do have to use my full focus and push upward with considerable strength. If I didn't block the blow with a defensive array beforehand, I would be sweating. The countdown commences, and the 6 silver blades disappear. This is when the true gravity of the situation kicks in, as there are 3 rounds to go. The 7th round comes and goes, and it is even worse than I expected. While pushing upward with everything I have, the second of 7 swords breaks through my defense array, and myself and the 25-0 meter-low NG glowing silver and yellow dragon take a beating from 7 massive blades. I feel my links of loyalty surpass 19 million while the countdown begins. My mind is elsewhere, but a new surge in power is noticeable as an abnormally high amount of links come rushing in from somewhere. All new and old eyes stare through mine, looking past the 7 silver swords at the 2 remaining dormant, and the 3 silver eyes staring down at me. The timer hits 0, and the blades disappear, but the enormity of the 5-kilometer. High Demon exudes its true aura, while 8 blades light up with silver glowing energy. The demon's silver text and ancient voice ripple into my consciousness, while I already prepare to use every trick I have to block this next strike. Amplified gravity magic, using my heavy hand skill. Telekinesis, with the upward momentum that would hold up the entirety of Solara. A fully charged 120 meter low NG Astral Soul Sword, swinging upward fortified by divine fire magic, and a defensive barrier holding as many divine threads as my form can spare. My soul sword burns hotter and hotter in my grasp, as it is far more excited to receive the first incoming silver sword than I am. Before the demon's blade has even made its way halfway to us, it is hit with Ember's beam of fire, with trace amounts of silver threads within, and my aura is focused upward on a small area to slow the fall. But it hardly does a thing. My barrier is shattered like glass, and we both take the blow head on. I feel Dochi Jovu, like we're back in round 3. As with each passing sword strike, my vision becomes more tunneled, and my bones vibrate with sharp pain. The only thing on my mind is pushing upward. I don't even pay attention to the countdown, as every bit of my mental and physical power is going into blocking these 8 fused blades. I almost black out, but the pressure is lifted once the counter hits 0, and fatigue and pain ripple through every part of me. My bones feel as though they've been fractured and partially healed hundreds of times over in just a matter of seconds. And a familiar mind, numbing ringing now sounds in my ears. It feels as though I just fought an exhausting battle, far worse than the shape I was in after defeating Redgrave, almost comparable to my mental state after meeting Raven for the first time. Abby's restoration magic, or a full hibernation period, is necessary right now, but there is no time to rest. I somehow have to face an attack magnitude stronger than that, while in far worse mental and physical shape. Round 9 of 9 shall commence. This echoes through my mind before I can even regroup my thoughts. And all 9 of the silver blades light up while the demon's 3 eyes flash and look down on me. Fear runs through my mind, and it can be felt throughout all 20119524 links that watch through my eyes. It has only been a few seconds, but over 1 million fresh links of loyalty flow into my system. While I could look throughout the 8 great regions and dark continent to pinpoint where this new surge of power is coming from, my mind is fully occupied on the demonic statue above me. As for the first time in this entire trial, its head moves to look down, and the first bladed arm moves to strike right after. Every single link felt and conceptualized the strength of that last barrage of 8 attacks and the extent of my power I just used. My mind races for ideas, and I reach into my item storage to grab a handful of unique green fruits left over from my true core's awakening. If anything would, these could give me a boost, but I am not sure if they will really do much. Even Ember contemplates activating his golden divine threads, but we both know if he does that, I would be all alone to finish the trials and face everyone else inside. It is a hidden trump card, but not one we can afford to use right now. What is coming next might be impossible to stop. Before these trials even began, during my fight with Redgrave, 2 people deep within the Apex region make a decision that may change the result of this final round. Bree and Rodrigo hear the words being spoken about central headquarters and tear the Apex region's headquarters apart top to bottom, looking through every spare vault and even small association headquarters all over the region looking for a single object. A message is sent out to all of the regional directors, A-class hunters, B-class hunters, and even regional elites all over the nation, linked to the Rising Emperor or not. And there is only one transmission back after a nerve-wracking wait. Yes? Regional Overseer Miss Brianna. This is a transmission from the off-site Apex region vault. There are old transport crystals to Central stored here from right after the war. Will those do? Send your location, is all that is heard back. And soon after, 2 flashes of white light blink through the sky to a base 200 kilometers away from the capital. While my fight with Redgrave battled on and the trials began, Rodrigo and Bree find themselves teleporting into an old underground headquarters in the middle of the central headquarters mountain, built far before the divine flames were made around the mountain. Neither of them wastes time and breaks through the ceiling upward many floors before they find themselves in one of the many Central Association branches full of C and B grade hunters. Normal intruder protocol is followed, but there are barely any elite forces present in Central at the moment. Almost every single divine core holder, minus a small select few red and orange cores to man widespread security, has left the world capital to fight in the Dark Continent. The duo, wielding light magic and mana control that far surpasses anyone on this entire mountain, subjugates everyone in their way until they reach the control rooms and people in charge of large-scale public transmissions. On the far side of the world, it is nearing nighttime, while in the Dark Continent, the sun is still rising. A broad message in a woman's voice echoes over many local news stations and public channels for many millions of people walking through the streets to hear. This is not a normal message. I repeat, this is not a normal message. There is a vast world beyond this city. The leaders of the Central Association have been lying to you all for decades. Many listening may not believe a word I say at first, or may be too young to even understand. The Great War never ended. It carries on beyond those yellow flames. If you do as I say, I can prove it to all of you right now. If you wish to leave this land, or save the world, listen to my words. Mass confusion ripples throughout the city, as one of the 10 local sectors seems to have had their transmission cables breached and a message sent out to millions of civilians in a populated area. Then 9 other branches that keep the central headquarters in line send troops toward this headquarters. Flying through the skies, the instant this message is sounded, and the few remaining divine cores in the city that actually know what is going on today instantly move out to stop the security breach from spreading further. Chapter 677. Bree's voice echoes throughout a local sector of the massive mountain above the divine flames. Rodrigo questions all of the top officers within the headquarters they've taken over in mere seconds, and finds city maps pinpointing the other control centers that manage security, and a link to wire into the transmission coverage across the other 9 districts. Bree's words of the big 3 that lived in the floating black boxes high in the sky, and the fact that the creator of those yellow flames surrounding the tower is being defeated right now is heard by tens of millions of system-awakened men and women. Her words about the Great War get many of the older crowd interested, especially when Bry gives instructions on how to help in the Second Great War, to help finish it once and for all. Even if they don't know or care what she is talking about, the permanent stat buff bonus that she mentions next brings in the younger crowd's attention, as her voice echoes through all 10 districts of the Central Association's mountain civilization. Bree repeats this message over and over again, and small amounts of people begin to give it a try, reciting their sworn loyalty to a mysterious Flame Emperor figure to get a few extra stat points, or give in to the fleeting hope that this woman's words of the Great War are true. It starts off as a slow trickle, but with the expansive scene that is instantly transmitted into their minds of a demonic statue swinging silver swords at a 250 tall flaming figure that can only be called the Flame Emperor, the word spreads like wildfire that it is real. Echoing transmissions fill every major city, but at the same time, over a dozen red cores and an orange core circle the building that Bree and Rodrigo have infiltrated with angry looks on their faces. The orange core gives the order for all of the red core Central Association scouts to eliminate the threat. Meanwhile, a battle begins in the center of the Dark Continent. Raven's blades clashing against the Blackhorn Demon's spear sends a shockwave through the entire Silver Dome, notifying everyone that the strongest forces here have begun their battle. The hazel-eyed sword wielder doesn't want to reveal her divine stealth trump card, as an eerie aura comes off this demon that makes her feel extremely on edge about getting too close. While the 7-meter-tall demon's appearance is menacing enough, it has a true core strength, slightly less powerful than Raven. Even its level is just below 10,000, but the monster has incredible natural strength and demonic soul energy that can easily rival Raven's pure mana. Their speed and reflexes are very similar as well, there is just a confidence behind the demonic white eyes and an invisible aura that makes her hesitant at first to use all of her tricks. Is that all you've got? The demon laughs while their exchanges begin, and Raven's mind flashes back to the battle she had not too far away from here with the Flame Emperor, going all out with no fear of dying at all, and enjoying the fight itself. She doesn't yell back, only grins an unnoticeable amount, and disappears before the demon's eyes. Closer to the tower, the front lines of the Crimson Army's forces collide with one of the demonic forces. Fisher and Lydia send waves that look like an icy tiger and a water serpent into their main forces, imbued with orange and yellow divine light, killing a dozen red demonic knights instantly, and a single orange Cord general, while the Crimson Army's elemental elites team up to face the red cores left behind injured from the initial strike. Waves of dense divine energy and soul energy come out of the two leading the battle, while my doubles hold the rear with the pure chi manifestation wielders. After Fisher and Lydia send off a few more attacks, and the Crimson Army's forces get deeper into full battle, dense black arrows come flying into the mix from Aerie watching from far behind with Luna's eyes above. In moments, right before disaster, the lives of Crimson Army members are saved so they can battle on with full force without the fear of death. Abby and Maria erupt with power from their general's 1% buffs, and the high-level yellow cores that come their way with killing intent in their eyes meet an unexpected early end. Two women that looked like overconfident, easy, low-level yellow core prey moments ago turn into an indestructible green flash of light and an enormous blue ice goddess. Abby decapitates and shatters the core of the demon that follows her in mere seconds, and Maria's icy blue blade doesn't even need the extra pulse from her soul energy core to come crashing down on the archdemon below her in the sky. Its blade, moving upward to block, is broken into pieces on impact, and the demon's body freezes to pure ice, shattering to icy bits while Maria finishes the entirety of the swing. Both of them stand in the sky, without any change in their breathing, with sharp eyes, waiting for a real opponent while level-up notifications ring in their ears. The bronze-horned demon, subjugating the Central Association's troops, turns his gaze to Sector 1, the direction in which two high-level generals just went dark out of nowhere. His eyes widen, and he yells out orders, while pushing himself off the desert floor with a massive amount of demonic soul energy. The dagger-wielding demon lets out an angry yell while rocketing through the air, traveling hundreds of kilometers in seconds, releasing his true core's real aura and waves of killing intent, while planning to kill the two women before him, the remaining two high-level yellow generals, and forces of red and orange cores plan to do exactly as their captain said, setting out to slaughter the entire Crimson Army as they are clearly unfit to take orders from the proper demonic authority. This battle begins. On the inside of the tower, the first of 9 silver blades comes down toward me. An abnormal amount of links of loyalty are rushing into my body. But I don't believe it will be enough. I eat a handful of all the remaining green fruits I have left over from the divine construct, and at the same time, clear my mind, focusing solely on doing everything I did in the 8th round, but with extreme and total precision, like the fate of the world truly depends on it. Unbeknownst to me, as I swing upward with all of my offensive skills activated, a defensive array forming in front of my blade, ripples of green light pulse out from my astral form's chest, strengthening my body like strong green veins, or an exoskeleton of aura, as the first blade shatters through the hexagonal barrier like it isn't even there. The blade comes crashing down against my red soul sword and against Ember's fire pillar from his mouth, and Silverclaws, now fortified with twice as many silver threads as they were for any of the last rounds. This first blade feels heavier than all 8 of the blades combined on the last round. I feel my bones and cells within my body vibrate with sharp pain, and my astral form desperately wants to dissipate on the spot. However, the green lines of energy that wrap around my form hold everything together as the entire room lights up with a bright yellow and silver glow, the ringing in my ears of divine energy, poisoning from staying enlarged in this form, and exerting myself grows over 10 times louder in a single strike. So loud. In fact, I don't even feel or see the next blade coming. It slams down, and the ringing gets worse, and the pressure on my body becomes unfathomable. I black out. Or, to better put things, I white out. My body and mind continue to push upward with instincts alone, and the silver swords keep slamming downward one by one while my mind escapes elsewhere. I hallucinate, seeing images of the first day I awakened my system, farming goblins just to pay rent. My life flashes before my consciousness. The smile of an old merchant who bought my mana crystals even before I had a hunter's license, showing up to Maria's awakening ceremony, meeting Abby at the association, and traveling to the capital of the Vice region for the first time with a small guild. Images of working for the association. Good and bad, farming dungeons, going to the C-class exams where I met both Aerie and Ember, meeting new teammates, and eventually being betrayed by the association, but continuing on with all the cards I've been dealt. My adventures through the Dark Continent, learning of Chi, divine beasts, demons, and expanding my empire back to where I started. The 8 great regions eventually all show up in stunning detail, awakening a divine core, and learning who really controls this world, touring city to get support before a battle that will decide the fate of all humans. Even the battle against Redgrave replays in my mind as the silver swords continue to fall down on me. The green energy that gave me a boost, holding my astral form together, all fades away as energy of higher tiers does not stay in one's body until the core is fully formed. However, the mental trip I've experienced flashes through everyone's minds that shares my link, showing now over 22 million people the equally beautiful and dreadful world I've seen in such a short time. Unknown to me, still in a fugue state, almost 4 million people in the Central Association have just seen the outside world for the first time in many decades. My links skyrocket, hitting 24 million by the 7th sword, and 27 million by the time the 9th and final sword in the center of the demon's grasp comes down. My massive fiery astral form shows cracks all over its surface as I hold the 9 blades back, with Ember's flames still bursting outward at full force, filling the room with fiery heat. As the timer counts down from 3, more links flow in, and more cracks form all over my greater form's surface. By the time the counter hits 0, over 30 million pairs of eyes watch through mine while the 9 swords disappear, and my astral form shatters as I stop giving it any extra energy because my job is done. All of the demon's arms move back to their starting point. Silver text hovers in the air. Round 9 of 9 complete. Trial 1, body complete. Calculating prize based on trial difficulty. Prize calculated. All of the text disappears, and the entire silver demon statue fades away, shimmering with the same silver light. 2 small black boxes fall from the ceiling and hit the floor in front of the massive arching doorway that now glows completely silver, just like the door I entered to begin these trials. Chapter 678. The ringing in my ears is extremely loud, but my vision has returned, as my full power isn't fully concentrated on keeping my astral form at max capacity anymore. Now, a large portion of my mind is occupied with using my self-regeneration to its maximum output while walking forward to the black box that has fallen from the ceiling. Each step is painful, as my entire body is fatigued and filled with pins and needles that become sharp with every movement. Ember, walking forward in his human form, doesn't look like he is in much better shape than me. His face still exudes a confident and curious expression, but his body language shows that the ordeal took a lot out of him too. While I have an enormous amount of pure mana farmed from the artificial mountains, still locked away in my storage in pure crystal form, ready to use for emergency hibernation if necessary, the boxes in front of me hold my full leftover attention. They glow with a dim white light that feels similar to divine energy, creating subtle gravity waves as it seeps out of the black boxes that don't show any openings. As soon as Ember and I get up close enough to the prizes, the tops of the small boxes dissolve away, shining with a far stronger white glow inside. The box in front of me holds 3 items. The first that catches my eye is a jagged piece of black metallic stone. But as it floats upward, pushed up by the white mist inside the box, it begins shimmering deep yellow and gives off the gravity signature of a true core. The red soul sword in my hand mentally tugs toward this object, but my gaze shifts to the other 2 that float upward in the white mist. One is barely visible, a small white orb not bigger than a common marble, but it shines with the same odd divine light that this white box's inside does. The last item I see is about 4 times larger than the white marble, but it is similarly shaped. Its color glows bright green, and I can see an immense amount of shimmering divine threads inside of it. As the green orb comes out of the white mist, the pressure it begins to exert on the room becomes greater and greater, and I even see green threads start to violently spin out from the orb as it begins to unravel itself. Without hesitating, I open an item storage portal and let the dangerous item fall inside. The 2 items that remain float upward completely out of the box, and the hunger from my sword grows as the chunk of black and yellow metal comes closer. I move my blade forward to tap it against the raw material, and a consume window shows up for me to accept on the spot. The originator rock melts to a yellow, pure divine energy mixture instantly and is consumed by my blade. My gaze switches between the red sword, rippling with yellow light as it takes longer than usual to digest the mass it is eating, and the one remaining item in front of me. Ember's voice echoes in my ears. That pill is made of low-quality divine ether, and it is in a very pure form. I guess the difficulty of that trial worked out in our favor in the end. Eat it. It'll do much more than just heal you. I raise an eyebrow and turn my head to see Ember's box open as well, and in front of him there is only a single item, a small white dragon scale, glowing with the same odd white divine glow. His finger makes contact with the white, nearly translucent scale, and at the same time, he transforms his body into his hybrid dragon form. The scale starts to glow brighter white, and the excess energy around it starts to flow into Ember's body, making his black scales, crimson eyes, and tail glow with a bright white light. The scale disappears once it looks as though it has been absorbed entirely, and all of the white light around Ember dissipates as well. I can't even tell if anything has changed, other than the pleasant expression on his face now and his apparent lack of fatigue. As he begins reverting back to his full human form, I notice a slight golden shimmer beneath some of Ember's scales, like their true color is peeking through for the first time. However, a headache pulls my vision away before I can observe any further, and I do as Ember instructed and drop the low-quality divine ether pill into my mouth. It dissolves instantly and tastes sweet like candy. The white glow spreads throughout my body quickly, feeling similar to when Abby uses her restoration skill, but with a strange divine twist to it. It feels as though I am just being healed back up to full health, but at the same time, an innate potential deep inside feels like it is being brought up to the surface, where I would usually have to dig far deeper to grasp. Just as soon as the warm feeling washes completely over me, it leaves just as fast, and the white glow completely disappears with the 2 black boxes with it. All of my fatigue, ringing in my ears, and even the pins and needles all over my body have completely left me. Yet, I don't feel especially refreshed. I just feel normal. 2 lines of text hover in front of my eyes, the first in yellow, and I feel my soul sword vibrate in my hands as the system text rings in my inner ear. The Divine Emperor's soul sword evolution attribute has reached LV1. The second is in shimmering silver, above the arching doorway, in the ancient tower's voice that rings in my mind with even more clarity than ever before. Proceed to trial to mind. Around the outside of the tower, the surges of links of loyalty surpassing 30 million increase the general's stats by an immense degree. It is much needed, as 2 new high-level Yellow Cord generals come rocketing toward the Crimson Army from their rear. The only forces waiting strong enough to stop them are the Saint in his large white pure chi, infused greater form, and Aerie now releasing one of his poisoned arrows toward one of them as they approach. However, the greatest boost is noticed in Abby and Maria as a fuming mad bronzehorn demon with a true core burning in its chest collides, with both of them at extreme speeds. One of its shimmering bronze daggers phases right through Abby's immortal form, while the other is stopped by a massive blue soul energy sword. There are 2 massive eruptions of energy that ripple through the desert, the first being the nearly equal exchange of the demon's dagger and Maria's energy blades, while the second is Abby flying around to the demon's back and stabbing through its armor with 2 daggers of her own. All 3 parties involved in the exchange are blown backward, and 2 gashes are visible on the demon's side, but both the black obsidian-colored armor and the demon's flesh become covered in purple demonic soul energy and heal back to perfect condition almost instantly. No one wastes any time getting back into the clash. But the demon is now wary that Abby is hard to hit, and the ice goddess can match his overwhelming physical strength, even with demonic soul energy imbued in his strikes. Even though this demon is at the lower tier range of a true core's size, its 7-meter tall natural stature and demonic strength are similar to a middle-level true core human, surpassing that of almost all Order members other than the big 3. Despite this, the absurd amount of mana and stats coursing through the 2 women's veins creates a sight unbelievable to the pride-filled archdemon's eyes. After 10 exchanges pass, the 2 women keep getting slightly stronger somehow, and every time the demon thinks it is about to land a hit, Maria's core pulses dark blue to let out an ominous pulse of energy to overpower it. Abby zips around the battlefield with superior speed and invulnerability, landing shot after shot on the demon's unguarded blind spots while it is mid-clash with Maria. While after every collision the demon heals, mental and physical fatigue will kick in eventually, with the links of loyalty only growing. The longer this battle rages on, the more of an advantage they'll have. The demon figures this out very quickly as well, but its overall composure doesn't change. It even laughs, mocking the 2 of them even after being sent backward from Abby landing another 2 hits. For humans, I have to give it to you. You really are strong, especially on such a world with low-quality resources like this. It heals its wounds back up and grips both its bronze daggers while its body becomes covered in demonic soul energy. I'll give you one last chance to submit. Lord Vermilion is a reasonable leader. He will spare your lives in exchange for labor, not just on this world either. Once we've taken over this planet, the expansion will only continue. Maria's massive energy blade comes crashing down while Abby zips through the sky around it to send a dual attack. As they all clash again, and the demon is pushed back with 2 dagger marks in its chest plate, Abby replies to its words. One last chance. I don't think you know who you are up against here. You are not walking away from this battle alive, and neither is your lord. Abby glances toward the tower, but the demon only bursts out into a monstrous demonic laugh. You believe any mere human could kill a demon with a noble bloodline flowing through their veins? It laughs louder and louder, while all of its wounds and armor heal. You truly believe our leader could be killed on this puny world? Allow me to demonstrate. As one of the Lord's underlings with just a fraction of its power, I'll unseal my bloodline to give you a taste of what fate this race is in for. Its laughs cease, and the demon closes its eyes. There isn't even a fraction of a second of activation time before its eyes open again, and a pulse of gray energy erupts from its core. An eerie pressure fills the silver dome, and the gravity of the Bronzehorn demon's true core increases many times over. It jumps off the air to move forward, and its speed is incomparable to what it was just seconds ago. It collides with Maria's blade that would push it back before and keep it occupied while Abby went in for the kill. But this time, Maria can't follow through with her strike at all. She has to use her soul energy core to pulse with dark blue light multiple times in a row to keep her positioning while Abby goes in to attack. The sound of Abby's daggers clanging against the demon's now impenetrable obsidian armor is matched with both Abby and Maria flung backward in a shockwave that erupts from the demon as its core continues to grow stronger as its bloodline is fully unsealed. Its yell echoes out again in a confident, arrogant laugh while its physical body grows in size. This is the power of a second-class demonic bloodline. I could kill everyone in this desert before you take 10 breaths, and you still believe there is someone from this world that can stack up to our Lord. It laughs again while locking eyes with both of them, grinning as its body grows larger and plumes of dark purple demonic soul energy cover its massive form. The demon's aura makes the air hot and heavy while it creates the manifestation of a massive dark black and purple demon the same size as Maria's ice goddess. It speeds forward with its enlarged energy daggers ready to kill, now truly on the offensive. Chapter 679. My crimson soul sword levels up and burns hot in my hands, ready for war after digesting that jagged piece of originator stone. However, it slowly fades back to black as it feels my calm heartbeat and senses no worthy opponents nearby. There is no additional information shown on my status about it, other than the hundreds of % increases in stat buffs and the LV0 turning to LV1. I am certain I'll find out more once it is in the mood to fight again. I walk forward into the massive silver portal at the back of the room, and the same warm and cold teleportation magic envelops me and Ember, bringing us into what feels like an identical room. My foot hits the hard black ground, and I look around to see the same high ceilings and smooth walls. I can still feel the outside world with perfect clarity and see the battle between the demons and my army beginning. However, after stepping through this portal, I feel tens of kilometers above the ground. My vantage point of the world has risen as this portal has brought me higher in the tower. At the back of the room, I see the outline of another door, and a massive silver statue sits in front of it. Instead of a demon, it seems this second trial has a three-headed serpent guarding the closed door. Its body coils into a large base, and its three necks stretch upward over 7 kilometers, even higher than the 9-armed demon below us. Ember walks out by my side, and we both look at the shimmering silver text floating between our gaze and the 6 eyes that shine with a silver glint, frozen in time and looking down at us. All conditions in completing trial, 1 met. Would you like to start the second trial? Yes, no. I take a deep breath, walk forward, and press yes as I feel more than ready to take on whatever it has to throw at me next. Enter the trial area. The message rings in my inner ear, and a nearly identical silver testing circle lights up in front of the silver serpent. Both of us walk forward without a word, and once we stand in its center, more text appears. Trial 2. Mind. Calculating necessary difficulty. Difficulty calculated. Trial 2. Round 1 of 3 shall commence. Round 1 of 3 title. Isolation. Objective. Endure. The far left head of the serpent moves, baring its fangs and long tongue while moving down to eye level. The entire statue glows with a faint silver light, but I can't sense it at all. Just like the silver blades in the last round. This energy is undetectable to me. Even when making contact with it, I could only quantify the pure force it exerted, not its full potential. With this knowledge, I want to be ready for anything. So I point my blade forward and activate my greater form, even preparing to activate my astral form if needed. Ember grows into his dragon form as well, but he is not nearly as on edge as I am. Before I can ask why, the serpent's head halts and its eyes flash silver, blinding me entirely. My audio, visual, and even physical senses are completely overwhelmed before I can even think to try to stay conscious. All 339218000 links of loyalty looking through my eyes lose vision of what I am seeing, and I lose my view of the outside world. The silver light fades as fast as it came, but when the darkness returns, my senses do not. All I see is darkness, and I can't feel my body either. A twisted thought races through my mind, wondering if I failed, and this is what death feels like. But feeling death dozens of times already from the perspective of my body doubles makes me quickly believe that hasn't happened. There was no notification, and a very interesting sensation lingers in my consciousness. I am unsure if it is part of this trial or an after effect of the prize from the last one. I feel a very faint indescribable pull that feels extremely similar to that white energy ember called divine ether. I can't see it and have no frame of reference to say I physically feel it. But for some reason, it is present within this endless expanse of darkness around me. The trial is one testing the mind, and the round's descriptor was isolation. I have no breath to take, nor any heartbeat to measure the time. I can't even mentally pull up my status window for external stimulation. Whatever this trial has in store for me, all I can do now is as it instructed, endure. Just a few moments ago, as Abby and Maria are attacked again by the unsealed Bronzehorn demon, its power seems to grow more and more with every second that passes. Maria's dark blue blade can deflect its dual daggers, now coated in a dense layer of demonic soul energy, creating a greater demonic form. However, She is using her full concentration and entire strength to even contend with the bloodlust-fueled demon. She has been moved entirely to the defensive, even being overpowered on some of the recent hits. The ice goddess form is sent flying backward after every exchange, closer and closer to the Silver Dome's back wall, and now, with the thick demonic soul energy defenses, Abby's close-range attacks aren't even able to make it through without dealing with that overwhelming aura with her unguarded body. The tone of their battle has completely turned on its head. One moment, they're the ones landing consistent hits to tire the demon out, and now, both of them are being overpowered. Its chaotic yell erupts through their battle as it only grows more powerful with every swing, settling into its unsealed form. It sure feels good to let out my real full power. Not so confident now, are you? He blocks Maria's incoming attack with just one dagger, then throws the other to his left side while a stream of purple soul energy shoots it forward with unbelievable speed and force. While the two are locked together, the demon's flying dagger aims straight for her vitals. Maria accepts that she won't win this exchange, twists her body out of the way, and is shot backward from the force. But the demon's flying attack grazes her midsection while it curves back to the demon's open grasp. A massive gash opens in her side as it tears through her blood-bonded armor like paper, and a demonic soul energy wound imbued with True Core's threads burns bright as she is slammed against the back wall of the Silver Dome. Abby attempts a long-range attack while the demon is focused on Maria, but the demon twists its body and sends its other dagger flying through the air, obliterating the barrage of earth pillars sent toward its back. While in its flight path, it aims to take out Abby too, but it phases through her immortal form like a hologram. She grins. But the demon doesn't seem concerned. The dagger comes flying back to it like a boomerang, and the demon points both blades together to create a dense ball of demonic soul energy floating between them. Its strength and True Core's density only become more intense and deadly with every moment that passes, and the ball of matter it is creating is densely packed with True Core's threads and violent dark purple energy. As soon as Abby darts to find another angle to launch an attack, the demon releases the strange ball of matter, and it shoots forward even faster than the flying daggers did. The instant it makes contact with Abby's immortal form, her eyes widen, and the ball of energy explodes in a violent display of power. She is sent flying backward from the blast, as the initial impact had enough strange energy inside it to somehow overpower her ranked-up buff for a split second at the instance of the explosion. The green woman coughs up blood as she shoots tens of kilometers back at a downward angle, hitting the desert floor and creating a crater from the impact. Its loud thud is followed by the demon's laughter, and at the same time, the live video feed inside the tower goes dark as the second trial begins with a mysterious severing of the visual feed. Thousands of kilometers away, in Sector 1, Raven lands her first hit on the Black Spear user's stomach, perfectly evading its senses in her invisible stealth form until the moment of contact. Her attack would have pierced right through the demon's core, but it was fast enough to shift its body and counter with its spear. Before the demon and Raven collide a second time, its shattered black armor and bleeding stomach regenerate in a plume of demonic soul energy. In their next exchange, Raven manages to slice through the demon's shoulder, but it counters with its spear, milliseconds away from landing a vital shot on Raven during the moment she is visible upon contact. The demon smirks, keeping a calm expression, while waves of gray and demonic energy ripple out from where its True Core partner is fighting. Looks like you humans are pretty strong, after all. If my partner had to unseal his bloodline, your teammates are certainly not ordinary. His eyes sharpen, and his grip on his spear shifts, slightly as purple soul energy surges through his hands into the weapon. There is no response from Raven, but the demon predicts Raven's exact positioning on her next strike, and they clash blade to spear on equal footing. That is an interesting skill, a divine-grade stealth integration. I don't think I've ever seen one before. They push each other back, and more purple demonic soul energy pours out of the demon's body, covering its spear and even its entire 7-meter-tall frame, leaving only its white eyes piercing through the veil. In response, Raven sends over half a dozen more attacks its way, but she is blocked right before impact each time. Every counter the archdemon makes is dodged just in time, too. However, even now it appears the demon is holding back and just watching Raven attack for fun. It speaks again with a confident smile and calm tone. It is a shame I'll have to kill such a budding talent like you. If this was truly my full strength, you might have a chance. But there is no point in toying with you longer than necessary. I will teach the elite of your human world true despair. Behold, a first-class demonic bloodline. The white glowing eyes behind the purple veil close, and when they open, an eerie pressure reaches every being in this dome. Its initial gravity wave at such close range is enough to seep deep into Raven's psyche and forcefully deactivate her divine stealth mode. It makes heads turn hundreds of kilometers away, and the waves of gravity and killing intent only become stronger while the demon's greater energy form begins to grow in size. Chapter 680. Cut off from the outside, alone in a black void of darkness, with no way to feel my body or know when time will pass. All I can do is wait. The round's name was isolation, so my best guess is that I must endure and not crack under the pressure of endless time without stimulation. On its surface, this seems like a quite simple and straightforward first round for the trial. All I have to do is sit and wait, but the daunting underside of this is that there is no timer signifying how long exactly I have to wait. The worry that the outside world is moving on without me doesn't seem like an issue, as the tower's rule stated the third and final trial won't start until all challengers are present, and I trust my inner circle to stand their ground outside. If Ember is in a similar situation as me, I trust that he will be just fine as well, as he has most likely lived more lifetimes than I can comprehend. Waiting in an endless void may not be very difficult for his psyche. I've been through something like this before, inside the Titan's domain the first time I fell inside by accident, not knowing when I'd ever make it out of that solid white box. Even returning to train, the isolation definitely changed me, but it was possible. However, as these thoughts race through my consciousness, the fact that the difficulty of this trial was calculated beforehand, just like the first one, does give me a tinge of unease. My definition of long isolation may be far different from my battle partners. Even so, I can't move, speak, smell, or see. All I can do is endure, so that is what I do. What I can only believe to be the first few hours go by extremely slowly, as this is the time when the reality of this situation truly sinks in. I want to move around or hear some noise. It is like a gut impulse that craves patterns and wants there to be some kind of movement within the infinite darkness that hits my senses. I try to count in my head, but after reaching 100,000, even this begins to seem trivial. Then again, the moment I stop and decide to just sit in my own silence again, my mind forces me to restart the count. I can think about potential scenarios in the outside world, like a fantasy playing in my mind, but they all fall short of the reality before me. This is not my normal mind. I cannot just picture crystal clear images as if they were reality. All I can do is savor the fading memory of what it used to look like to see. It is not like I am closing my eyes to see this darkness. I don't have any eyes to close. This abyss of nothingness is everything I have. Colors and sounds become nothing but a fading memory as I recalibrate to what is before me. I don't feel hunger, pain, or pleasure whatsoever. My count reaches 100,000 again, and it doesn't feel like I am counting fast or slow at all. Both concepts begin to split away. Maybe in the first few hours, I could have guessed that I'd say one or two numbers in my head every second. But now I can't tell if seconds, minutes, or even hours are going by between each number. I begin to have mental slips in between each number I count, spacing off into the endless void, not remembering whether or not I was imagining what it was like in the outside world or still counting, and having to reset my numbers again and again. From this point forward, I never make it back anywhere close to 100,000 again. I consciously realize this, but there is nothing else to keep my mind occupied. I can only think about using my system, or the faces of my teammates, or the impending battles in this tower for so long. The daunting feeling of being trapped in true endless darkness because of my soul pact with an immortal being that keeps me partially sane. Slipping away for too long now could be catastrophic if this is just the beginning. Fleeting memories of Ember's calm eyes and unfazed demeanor in every situation we're in begin to make far more sense. When looking into the void of eternity, what is there truly to fear? There is a point where this notion is all I really think about, and an eerie calm washes through what is left of my mind. I sit in the darkness with only darkness on my mind. I know I have a goal. It is to endure. But at a certain point, I don't know why or what I am enduring for. There isn't anything else to do, though, so endure is what I do. Darkness envelops reality and becomes it. Days could have passed, maybe years, decades, centuries, millennia. I don't know. My mind has put its walls up. The moment I lost the ability to count any further and accepted this reality, a mechanism in my mind decided to save its conscious thoughts, tucking them away into the depths of my consciousness, only to let my subconscious play with the endless darkness and lack of stimulation in my surroundings. If anything happens in the void around me, it is impossible to tell, as I've mentally cut off my conscious mind from its surroundings as an automatic defense mechanism. In reality, my subconscious wanders, and it finds what I sensed slightly the moment I started this trial. It is an invisible, unsensible, undetectable energy floating around in my mind. When my active thoughts attempted to pursue it, it could never be found. But now, my subconscious plays with the invisible energy left within my mind that is divine ether. It acts as though it has a mind of its own, but moves extremely slowly, only communicating with my subconscious on a scale of years, rather than seconds, as a usual conversation would. My mind accepts this conversation as a slow-moving white mist in a sea of darkness, and it creates a barrier between the nothingness and my true mind deep within, shielding it from the passage of time while having a conversation with my subconscious. 903,881 years, 7 months, 2 weeks, 4 days, 11 hours, 30 minutes, and 16 seconds pass. Silver light and an ancient-sounding voice echo through my mind, waking me up from the longest nap I've ever taken. Round 2 of 3 shall commence. Round 2 of 3 title, Perception. Objective, find the finish. As I see these words flash through my mind, the feeling of my body returns to me. My tight grasp around my soul sword is evident, and my divine core burning bright in my chest is powerful and ready to take on the world. Ember looks at me with an expression of concern, and the second head of the serpent moves toward us. It is all extremely overstimulating, as it feels as though I just stared into darkness for a few months, or maybe even a full year. It feels longer than any time I ever spent in the Titan's domain. I remember counting and waiting, then counting more, then just darkness. And now I am awake. It really didn't feel like much of a challenge now that I look back on it. There is an overwhelming feeling that comes over me as though I am definitely missing something, but too many things attack my mind at once. Even if this first round was easier than expected, the instant connection to 35,947,021 links of loyalty is quite overwhelming. I can't remember the exact number of links from before, but as my perception seeps back to the battlefield outside the tower, my eyes widen, and I realize it was all an illusion. Even so, I do remember being extremely confident about the odds of the battle outside going into this, and what I can see around me, the battles aren't going quite as planned. Some time has certainly passed. With the Silver Serpent's head coming closer, I make the split-second decision to open my Rising Emperor's domain to make some changes in order to help those on the outside before I won't be able to anymore. The same instant I do, the Silver Serpent's eyes flash silver again, and my vision is blurred. Just a few moments ago, my whereabouts inside the tower were cut off from everyone on the outside world. Maria has been injured by a strange demonic energy, laced dagger, while Abby was knocked backward by a ball of darkness, stronger than any attacks Ember threw at her during their trainings. On the other side of the desert, Raven is having a rude awakening of her own, as the aura alone from this demon unleashing its bloodline made it through her divine stealth true core's ability, rendering her trump card useless. Both the demon's body, spear, and purple glowing demonic greater form grow in size, becoming far larger than Raven's battle form, and suppressing her movements entirely with its aura alone. Not even sending a concentrated attack Raven's way, she winces, having trouble even looking up at the massive demonic form. It speaks loud enough for the entire Dark Continent battlefield to hear. You have all been doomed from the start. We can suppress the strongest in this world with ease. Our Lord shall reign supreme, and you shall obey. It releases a real wave of intimidation, and Raven is sent flying backward from the shockwave alone. It grins and lets out a low laugh. Its fellow true core on the other side of the desert matches its tone, as they have both shown their dominance, and no one in this world is anywhere close to strong enough to stand in their way. The link from within the tower is severed, and even the Crimson Army has its hands full, fending off 8 times the number of troops attacking them from both sides. Aerie has managed to keep the casualties at 0 so far, as his full concentration has been saving soldiers in danger from afar while the Crimson Army fights with everything they have. However, that too looks like it is soon to change, as 2 high-level yellow cores are coming their way, one of which is dead set on Aerie, as it is the one that he almost killed and humiliated in front of its lord. Even as all hope of salvaging this fight seems lost, no one backs down. The Saint and Aerie turn their focus to the generals, while Fisher and Lydia pull back to stop being hyper-aggressive, and make sure to watch the backs of their fellow troops now while the full yellow cores handle the front lines. Maria tanks the purple wound that won't go away, no matter how much self-regeneration she does at the moment. It only slowly heals, and would take minutes that she doesn't have to fully recover on her own. So she recharges her soul energy sword to face the superior demon that threw that hit. Abby, forming half a dozen spears of rock around herself, shakes off the hit she received and zips around the backside of the demon to support Maria as it comes her way. Maria pulls out a small white knife from her item box, one of the unique items Raven gifted her when they cultivated together in her volcanic base. She lets go of it, and it begins to spin around her ice goddess form, leaving a trail of white ice behind it. There is a faint divine energy coming off of it, and Maria's expression tells this won't be enough of a boost to turn the tide of the battle, but it will give her enough time to wait for support or think of another idea that will. This is proven true as she and the demon collide again. Maria is overpowered just slightly by their collision and has to twist out of the way again. But as the second dagger comes hurtling toward her midsection, the white icy blade hits it, and it is thrown just off course enough to avoid hitting her. Abby sends a massive raining attack of earth pillars down on the demon, and it has to use up another attack to destroy them, giving her just enough time to curve around to Maria and use her restoration magic to heal the demonic wound on her side. While Maria and Abby have just enough power and gear to fend off their second-class bloodline demon, the first-class monstrosity staring down at Raven is in a league of its own. "You still dare to look at me like you have a chance at winning?" It arrogantly yells while pointing its black and purple greater form spear down at Raven, making her look like an ant in comparison. The ripple in space the spear makes as it comes closer sends Raven flying backward just from the radiation. But her grip on her blade stays tight, and her eyes stare up at the demon without fear. It laughs, retrieving its weapon and flying forward while yelling again. "Very well, I understand. The strongest warrior of humans wanting to be killed while holding on to hope for their world." Then, it throws its spear forward, faster than the eye can see. It almost looks like the spear disappears in the demon's grasp, and only reappears when it makes contact with Raven's chestplate. It shatters, and the shock waves it creates crack through the entire dome, sending her flying downward toward the desert floor, coughing blood. The demon yells as she plummets downward. "While I understand, I do not respect your wishes. You are a human, and we are your gods. You shall submit, and I will make an example of you to the world as my personal slave. Go against the demons that rule you, and this is the result. Even your strongest cannot resist." Another massive boom echoes throughout the dome as a crater is formed on impact, and the purple spear pins Raven to the rocky desert floor. It missed her vitals by mere millimeters. This was clearly done on purpose, as the demon floats downward with a twisted grin on its greater demonic form. However, Raven's hands still grip the silver blades, and her eyes are as sharp as they were when the battle started. That is because, on the way down, the sensation of the view inside the tower returned. Now, after impact as the demon comes closer, a notification rings in her inner ear. A new unique buff is granted within her system interface. Raven has become the fourth general of the Rising Emperor, and now watches her unsuspecting prey float down toward her from above. Chapter 6, 81. The silver flash of light fades, and a light blue background covers my surroundings. I prepare to endure the bodiless, sensory-deprived reality or something equivalent this time as well. But soon, a body materializes below my eyes. Access to my links of loyalty is severed again, and my system skills are too, so I believe this is just another illusion. However, that odd feeling I sensed when starting my last round is far stronger. The divine ether left in my mind feels far more comfortable melding with my consciousness. It feels warm, flowing, and far less foreign than it did before. But I can't quite figure out why. Other than this feeling, the body below me is certainly not real. It is like a mirage controlled by my mind, with no organs, cores, or access to mana or divine energy. Before I can inspect it any further, my vision is filled with squares of shimmering glossy glass that appear like mirrors. But when I look into them, nothing at all is reflected. They just show more endless light blue sky. More and more squares appear, easily thousands of them, forming a curved wall shape before me. They finally stop multiplying, and then a silver text box shimmers in my vision reading 0 divided by 50, 0 divided by 50. No voice comes with it, but simultaneously, the thousands of clear glass mirrors begin to shift in color and reveal a familiar face. Every single one of them reveals Ember in his human form. His eyes move back and forth identically on all the mirrors, and when he speaks, his mouth opens on all of them as well. I can only guess you see the same as me. But a better question would be, are you still sane? I raise an eyebrow, crossing my arms and looking at the wall of mirrors reflecting the long red-haired dragon, and reply, am I sane? Even if I wasn't, that would not be an easy question to answer. Why? Ember's eyes don't stop darting around, as if he is looking at all of the mirrors on his end. Then they sharpen, and he moves forward with a palm in front of him. I hear the crashing of glass, and the silver text before me changes to 0 divided by 50, 1 divided by 50. Ember nods. Then his eyes go back to darting around while speaking. I was left to withstand over 900,000 years of darkness. I have both the experience to endure this passage of time and a mental technique that speeds it up for my conscious mind. I am curious to know how you are still understanding my words and not driven to insanity with merely 2 decades of life experience. My eyes begin darting around the wall of mirrors, understanding what I have to do now from the change in notifications. The objective was to make it to the finish, and as Ember destroyed a mirror to move forward, we both need to pick the correct mirror 50 times to reach a middle ground. I reply while the warm feeling in my mind subconsciously guides my eyes. Maybe we had different tests. I only remember a few months, or maybe a year of darkness at most. I just remember everything going dark after a while and waking up like nothing happened. As these words come out of my mouth, one of the mirrors in the top left corner of my vision feels warm in my mind. There is no visual feedback, but something tells me that this one is alive, while the others are just mirages. Without thinking any further, I jump upward and effortlessly crash through the pane of glass with Ember's confused face on it. 1 divided by 50, 1 divided by 50 appears in my vision in front of a whole new curved wall of mirrors. I raise an eyebrow, grin, and try to jump high enough to fly over the wall, but I am pushed down by an invisible, immovable force. The same thing happens when I try to fly under it or to either of its sides. The only way is through. I whisper under my breath, but Ember responds with a pondering gaze, not paying attention to my odd actions. I don't believe it. The trials are meant to be fair. A challenger must face the burdens their bonded partner brings. Your trial must have been just as hard as mine, because our combined skill has been equalized to create a challenge of the mind. While anything learned during the trial doesn't affect the difficulty later on, our mental and physical strength was tested before. If I were alone, it would have been hundreds of millions of years longer, for sure. While Ember tries to figure this problem out, his eyes continue to dart around his side of the wall, and he jumps through more mirrors, bringing his counter up to 17 divided by 50 in under a minute. I have to take quite a bit longer, but the warm feeling rushes through my mind every time I lay eyes on the correct mirror. And in the same time, I reach 4 divided by 50. Ember doesn't come up with a reasonable explanation for this phenomenon. And since I can't remember a thing, I decide not to prod any further. Maybe my mind is just that strong. Even this challenge seems to be moving by really quickly. It could just be that this throne was created for unintelligent monsters and demons. I smirk and crash through the 5th mirror while Ember passes his 20th. Then, his voice comes through with an alarmed tone. Wait, how are you able to complete this round of the trial? It shouldn't be possible to do this without. He stops himself mid-sentence as he ponders further, but an idea dawns on him as I reply in a nonchalant manner. I don't know. I can just see which mirrors contain life. It is like I am sensing your mind through each mirror. I don't know how to explain it other than you feel warm. Ember grins, finishing his statement with understanding in his eyes. Divine ether. It seems even a drop of low-quality ether in this realm is enough to do such a thing. That prize from the last trial was quite valuable. He looks upward as if he is looking at nothing and mutters to himself. Almost 1,000,000 years. Let's say your subconscious shielded you from the passage of time and used this as a pseudo-closed cultivation room. It would be slower than the real thing, but the conscious mind couldn't have done such a thing. Genius. But he looks back at me, clearly understanding something I don't. What? What happened? You are telling me that White Pill has something to do with why my brain didn't melt in the last round and why I feel this warm pressure now. It does. You've managed to awaken the beginning stages of what is called an ether sense, though in a very unorthodox fashion, it has still occurred. Knowing your past accomplishments, I don't know what else I would have expected. We continue breaking through the glass as Ember explains the process that took place in my mind while time passed in that endless black void. Apparently, this is just scraping the outer surface of what this foreign energy can do. But I need more time, a better environment to train, and more ether itself to actually progress. 50 divided by 50. 50 divided by 50. In less than half an hour of perceived time, I break through the final mirror, and our conversation comes to an abrupt end once we both see each other's fake bodies, followed by a flash of silver light. My mind is still wandering with a sense of awe at the reality that I, too, really managed to survive almost 1,000,000 years of isolation. Even now, the second round was completed with such ease. It feels like I cheated. Both of us turned to each other back inside the throne, and my links of loyalty all returned to me along with the perception of the outside world. It seems not even a second of time has passed, as everyone in the battlefield outside is in the exact same position I left them in. Raven hasn't even activated the new power I granted her yet. These thoughts of the outside world fade when my eyes meet Ember's. They focus with far more discernment, as I've been searching for a very specific energy for the past few minutes, and find exactly what I am looking for. His entire dragon's body burns hot with the same divine ether energy, in far more clarity now that I know what I am looking for. But it is still very strange, giving off invisible readings that I can't quite understand. His voice echoes through my mind. Focus on the trials ahead. This next round may be easy as well, but don't lose focus. Just because you lucked out here doesn't negate the fact that there will be a new calibration on the next trial above us. So, prepare for the worst. His words sink in, and I nod, looking up at the next silver snake head coming down as more shimmering silver text covers my vision. Round 3 of 3 shall commence. Round 3 of 3 title, Fortitude, Objective, Withstand the Pressure. As soon as I ready myself, a silver flash of light blinds me, and my vision turns red once it is done. The sound of bubbles boiling enters my mind, and the sensation of burning surges through my body. It feels like I've been dunked in a red-hot pool of magma, and the sensation of my skin, organs, and even bones burning away begins to repeat over and over. In addition to the burning, it feels like the heavy molten material is pushing in on me, simultaneously crushing my muscles and bones. At the same time, a wave of pressure hits my psyche that can only be described as a brutal wave of intimidation, making me want to pass out the second it hits me. Just like the last 2 rounds, this is an illusion. I can't move my body, so I have to just allow this horrible pain to massacre my senses. Every second that passes, the pressure seems to get stronger, and the burning sensation also gets hotter. However, this is paired with the fact that the warm feeling in my mind is still present. It may be an illusion that I can't defend my body, but I can easily defend my mind now even without my system present. In the first few seconds of this round, a smooth invisible mental barrier is put up, forcing the intimidation waves away. However, the physical attacks can't be stopped. This pressure I have to endure. However, again, as most beings would be in excruciating pain like nothing they've ever felt before, this isn't much worse than most of my life and death battles. With my mythic grade self-regeneration skill, I've had my limbs torn off, body parts burned to ash, and blood boiled, constantly regenerating many times in the past. The odd mental bliss about what is happening now is that I know for sure this isn't my real body. It is just pain. I can withstand it. If I could move this body submerged in molten rock, I'd be smiling throughout this entire last round. A few days pass, but it is nothing compared to the perceived months that went by in the darkness. I almost feel as though this throne is going too easy on me when the silver light returns me to the trial room and notifications blare in my vision paired with an ancient voice. Round 3 of 3, complete. Trial 2, mind, complete. Calculating prize based on trial difficulty. Prize calculated. The three-headed serpent dissolves in a flash of silver light, just like the demon did on the floor below, and 2 identical black boxes fall from the ceiling. As they hit the ground with a thud, I almost want to laugh out loud at the difference in difficulty from trial 1 to 2. But I remember what Ember said before this one and silently approach the boxes. The third will have another calibration to account for this new mental shield. But also, I'll be meeting the 2 remaining members of the Big Three if they've managed to survive. If they are the same strength as Redgrave, I don't fear their presence at all. The only being I am concerned about is the archdemon that was so confident in its ability to become this world's lord. While these thoughts race through my mind, the 2 boxes in front of Ember and myself open on their own. Simultaneously, the sensation of Raven pulling 1% of the power from the 36004922 links pops up in my status. It is paired with the imagery of her pulling a black spear from her chest and jumping upward off the desert floor. Chapter 682. Raven's sharp gaze, locked with the approaching demon, doesn't waver, even as it laughs and mocks her while she seems pinned to the desert floor at the center of a crater. Any last words before I make your life worse than death? And you realize it is too late to submit. Raven activates the buff that has entered her consciousness and feels tens of millions of stat points rushing into her body, becoming reinforced by her true core's threads and pushing her limits far beyond what they were just moments ago. Even the dense black and purple aura flowing out from the spear in her chest was deadly enough to suppress her movements, thoughts, and make it difficult to breathe or move when it was close by. Now, as she grins and tears the black spear from her chest with ease, jumping upward off the desert floor to match the massive demonic greater form's unfathomable speed, the archdemon floating downward doesn't comprehend the scene in front of it. Mid-jump, Raven reactivates her divine stealth skill and true core's ability, disappearing entirely from the unsealed demon's vision, only to be sensed again when her energy form's silver blades tear into the demon's chest. Her attack breaks through its defenses without even being noticed, and without its weapon on hand, all the demon can do is tank the hit just like she did for its last attack, twisting its body as best it can to have both her blades miss its archdemon's core by millimeters. Dark red blood gushes out from its chest as Raven pulls out her swords and dodges its incoming clawed hands. But the instant she moves out of its immediate aura, she becomes invisible again, and the demon lets out a murderous roar. It is filled with both rage and excitement as the black and purple energy creating its greater form grows, and the black spear on the desert floor floats back to its outstretched hand. Incredible! No one but the noble bloodlines has ever landed a hit like that on my unsealed form. You must truly be the strongest human left to guard this world. It grins, showing an ominous smile of rows of sharp white teeth and bright eyes burning through its 40-meter-tall, demonic greater form. There is no response, as Raven is still completely invisible, but its body twists when it feels sharp swords in its side, letting out another monstrous laugh while countering with its spear, this time not receiving such a deadly strike, but still having chunks of flesh and armor torn away before its spear blocks the swords. In the next moment, Raven is gone again, and the process continues, over and over. Raven tears through the demon's flesh and armor, going back on the offensive as this battle escalates even further, forcing the demon to block and be on guard for its life. Meanwhile, all throughout the Silver Dome, the insidious aura of a first-class bloodline awakening was enough to turn all heads to the battle in Sector 1 taking place. However, Raven's new surgeon power gives off a sharp and murderous aura of its own every time her blades collide with the demon's spear. The shockwaves of aura, even hundreds of kilometers away, are making many of the Crimson Army's troops, and even the red and orange corps of the Demon's army fall to their knees and have momentary lapses in their ability to fight. Two true corps, enhanced far above their natural capabilities, destroy the desert below them, showing off powers too vast for a small world like this to handle. If not for the dome around them, the entire dark continent and 8 great regions would be subject to this pressure, similar to the time the Vermilion Lord and Flame Emperor had a brief mental clash. The ones most thrown off by this dispute are the bronze-horned demon, Abby and Maria. The demon laughs with a hysterical tone, blocking Maria's blade again and going in for a counter with its flying dagger. Maria may have just enough strength to block the hit momentarily, but her speed isn't up to par with the demon's, and she has to concede ground to dodge a fatal blow from the flying dagger, even with the white dagger she uses to block. Abby's speed is fast enough to dodge when the demon turns on her, and even if she is hit by the dagger, it just phases through. However, her offensive strength isn't nearly powerful enough to make an attack that would actually injure the demon. The 3 of them are locked into a perpetual cycle waiting for one to slip up. But the constant barrages of enhanced true cores battling it out on the far side of the desert make the demon the most excited. I've never seen him have to go all out other than in training with the nobles. It is quite impressive someone on this world can contend with a first-class bloodline. If my fellow general is going this far, I might as well go all out too. The bronze-horned demon grins, then disappears from both Abby and Maria's sight, reappearing in a blip of darkness, stabbing Maria in the stomach, then disappearing again to release a strange ball of energy from its daggers to collide directly with Abby a second time. Both of the women are sent flying backward, coughing blood with their eyes wide open, as this demon just used some kind of dark movement technique that was faster than both of their perceptions could see. Darkness erupts from the wound in Maria's midsection, spreading quickly, unable to be slowed down by her self-regeneration alone. The only one capable of healing her is flying in the opposite direction, coughing blood while caught off guard by the instant high-powered attack that broke through her immortal form a second time. 2 loud crashes make the desert shake as both of them hit the ground, but that doesn't break the concentration of the first-class demon and Raven locked in a battle of their own. The demon is put completely on the defensive now, but its expression hasn't changed. The hits it is receiving aren't lethal, and it heals its wounds with demonic soul energy before receiving the next hit every time. Its eyes just take in Raven's fighting style, trying to guess where she'll strike next before she does. And it seems as though the demon is getting better at predicting her moves each time. They are of similar strength, but the demon's perception skills and reflexes are exceptional. Even the countless regenerations don't seem to be putting a dent in its stamina. If anything, it is getting more fluid and warmed up more after the long barrage of hits. Even so, as it gets comfortable, there is nowhere for the demon to attack. It has to be completely reactive and only counter when hit. This all changes when the demon finally speaks after over 30 exchanges, yelling in Raven's general direction. I think it is time I show you my skill as well. You have shown me the peak of human potential. To be honest, you have opened my eyes. I always believed you were all weaklings, but it seems there can be oddities among you. Even so, you shall never stack up to the true natural power of the demon race. It grins while Raven ignores its words and comes to attack its back while it speaks to her. The demon doesn't even try to block, dodge, or counter. It is sliced clean in half, then dissolves into a mirage of black and purple mist. Raven is temporarily confused at the sight, but in the moment her attack landed, 3 black spears come rocketing her way as the first-class archdemon shows off its body double skill for the first time during their fight. While all of this occurs outside the tower, the 2 prize boxes open before Ember and myself in front of the silver arching doorway leading to the 3rd trial. Out of my box, a single item floats upward. It is a palm-sized leaf, but it is glowing white, almost translucent, and it doesn't give off any energy. It only feels warm and gives an inkling of divine power. I remember back to the first trial's prizes, and this leaf looks very similar to the white scale Ember received. He reached out to touch it, and it was all absorbed into his body. Then his scales momentarily shimmered golden. While I cautiously examine the odd leaf, 3 items float up out from Ember's box. 2 of the items look very familiar, as one is the small, white, low-quality divine ether pill that I received in the last box. Without much thought, Ember takes it and swallows it whole. In the same instant, the second familiar item is a small green orb full of divine threads. It begins to unravel just like mine did. But Ember opens up a storage rift in front of his finger to let the item fall inside before exploding. My eyes open wide at the sight, as it is the first time I've actually been able to see the inner workings of the rift he has opened. Most of it gives off strange readings I can't comprehend, but I can sense the hot feel around its edges, meaning this power he has been using has something to do with this divine ether as well. He looks down at the last item, which is a pair of black gauntlets that shimmer with yellow divine light. But he makes a dissatisfied look on his face when he examines them and turns to me. What? Are you going to receive your prize? It is another good one, a low-quality ether cleansing herb. Just touch it. You won't feel anything now, but with your current mana-based storage setup, you can't take it with you. I want to ask a ton of questions, but decide to just do as he says and reach out a finger to touch the translucent white glowing leaf. Upon contact, it dissolves into invisible hot mist and is siphoned into my finger, flowing throughout my whole body, then disappearing from my senses like nothing happened at all. I turn to Ember again, but he grabs the black gauntlets and throws them my way without warning. Your sword can eat these if it wants. I am not a fan of soul weapons. Fighting with my body alone is more my style. At these words, the blade that circles around me perks up, rippling with a dark crimson glow, and I reflexively grab it while colliding its tip with the incoming gauntlets. They're turned to yellow liquid and consumed the second they make contact. There is about a second worth of digesting, but the hungry blade goes back to its black dormant state moments later, as it hasn't leveled up again, but it is had its fill. Ember speaks to himself, but knows I am listening. These prizes seem to all max out at the lower green divine energy realm. The Vermilion family's lord must still be a green core at most, if this is the type of items the throne was seated with. That would make sense for going after such a mana-lacking world. Not even a Scion Lord would send their challengers here. Ember smirks as the prize boxes disappear, then starts to walk forward. Ready to face the final trial? I nod and take a step forward. Yeah, I am ready, with 3612788 pairs of eyes looking through mine. Both Ember and I step through the silver portal to be transported up to the 3rd and final trial room. Chapter 683. All conditions in completing Trial 2 met. All challengers have arrived. Would you like to start the 3rd trial? Yes. No, this text immediately appears in my vision, but I seem to be in an empty black room. However, it is shaped in a triangular fashion, with Ember and myself standing at its furthest side, facing the pointed end. I press the yes option, and the room around me begins to mutate and change, just as it did before the first trial. The ceiling rises, and the walls expand, revealing 3 more triangular rooms, connecting them to form a circular outline of the actual outer walls of the Black Tower. In its center, a shimmering silver pillar of light shoots up from the floor, no more than 500 meters wide, stretching high into the endless darkness above, where the ceiling seems to have no end. 6 dense true cores reach my senses over the next few seconds. tens of kilometers away on separate sides of the massive room. Alara, Beckman, and the Vermilion family demon are waiting at the back of their triangular sectors, with their soul-bonded partners, all looking at the silver pillar in the center of the room. More text, and the tower's ancient voice echoes in my inner ear. Trial 3. Soul. Calculating necessary difficulty? Difficulty calculated. Trial 3. Round 1 of 2 shall commence. Round 1 of 2 title? Negotiation. Objective. Only one bonded pair can walk through the final door. Be the last one standing. The silver pillar in the center of the room pulses, its barrier becoming more translucent, revealing a massive spiral staircase, twisting upward high into the sky. However, there is no entrance into the silver barrier, suggesting it is not part of this first round. It must be a result of the difficulty calculation. My attention on the massive staircase is ripped away as a woman's angry voice echoes through the empty room toward me. What happened? This is impossible. You are the brat Redgrave was meant to kill. I was waiting to have a good fight with that old man. Where is he hiding? My gaze shifts to her as her body erupts in white icy energy, growing to over 50 meters high. Her serpent's sharp eyes fixed on me. If this were before I entered the tower, I would be on full alert, immediately activating my greater form. But her true core's strength is roughly equal to Redgrave's. My own true core is far more powerful than hers, and with the absurd amount of stats flowing through me, multiplying my strength even further, not even my soul sword reacts to her rage. Her level jumps out at me at LV, 19,112, similar to the fire user, and her only skill is supreme grade ice summoning. By the way, the ground is becoming covered in white ice as her greater form grows. I could have guessed as much. Beckman, the man in nothing but a suit and glasses, riding on an armored horse, opens his system interface and replies to Alara's yells while glancing over at me. Impossible. Maybe Redgrave was late entering the tower. He must be I cannot sense him in the outside world. This doesn't make sense. The man on his horse looks down at his status, trying to decipher this, while the 10-meter-tall Vermilion family demon watches us with an amused expression, and the black and purple dragon beside him gazes at the silver pillar, uninterested in human affairs. Ember stares at the demon, ready to fight, but recognizes that the demon is not yet in battle mode. Ember's using an advanced concealment technique, and my aura is hidden behind my purple barrier. Only the bare minimum of my true core's aura leaks out, making us appear rather weak. Our true level of strength is completely unknown to all parties involved. But that doesn't stop Alara from yelling out loud and making assumptions. Redgrave must have entered late. The tower either killed him for unrightful late entry, or he'll be spit out once the world is claimed. That must have been it. There is no way a weakling duo like them could have killed him. Beckman looks up from his status and makes a comment. They aren't much stronger than the day we scanned their city. It must be an error. We could kill both of them right now, with less than 0.1% odds of even getting a scratch on us. Redgrave wouldn't just disappear into thin air. The ancient text stated 2 parties could enter the same door and fight to the death inside if there was a lack of doors. Something isn't adding up. Alara jumps forward, ice stepping through the air with rising anger. What did you do? Our whole plan is ruined now. Hundreds of years of waiting, and some rogue child messes everything up. I'll kill you. Her icy serpent slithers along the floor behind her, creating jagged spears around its mouth, then releases them toward us as Alara raises her hand and summons a massive ball of white ice. Tethered with extremely strong true core threads, she releases the ball of icy divine energy, and it shoots toward us faster than the 2 are moving. I glance at Ember, sigh, then point my blade at the attack that could obliterate an entire continent. My soul sword flares up, sensing a challenge. I activate my greater form as well, but keep it compacted, not growing very much in size, to only utilize its increased speed stats. This does send out a pulse of my actual power, and at the same time, my sword heats up with an intensity I've never felt before. It has grown from LV 0 to LV 1 since the first trial, and I haven't had the chance to use it yet. The red blade morphs and bends as if alive, and I jump forward at the incoming ball of ice, swinging with everything I have, activating all of my buffs, along with my true core's full strength. The actual material of the red blade flickers on its edges, as though it is made of flames. Beckman's eyes widen as new information comes streaming into his consciousness. When my blade fully activates and my greater form gives off more of my aura, he yells out to Alara, "Dodge. It is a trap. You cannot win this fight." When I swing it across my body, releasing a crescent of fire, it feels as though a part of my blade is unleashed in the attack. A dense red crescent, as sharp as my sword and as strong as my true core, slashes through the ball of ice with ease, sending its two halves outward toward Alara's advancing greater form. At Beckman's words, she panics and attempts to twist her body out of the way, but it is too late. Her eyes widen as the living crescent of flames collides with her chest, tearing through the living soul armor that shields her body and effortlessly slicing through her flesh. The Vermilion family demon's lips curl upward, and Beckman's eyes turn to horror as the fiery red slash shatters Alara's true core, cleaving her body in half in a single motion. The red fiery slash curves downward, slicing through the icy serpent's head and shattering its true core, triggering mutual death. As notifications ring in my ears, the red crescent of flames bursts into hundreds of tiny red droplets, curving back through the icy fog created in the explosion and rejoining my blade as though drawn by its own center of gravity, restoring its full form. It feels like I could send out at least 2 or 3 of these high-powered strikes, and no matter where they hit, the mass of the Divine Soul Sword would always return. As I land, the ice spears from the serpent whiz by me on all sides, and Ember doesn't even flinch as they explode against the wall behind us. Level up X1752. Use absorption skill. Ice summoning upgrade. Supreme, yes, no. Use absorption MacP. 85214 269023 88295. Yes, no's. Use absorption stat. Speed points 10,240 yes. No, my level surges to LV 14,341 as I absorb all the MCP stats and skill upgrades I can from both the woman and the serpent in less than a second, continuing my forward momentum to stand over their corpses, letting all of the 2 true core's power and abilities flood into mine. The fragments of the black armor Alara was wearing all turn to yellow liquid as I press consume, and my sword digests it before the white mist clears. I point my sword at the man on the horse, staring at me as he takes in the new numbers in front of his eyes. You said 0.1% chance I'd leave a scratch? I guess I am pretty lucky. Aren't I? The man doesn't get hot-headed like his 2 deceased partners, the fire and ice users. He simply pushes his glasses up and meets my gaze. This must mean you killed Redgrave too. I feel emotions of horror, anger, and even fear being heavily suppressed. The man can't believe the sight before his eyes, but acts as if it never even happened. He pauses, thinking to himself, glancing down at his status, and then back up at me. You may have hidden your power and concealed that weapon of yours until now, but I assure you, this was not the correct decision to make. You have stripped us of all bargaining power. I am not your main concern. We are now at the whims of this demon. His gaze shifts to the far side of the room, and my eyes follow to the demon, who has yet to move or speak. It watches us with an amused expression for a few seconds, then establishes a telepathic link with everyone in the room. Its gaze turns to Beckman first. I remember you, the only sensible human on this world. We made a pact when I first arrived, allowing you a small kingdom with 25% of the population if all humans conceded in the final trial. Beckman stares forward. That is correct, and I intend to honor our pact. Will you? The demon nods. Of course. I am of noble blood. A demon of my standing always keeps its word. However, there is another challenger here. It seems your perfect foresight isn't what you claimed it to be. The demon and the remaining member of the Big Three both look my way. Without a moment's hesitation, I yell back, "Deals off." The demon's grin grows even more, and it turns back to Beckman. I won't break my noble oath. I will only fight back if one of you makes the first move. If not, I shall wait for you to surrender this world and honor the pact. The link is severed, and the demon watches as I ready my blade while the man frantically sifts through data on his status. He shouts at me, "Be reasonable. Let us talk this out. I can give you half of the resources at Central. You have proven yourself strong enough to take the place of the other council members. We can rule what is left of humans together." I narrow my gaze on him, raising my blade as it begins to flicker red again, yelling back, "You send me an offer now, after both of your partners tried to kill me, after offering my kingdom of people to the demons, and so many more lands all over the world, just so you can keep your power." Beckman continues scrolling through his status and responds, "You do not understand. You haven't seen what this demon is capable of." I shake my head. I don't care what he is capable of. Is this what hundreds of years at the pinnacle of our world's power turns a human into? Or have you always been this way? I would die before letting 75% of the human race fall to a demon intent on using us as slaves. Don't try to offer me any part of your deal. I haven't given up hope like you. Even if the chance is low, it is worth trying. My inspect and appraisal skills scan his status, revealing a far higher level than both Alara and Redgrave, plus unique skills and buffs I've never seen before. This only makes me more intrigued as he responds. "Then I must kill you. My odds of survival are far higher challenging you than they are breaking the pact I made with this demon." Chapter 6, 84. Not wanting to reveal the full extent of my abilities, after draining the divine threads from Alara and her familiar, I still only let out the exact strength that I peaked at during our short exchange. I sent a ripple of perception at the two remaining teams in the room. The demon status is still blocked entirely, filled with purple question marks and unreadable characters. However, the last remaining member of the Big Three has a status that shines bright in my mind's eye. Beckman's level reads LV 23,985, and his single skill is Foresight, Divine Grade. His 3 buffs include Mental Fortitude, Perfect Calculation, and Divine Clairvoyance, making it clear his abilities are very mental strength focused. The horse he rides on has an identical level, but somehow has no skills. It just has one buff called Mind Devourer. The eerie feeling I got before, when looking at the duo, actually came from this horse, as its strength alone is not the most frightening thing about it. Its true core has combined with its singular buff, and this aura it gives off makes me both excited and hesitant to move forward. My instincts are immediately confirmed by a private telepathy message from Ember. "You'll be fine if you keep your guard up. Just don't stare that horse in the eyes for too long." I nod, grinning and stepping forward while yelling out loud at Beckman, "Kill me! That is a little extreme, don't you think? I thought you were the sensible one. Swear your loyalty to me, and you won't have to die a meaningless death." My blade flickers red as it senses me walking closer to another potential enemy. The man on horseback, at the back of his sector, continues sifting through data, taking in the consistent readings of my greater form and power output of my sword. Number: it is impossible. I cannot take the gamble. The odds are not in my favor. Given your current strength, I can defeat you 71.88% of the time, while even if we work together to challenge this demon, we would not be able to breach a 9% probability of victory. It is simply not logical. I cut him off. "Maybe you don't have the full picture. Is this all the world is to you? Numbers? Probability. A winnable game of chance to preserve yourself above all else?" Beckman looks up from his screen and tightens his gaze. "You would be a fool to believe this world is anything but that." To make it this far, you must understand there is always a time and place for battles to be fought, and other times to retreat with what you can carry. We only have one chance at life through our own eyes. We are the most important thing. Hundreds of millions of lives are worth the trade-off for my own. Even the whole world if it was necessary. What would be the point of all of this if I gave up now? I continue to walk forward, increasing my speed, then respond. "So this was your plan from the start, ever since you made contact with the demons? Stage a great war, lie to your people in Central, and sacrifice the rest of the world just so you can live on?" Beckman responds while motioning for his horse to move forward, the rhythmic echoing footsteps coinciding with his response. It wasn't my plan before the system linked to this world. I was rather content overseeing humans as the centuries went by. However, the system gave me new insight on the rules of reality. I am meant to live forever. I have the ability to choose the right path every time. You are far too young and lacking sight to understand my choice is the correct one. If you put your sword down now, there is a certainty you will live like royalty in a kingdom surrounded by flames. The humans left behind have no idea the world around them has moved on. And when the demons use the humans we've sacrificed to farm this world dry of mana and leave, we can be the saviors that put out the flames and open the walls to show the desolate world to the humans we've saved. It is a win-win. His face remains serious, unmoving, and calm while his horse begins to gallop faster. I reply with a simple answer. I disagree. This is not why I challenged the throne. Links of loyalty surge, faster and faster in my mind, as the reality of the situation in Central is being exposed by their last remaining leader in real time. Many cities around the world that were contacted by long-range transmissions from hunters, friends, and family members from the 8 great regions in Dark Continent see this too, and word that their nations are being used as bargaining tools between humans and demons right now spreads even faster. It is all linked to the surges that were felt when the throne awakened. The Flame Emperor's name begins to grow in popularity in nations I've never even traveled to before. My links surpass 40 million as I speak again. I made a promise that I wouldn't let a single innocent human die in this war. It is a burden I will carry alone with the army that follows me, unknown to everyone in the room. I open my Rising Emperor's interface and link the visual feeds of the 4 generals outside the tower, all battling demons of their own right now, so the world can sift through feeds and see the full story playing out. Then I continue to speak while raising my blade. I made another promise that I wouldn't leave humans behind. One last chance. If you swear your loyalty to me, I can still save us all. However, if you insist on sacrificing hundreds of millions of lives just to save your own, then you are an enemy equal, if not worse, than the demons in my eyes. The gallops become faster, and a dense gray and yellow aura erupts out from the duo, increasing their size by about 50% with a pseudo-energy form. Nothing can change my mind. I must choose the predestined path. No other outcomes are suitable. I sigh, then compress half of my greater form into my lower body to kick off the floor with immense speed and enlarge the top half of my body to create a monstrous sword strike. Very well. You've made your choice. We both fly into the center of Alera's old sector, and I swing my blade to release a red slash of energy toward the approaching duo. Beckman changes his direction the instant he sees my attack. But this was expected, so I send 2 more identical slashes his way. Each of these slashes is just as strong as the ones that easily killed Alera, but the expression on the man's face doesn't change. He shifts his direction multiple times a second, staring forward, and somehow avoiding each of the flying attacks by millimeters. It looks like a natural fluid motion. His direction shifting to counteract my flying attacks even before I've thrown them. As the red slashes collide with the floor and back wall, they turn into thousands of droplets of pure divine soul fire, then disperse in beautiful displays while pulling back toward me to reconnect with my soul sword. In the center of the massive collection of returning fiery particles, the ominous horse rider stares me down, and its horse's eyes pulse with dark gray and yellow light. I look away and concentrate all of my greater form's energy into my legs to jump out of the enemy's path. But before I even move, it is turned to follow in the same direction. My mind flashes back to Beckman's one and only skill, divine grade foresight. It makes me momentarily question if he can truly see the future. But I am simultaneously reminded of the fact that he couldn't tell Alera to dodge until I released my full power to predict my moves. It must be a similar ability as my swordsmanship, skill's perfect thread, just to an absurd degree, and with far more possibilities. Taking in his surroundings and understanding the best possible move to carry through with, I whisper under my breath while changing my flight path again, upward. I guess I'll just have to force your hand. His movements mimic mine, seemingly before I even do them, moving upward at the same time to close our gap even further. All of the fragments of my sword return to my blade now that we're so close, but this has other issues that come with it. The armored horse's eyes shine brighter, and the ominous aura coming out of it gets so close that it is impossible not to feel its presence. It feels like I've been caught in a web of intimidation, with a cold sensation washing over me, seeping straight into my mind. It makes me momentarily feel as though the last few seconds are all a blur, like the fight hasn't even started yet, and there is no reason to attack again because we're so far away. However, as Beckman pulls a single black blade from an inside pocket of his suit, the familiar warm sensation of divine ether floods into my mind, negating all foreign buffs instantly, and my memories come rushing back, allowing me to swing my flaming sword again in the direction I am meant to. This prompts Beckman to move out of the way, but his speed isn't great enough, and he has to block with the knife he has pulled out to deflect the incoming strike. My upward momentum continues once we collide, and Beckman on his armored steed goes rocketing downward. However, the black originator blade he pulled out is shattered upon collision, and his full right arm is melted off from the intensity of the flaming strike he failed to predict. There is a loud thud as they hit the floor and a horse's cry, while I hover above them with my sword pointed straight down. That was your one lucky shot, and you blew it. I am not taking any more chances. I release my true core's full aura, and it shines over 3 times brighter and denser than the man below me, giving off all of the radiation from Alera and Redgrave's cores combined. I let go of my blade and put both of my hands to their sides, releasing bright, shimmering, white divine light that makes the temperature in the room drop by a large amount. Seeing the future can't help you much if all paths of escape are physically impossible. The attack I create is far too fast to outrun and far too deadly to touch. Both the White Serpent and Alera had Ice Attribute True Core abilities, and with the new perk of my Divine Absorption skill, receiving a Supreme Grade Ice Summoning skill has granted me a far superior combination of all of these ice abilities, combined. In a flash, before Beckman can even predict my movements, a dome of ice is created, spanning over 1 kilometer wide. The only hole that is left remaining is right at the top where I look down into it, and this is the optimal path for Beckman to leave through. He moves upward toward me, expanding his horse's aura with a calm expression still on his face. Hiding your true strength again. If this is it is still not enough. It is probable that you will kill me, but you have doomed yourself and the entire human race. His words cease as I stop using my true core's ice and grab my sword again to fully activate the divine flames I stole from Redgrave's true core, then point my blade forward to push out a red and yellow pillar of monstrous fire into the only small hole in the dome. The man on the horse stops moving upward even before the flames collide with his body, as he sees the future and knows that there is no escaping this fatal blow. Chapter 685. The yellow and red flames fill the dome, and the last remaining member of the Big Three is consumed by fire. There isn't a single yell, curse, or attempt to escape the flames. The man who lived his life consumed by numbers, certain he would live forever, merely disappears the moment the odds turn against him, accepting his fate. I float downward as notifications ring in my inner ear. Level up, X2365. Use Absorption skill. Foresight, Divine Grade. Yes. No. Use Absorption, make EP. 14289200896345501. Yes, no. Use Absorption stat. Mental Strength points. 18,909. Yes. No. My level hits LV. 16,706. And I press yes to accept every skill and stat point available to me, while draining the ice and fire around me back into my true core. The divine energy trapped within the man and the horse also flows directly into me, increasing my strength even further. And I feel 2 unique true core abilities enter my body, both of which are instinctively comprehended in an instant, but I can't fathom the true extent of their power until I use them in battle. In the same moment, the result of this match pushes my links of loyalty over 45 million, surging upward faster and faster at an exponential rate. These new true core abilities and additional hundreds of millions of stat points fill me with confidence as the black dagger's fragments and the horse's armor turn into yellow divine liquid, consumed by my blade. I let out a satisfied sigh, but my moment of victory is quickly interrupted by a slow clapping sound from one far corner of the room. My head turns to the noise, and a telepathy channel opens with the demon. Very impressive. It seems you have a decision to make. Honor the pact in place, and leave this tower at once to allow me to claim the throne, or fight me for the chance to make this world your own. Meanwhile, outside the tower, Raven sees 3 black spears coming at her from separate directions. With body doubles of the demon she was fighting spawning out of nowhere, Raven's senses are keen. But every time she locks onto the true body of the demon, it instantaneously swaps to one of the other doubles. She disappears using her divine stealth, not even attempting to attack. But the body she sliced in 2 moments ago spawns back into reality, right underneath her. 4 perfect copies of the demon block, all possible escape routes, even with her stealth skill activated. She is too close to fully dodge all 4 attacks. The lucky spear that manages to hit her is a body double. But the mythic grade perk given to the demon allows it to swap places instantly and use its true spear to land a devastating blow on Raven's side. Blood leaks into the air, and a portion of Raven's body becomes visible as the density of divine energy, and demonic soul energy shocks her system, sending her flying backward. All 4 body doubles follow like machines, as the demon is no longer playing around, aiming to go in for the kill. Despite Raven's invisibility, the gushing blood and residue from her wound give off a faint energy signature, making it easy for the demon and its doubles to surround her again, landing another attack that sends her flying down to the ground with another horrific wound, this time in her leg. Even though a full 1% of stats now rushes through her, putting her strength on par with the unsealed first-class demon, the instantaneous, ruthless attacks from all sides put her on the defensive again just as the battle was starting to turn her way. Even as the millions of links pour in, gradually increasing her strength, it doesn't do much against the 3rd and 4th heavy hits she receives in the arm and thigh from unbreakable spears. The attacks she chooses to block or intentionally dodge turn into nothing but demonic energy manifestations, and the demon's real body attacks from where she least expects it. Each new injury that can't be fully healed by the shared mythic grade self-regeneration skill on her status just makes her invisibility less and less useful. Dark blotches of demonic soul energy left behind in the spear's wounds make it easy for the demon to triangulate her exact location each time. While the individual hits aren't fatal, if enough build up, she will slow down more and more, becoming a massive target in the sky. Maria and Abby face a similar problem, as the second-class demon's unsealed form is simply too overpowered for them to stand a chance. Even as the links of loyalty surpass 40 million, then 45 million, pushing millions of new stat points into their beings, Maria's blade is continuously pushed back by the unsealed demon's raw strength, and Abby doesn't have enough power to break through its greater form armor, despite her superior speed. They're able to hold it off, but with every second that passes, the demon gets another chance to land devastating attacks. Even after using Abby's restoration magic, Maria's last wound in her stomach, from a direct hit by the demon's dagger, isn't fully healed. They only have fractions of seconds to heal before the laughing, psychotic monstrous force comes down to the desert floor where they are. You do not understand how bleak your future truly is. Even if you manage to fend us off for a few more minutes, you are only pushing off your inevitable end. Just from the fact that you haven't powered up again tells me this is truly your peak. It sends its 2 blades right for Maria, as it knows its weaker attacks are pointless against Abby. Maria jumps out from Abby's restoration circle to block both incoming daggers with her massive blue soul energy sword. It pulses deep within her core, pushing her newly awakened yellow core to its limits, able to go toe-to-toe with this true core demon with a bloodline ascending beyond anything humans should be capable of fighting. Her greater form wavers, but she doesn't give up. The pulsing grows stronger, deeper, and faster as she is pushed backward, gritting her teeth. Tens of millions of eyes look through hers now, as the spectator feature expands for the world to witness the general's fight. Her feet flow with superior ice magic, powered by a borrowed plunderer's skill, draining the area of all available mana, digging into the desert floor, while the wound in her stomach starts to reopen and expand with black demonic energy far faster than when it was first inflicted. For the first time in a while, she actually holds back the demon's attacks. Not just one, but both daggers. There will be no dodging now. But the rising stats are starting to catch up. Even Abby leaps over the exchange taking place. But the demon was ready for a move like this, disappearing before their eyes and meeting Abby in the sky to press its palm into her chest, covering it with a thick layer of the same strange demonic energy used to create the balls of darkness from earlier. Before she can even send off her attack, Abby is sent flying in the opposite direction. Coughing blood, powerless to block it, she is sent hurtling toward the desert floor again, far away from Maria as she still attempts to block the two daggers pushing against her massive sword. The demon pushes its palms together, forming another ball of compacted demonic energy between them, then blips forward a few hundred meters to release this toward Maria's unguarded back. It grins wide, disappearing into thin air again, and reappearing on the desert floor, right where Abby's injured form is projected to land. Simultaneously, a massive well of gravity makes everyone beneath the silver dome shiver as the arrow Ares sends at the yellow core general, coming their way, is blocked by the demon's chest plate alone. Before this war broke out, his arrow at half this power shattered its armor with ease and nearly killed it on the spot. Blocking this should be impossible, but violent energy erupts from one of the two remaining demon generals as he yells at Ares. Do not underestimate the strength of the demon race. Even if I die, I will make sure to take you with me, the one who disgraced me in front of the Vermilion Lord. A third-class bloodline is enough to wipe every last one of you off the face of the planet. These words echo from the demon's furious greater form as it grows to over 15 meters tall. The demonic energy vibrates, giving off strange readings. Each step closer makes the demon's form waver, its energy levels rising and falling unpredictably. This strange reading prompts the Blackhorn spear user to pause its relentless attacks and turn back to the base of the tower. He wasn't ready, pushing himself further than his bloodline limits. A third-class commoner trying to pull this much power will surely become corrupted. The demon considers putting its fight on hold to fly over to this other demon, as if left alive for too long it will surely detonate, taking out many valuable commanders and knights. But sees the second yellow general send out extra commands to its surroundings to evacuate the immediate area. The demon grins and turns back to Raven's beaten form, now not even attempting to use her invisibility and merely blocking attacks to buy time. 7 large demonic energy wounds drain her life force slowly, but the demon doesn't relent, multiplying 3 fresh body doubles and going in for the kill again. Fear washes over Aerie as Luna's words echo in his mind. It is going to be corrupted, like those ascended beasts we faced in the abyss. If you don't kill it now, I know, he replies, while my doubles catch on to the situation and yell out orders to take cover as something very chaotic and strange is emerging from the twisted demonic greater form. Ari pulls back another single arrow with every drop of demonic soul energy and borrowed mana he has. Raven has 4 more spears closing in on her from all sides with only 2 blades to block. Impossible to know which one will be the fatal strike. Abby rockets down toward the laughing second-class greater form of the demon as it charges up another black ball of divine demonic matter. Maria barely holds back the 2 black flying daggers, and an even stronger energy attack is headed toward her unguarded back. The state of the battlefield outside the tower seems quite dire, but the world is watching. The links of loyalty surge past 50 million, and a notification rings in all of the generals' ears, giving them new hope to turn this battle around. Chapter 686. Congratulations. Rising Emperor's Domain milestone. Reached 50,260,997, divided by 50 million links of loyalty created. New perk unlocked. Rising Emperor's Imperial Reach info. All commanders can appoint 10 knights and share 50% of their total borrowed stats. Each knight may take up to 5% max of the commander's borrowed power. All generals, commanders, and knights can now borrow up to 2 skills simultaneously from the Rising Emperor. The generals may now borrow an additional 5% of all base stat points and mana control efficiency from all subordinates under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. In addition, 5% of the general's base stat points and mana control may be temporarily distributed to any subordinate under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. The maximum amount borrowed or shared per general is now 2%. All generals acting together may control 10%. When not in use, the Rising Emperor may use all 10% of this untapped power. The Rising Emperor has total authority and can override the general's power, sharing even if they are activated. The caster may only borrow or share exclusively. Both actions cannot be performed simultaneously. Members affected by this perk are not required to be within range of the Rising Emperor's domain. This buff stacks with the expansion perk, dominance perk, authority perk, power holder perk, and ruler's gaze perk if used simultaneously. As I am about to reply to the demon's words, new status screens in my Rising Emperor's domain pop up, and I do a quick mental math of what this new power grants me. This brings the total stats now available to me up to 40%. With this new general to commander to knight hierarchy in place, each general can now use up to 2% of stats. Commanders can be appointed and have access to 0.5% each, and knights can use up to 0.025%. While it doesn't seem like much on the surface, even a knight at such a low percentage can still borrow upward of 1.25 million stat points per category. At 0.5%, the commanders can each borrow roughly 25 million at full capacity, and the generals, using their full 2% borrowed power, can now take just over 100 million each. These numbers for my subordinates are approaching the 500 million stats I borrowed during my battle with Redgrave. In addition to this rise in stats, 2 skills can now be shared at once with my inner circle. The scene before my eyes outside the tower takes a drastic turn, and tens of millions of sighs of relief are had in unison, looking through our eyes. My immediate attention shifts back to the situation in front of me as I grip my blade tight while it digests the remaining divine energy within the soul weapons it devoured moments ago. I take a deep breath and lift my blade as it shimmers red and yellow, then reply, I think my decision is obvious. I will fight for this world. Maybe I should be the one giving you the option to back out now. Head on back to the demonic realm, and we can forget this ever happened. What do you say? The archdemon in dense black armor grins, but still stands unmoving with a straight back, staring at me with unworried eyes. Its purple and black dragon yawns, stretching its wings, still staring up at the silver pillar, not even seeing the human before it as a threat. I can't help but look at the demon's shimmering blood-red horns, each the size of my entire soul sword, as it responds. The Vermilion family has invested too much time and resources into this newly connected world. I am afraid I cannot take your offer seriously. Its eyes pierce into mine, and I reply, what about the generals that follow you? You are not concerned that if I leave this tower, I could take them out. That would not be a problem. The one who claims the throne will have complete control of this world. As a noble bloodline, the warriors created from a third-class mana world like this will not be a problem. The man you just killed was right. Taking out this world's top warriors that have been looking after it for centuries will be the beginning of your downfall. I raise an eyebrow at his words, as this mention of a third-class mana world makes me wonder if there is a link between this and the demonic bloodline classifications that are being unsealed outside. The demon reads my expression and expands on his point. It seems you are truly lacking sight if you do not even understand the difference between us. This is the lowest mana density world that fits onto the standard grading scale. The beings of this planet can only progress so far and are born with an innate talent based on their surroundings. Second, first, and noble graded worlds are far superior from birth. You may have a few strong warriors, but the rest of your world is weak. Its eyes shift to my blade, then to my right hand, focusing on the dark purple ring around my finger. That artifact is what must have brought you this far. Its creator comes from a first-class world much closer to the source. I've always wondered where that pocket realm went. It grins as my eyes widen, taking in all this information. This demon is not ordinary at all. Its knowledge and nonchalant attitude about my purple divine artifact and blatant confidence make me feel unease again. Even with the massive increase in power from both the true cores of the big three and 32% of the stats from over 50 million links, I can't see through the demon's mental or physical defenses to gauge its stats. The demon's attention shifts away from me and toward Ember, who stands in his human form at the back of the sector we entered this room in. Are you a dragon? I can't sense any energy readings coming off of you. Other than that scent, I didn't know it was possible for your race to soul bond with a human. Ember grins back but shrugs. This lack of response prompts the purple and black dragon to turn its head away from the silver pillar of light and enter the conversation with a deep and slow voice. If a human clears a labyrinth before its actualization phase, it is theoretically possible. One would need to steal the dragon's egg, absorb the demon core, meant for that labyrinth contract, and feed it an absurd amount of mana or demonic energy to sync the soul-bonded pairs levels before the contract's start timer ran out. It stares at Ember, then shakes its head and turns back to the silver staircase. So, it is possible, but to limit a dragon's growth potential by bonding with a human is worse than dying before your contract even begins. That form is disgusting. Ember turns to me and nods. Ready when you are. This small talk is only wasting time. You take the demon, and I'll teach this dragon a lesson in underestimating the humans of this world. I smirk and lift a finger to light a small fireball above it. Then, I send it slowly flying across the massive room, right past the silver pillar, straight into the demon's chestplate. It doesn't bother to block, and I take the few slow seconds of tension and silence to power up my greater form and activate all my buffs and new abilities to make the room fill with my maximized true core's aura and perception. I send a message through the link as the small fireball collides with the demon and dissipates. There. I've made the first move. Your past agreement with the former rulers of this world is broken. Whoever wins this fight will claim the throne. The demon reaches into a dark black and purple demonic rift by its side, pulling out a 7-meter-long demonic longsword with a true core energy signature equal to its own, and doesn't waste any time, using that odd movement technique to blip forward. Its eyes widen and its grin grows. While swinging its blade across its body, a horrific aura of intimidation pours out of this monster as it finally can let loose and not break some sacred pact made 50 years ago. If it had released this aura outside the tower, I am certain the entire world would feel it. If I were within a few kilometers, it probably would have killed me instantly without me even being able to resist or know what happened. Now, as it hits me, the violent energy is strong and insidious, but with a true core almost 10 times stronger than when I entered this tower, far more borrowed stats, and a warm white barrier of mental divine ether, protection blocking the dark waves that hit my consciousness. I am able to withstand its aura and stay upright. However, its absurd speed is impossible for my eyes to track, even with my all-seeing eye on full blast. When it appears in front of me, already going in for the kill, an incredibly odd sensation materializes in my vision, powered by one of the new abilities of my true core and the divine grade foresight skill I've instinctively activated. It appears as though thousands of demons are in front of me. All of the demons' images take different paths, and the exact strength and power necessary to block, dodge, or run away becomes clear in my mind. It is distracting and mind-bending at first, but as the milliseconds pass, and the demon's massive sword swings down toward my soul sword, swinging upward to block, fewer and fewer demons appear in my mind's eye. It is as though all possible futures are compressing, and the best options for me are becoming crystal clear while worse options fade. I am able to see which movements I need to make to get a desired outcome within the next few milliseconds. Trying to think further into the future spawns hundreds of thousands, then even millions of demons in my mind, as there are too many possible outcomes and variables the further I look. It distracts me from the task at hand, even bringing on a faint headache. So, I focus on one crystal clear option that leads to a desirable outcome. I smirk, twisting my body and changing the direction of my sword to follow the exact holographic foresight images in my mind. My blade scrapes against the demon's black sword, only adding to my momentum to the side while I air step aside and spin to gain enough torque to swing my blade again at the demon as it follows through with its strike. My second swing is directed at the demon's neck, but not to kill. Too many future variants show going in for the kill ending in the demon's counterattack being too fast and powerful to block. Even activating my hexagonal defensive barrier right now would be too advanced, putting the demon on the full offensive before I can even prepare with my astral form. The only option I have that gives me something to work with is grazing its flesh and tanking the counter hit while focusing 100% of my greater form's power into defense on a single point. It happens just as I see it in my mind's eye, channeling all of my perception and attack into my blade with swordsmanship, and all of my defense into the demon's second sword swing as it pivots its body, and even head toward me. Its eyes lock with mine as I make a tiny scratch on its skin and receive a monstrous blow to the chest from its blade. The impact force alone makes every bone in my body rattle, tearing through my full greater form, blood-bonded armor, and coming within millimeters of my divine core. Stats rush through my mind as I break through its energy barrier just slightly, drawing its blood and finally seeing the true extent of this demon's abilities. As I cough up blood and am sent flying back to the curved back wall of the room, I laugh out loud at the LV 39,805 in bright purple text burning into my mind. It even has 3 skills: Body Double, Divine Grade, Shadow Step, Divine Grade, and Demonic Energy Manipulation, Supreme Grade. The single ranked up buff, Noble Bloodline Transformation, is the last status information I see before its wounds are healed and its protective barrier repaired. At the same time, I slam into the back wall with overwhelming force, reminding me of the bone-breaking battle I fought with Redgrave at the bottom of this tower. My self-regeneration skill begins to heal the demonic energy wound and the hole in my armor. But before I can even pry myself off the wall, the demon disappears and reappears right in front of me, swinging its blade, aiming to kill again. On the other side of the room, the exchange between Ember and the purple and black dragon proceeds much slower. The demonic beast looks down from the stairs and back to Ember. Shall we fight? My master will kill your human in a matter of seconds. That soul bond of yours will kill you anyway. I might as well not waste the energy. Ember grins and begins taking steps closer to the dragon, shifting his form to hybrid, then into his full dragon form. The crimson underbelly, scales momentarily, glimmer with a faint golden glow. He speaks up while flapping his wings and flying into the air. Oh, come on! You are not even the slightest bit curious why a dragon bonded with a human. You've hit enough level thresholds to know this is not only theoretically possible, but has happened before in the past. Your claim that I am stunting my potential is contradictory. I would say that bonding with a demon limits your growth if you are truly aiming for the top. The black and purple dragon's eyes widen, and its attention is actually captured for the first time at this remark, flapping its wings to lift off into the air in reply. A third-class world knowing of this history? You must have read some false ancient text. Ember's front claws become covered in a dense layer of silver threads. Oh, I assure you, these are real memories, not ancient texts. Chapter 687. The black and purple dragon pulses with murderous demonic soul energy, making the room twice as heavy as when the demon released its aura of intimidation, and its eyes lock onto Ember with genuine rage. You are an overseer. We were wrong. The divine beasts that reincarnated to this new world for their cycle were not all killed off. Ember grins, showing his sharp teeth while responding. Yes, I stayed on my last world longer than expected. I wasn't able to ascend in my last life. I managed to make it to this world just in time, but an overseer? Don't group me in with those underachievers. Ember's true core pulses, sending waves of yellow divine light all over his body. Its unique ability is being manifested for the first time, and a bright yellow fire moves up from his chest into his throat and out his mouth in a blinding display of light before the purple dragon can even process the words he just spoke. A pillar of bright yellow light, crackling with trace amounts of silver threads. hits the demonic dragon's left wing, searing right through with almost no resistance at all. There have only been a few other instances when an ability like this was used in the past, one of them being when Ember displayed his soul energy's unique properties. Dissolving a mountain within a dungeon, his true core's divine flames seem to have a similar property, dissolving through the dragon's flesh like it is water dripping away. The pillar of flames hits the back wall of the room, and a wretched dragon's pain-filled roar erupts from the demonic monster. A moment of terror and realization courses through this beast as it was caught off guard, and the monster turns its head to see the edges of the hole where it was hit expand. Dissolving its wing even more, it lets out a wave of dense purple and yellow divine demonic soul energy from its mouth straight at the wound nonstop, surging high up in the air away from Ember while relentlessly attacking its own wing. This collision makes the room fill with even more heavy aura, alerting both myself and the demon that the battle between our bonded pairs has begun. The archdemon before me doesn't even change its expression as the yellow and purple energy explodes above us. It still swings its sword to kill with no hesitation. Now, with no incentive to find the demon's stats, all I have to use my foresight ability for now is to dodge and get a feel for my opponent's battle style. I swing my blade upward and jump out of the way to do exactly that. Red and purple aura collide as our swords meet, and we're both pushed back. I follow the optimal path, and we collide 5 more times, flipping all over the room's floor, circling the silver pillar in the center of the room. 2 massive dragons clash in the sky a second time. However, an ominous dark purple greater form expands out from the demonic dragon in order to block the second pillar of divine fire without losing more flesh. The circular wound in its wing hasn't been healed, but after excessive demonic soul energy regeneration, the spreading dissolving properties finally stop once it doubled in size. The activation of its greater demonic form makes the dragon over 150 meters long and creates a new heavy aura in the air. Another 7 exchanges go by between myself and the demon, circling the pillar of silver light again. I manage to get a far better feel for my foresight ability as each dodge and block I act on leads to the next exchange, allowing me to pair up possibilities and dance around the battlefield, missing deadly blows by millimeters over and over again. Both myself and the demon know neither of us is using our full power. However, the third collision in the sky above shifts the tune of this battle from warm-up to deathmatch. Immediately, a wave of demonic energy collides with Ember, but is completely negated once he begins to expand with a yellow aura to match the purple dragon size. I know this has to be his astral form. The divine energy density in the room changes again as Ember doesn't stop growing, once he is larger than his opponent. 2 monstrous dragon roars fill the air as the demon before my eyes multiplies, and 6 of him surround me with swords swinging my way. All of them feel extremely strong, filled to the brim with mana, demonic energy, and divine threads. However, I can tell them apart by the sword they carry. The demon swaps between its body doubles as my eyes track it, but the soul sword in its hand can't be perfectly replicated. My foresight still sees a path out, but it would result in losing a limb at the very least. I am going to activate my astral form, but I know it will trigger the demon to unseal his bloodline on the spot, amping up this battle to its maximum intensity. I close my eyes for a fraction of a second to prepare, but at the same time, I get a barrage of new notifications from my Rising Emperor's domain coming from outside. Half a minute ago, all of the generals received notifications that they are now capable of pulling up to 2% of linked stats. The bleak situation they were in moments ago has been flipped around once again. Raven is the first to act on this opportunity, adding an additional 50 million stats to all of her base stats, doubling the power that her true core can enhance in milliseconds, making the 4 incoming black spears far less intimidating. She grins as the world around her feels like it is moving in slow motion. With access to 2 borrowed skills, she lets self-regeneration continue keeping her wounds at bay and pulls Supreme Fire Summoning from the bank of usable skills that just popped up in her interface. An overwhelming aura bursts out of her, and there is no need to run or attempt to turn invisible at all. The incoming spears are so slow in her eyes that dodging all of them is a simple task. her entire greater battle form erupts in yellow flames, and she twists her body, sending waves of fire out from her silver swords to instantly take out two of the demon's body doubles. While kicking off the air again, she sends another two unfathomably fast and powerful waves of fire at the remaining two. One of the doubles disappears in a poof of black smoke, but the remaining demon is hit across the chest, armor shattered, and a flaming divine energy gash rips into its chest, almost slicing through its divine core. The first-class demon coughs up blood, its eyes wide in shock, as it is sent hurtling down toward the desert floor fractions of a second after an attack it thought was going to be the deciding exchange in its favor. As Raven deactivates the fire summoning skill and focuses all of her remaining power on self-regeneration to completely heal the demonic wounds that were plaguing her body, she activates her divine stealth ability and disappears from the demon's senses. She lunges forward in silence, aiming to end its life in the next exchange. On the other side of the desert, Maria holds back two demonic flying daggers while a ball of dark matter comes flying toward her unguarded back. The notifications that ring in her ears prompt a surge in power that lowers the temperature of the area of the battlefield by an absurd degree. Her longsword is powered by a pulse from her core that turns the black daggers pushing against it to pure blue ice instantly, shattering to thousands of pieces in a single swing. In the same movement, she twists her ice goddess form around and collides head-on with the energy ball, creating an explosion of ice and demonic energy that shakes her very being. The vibrations travel through her blade, but her soul energy core pulses again, and the excess energy channels the explosion upward to create a massive blue and purple pillar into the sky. As her quick actions destroy the demon's attacks and save her from injuries, Abby pulls a full 2% of stats as well. She is headed straight toward the arrogant demon that believes this battle is already won. The massive explosions in its peripherals already notify it that Maria is done for, and now the injured green-haired woman is plummeting toward her doom. This is far from the truth, and it is only made known to the demon once it releases another dark energy ball at Abby. And instead of finishing her off, the attack phases right through her immortal form. The demon's eyes widen at the odd phenomenon, but it doesn't have long at all to think, as Abby creates 6 massive sharpened pillars of stone, the demon's way. They all collide with its chest, shattering its obsidian armor, sinking into its flesh, and sending it flying backward while Abby lands right where it was standing moments ago. She turns to her side with a smirk when she sees a bright blue blur of light flash by and follows right beside Maria to end this battle as they truly have the upper hand. Scared yells come from the demon as it hits the desert floor a few hundred meters away. How? What is this? You were still holding back. But why? A third-class world has humans stronger than me. It shouldn't be possible. Its words trail off as it jumps into the air, trying to run away from the blue and green light following it. However, a wave of royal blue ice magic catches up behind the demon, colliding with its back and instantly making it harder to move its legs and arms, slowing its speed away from the duo. Another barrage of spears comes flying toward its back, and the demon doesn't even feel the impact as its body is being frozen, and all of its nerve endings are destroyed. The demon's arms and legs are shattered off, and the last thing it feels is a sharp pain in its neck as it watches its own body be destroyed by a massive blue sword, and its true core shattered by a green-haired woman's daggers. This is all the second-class demon sees from a lower point of view, while its head topples to the ground and shatters like glass. Then everything goes dark. Blue and green streaks continue upward into the sky after their kill, and the moment both of them realize their job is done, they deactivate their power-sharing buff to allow 4% more to be used by the Flame Emperor. Simultaneously, Raven's invisible blades come back into reality, shimmering silver, to slice through the falling first-class demon's body. One blade goes straight through the open fiery wound in its chest, shattering its true core, while the other blade slices through its neck. This demon is decapitated, and its body explodes from the released pressure of its core just a few hundred meters above the ground, creating an enormous crater, leveling the desert down to its bedrock for hundreds of kilometers in all directions. Raven reappears into reality, but doesn't give back her stats just yet. She swaps out the fire magic skill on her status for telepathy and stares toward the tower, zeroing in on the battle taking place and the third-class demon that is about to explode. As the strongest general outside the tower, she yells out orders through their links, appointing Lydia and Fisher as her commanders, and even giving airy battle plans on how to best take care of this situation. A chain reaction of orders is given and followed out, as Airy does exactly as told, appointing Monk as his second commander. All 4 commanders on the battlefield appoint every single member of the Crimson Army as knights, giving the entire human race a massive boost in power that makes all of the demons fighting shiver with fear. Lydia and Fisher leave their formation at the front lines of the Crimson Army, as they aren't needed for protection anymore. They flash over to assist Airy by creating a massive mana and divine energy shield in front of him, right after he releases an arrow at the monstrosity coming his way. The corrupted third-class demon is growing and shrinking in size, spewing demonic and divine energy everywhere it looks, even killing over a dozen demonic knights, and even a demonic commander that is too close by. It screeches, moving in random directions, and seems as though it has lost all intelligence. The general has turned itself into a brainless demonic bomb to get its revenge by any means necessary. Airy uses the maximum power he has available to him in a single shot, zeroing in on the center of the corrupted demon's core. On impact, the violent tendrils of dark black energy cease for a fraction of a second, as instead, they pour into the crack that Airy managed to make in its divine core before anyone can blink. The detonation of this angered demon kills another 24 of the demonic knights and 3 demonic commanders nearby. It decimates the desert for over 20 kilometers in all directions. The only thing protecting the Crimson Army, the Saint, and even the demonic troops fighting the humans is the unbreakable barrier that Fisher and Lydia created using their enhanced orange cores with trace amounts of yellow threads. The shock of this blast and massive increase in power from a majority of the troops on the battlefield, now using the Rising Emperor's stats, has put the demonic army into chaos. One of their generals just killed itself. The Saint clashes with the only remaining general left, holding it off using a massive white pure chi form powered by a high-level yellow core. Ari turns his attention to this last general, pulling back an arrow while Fisher and Lydia unsummon their defensive wall. The 36 elite troops in the Crimson Army all go on a rampage, borrowing Supreme Fire Summoning as the most destructive skill at their fingertips. The result of this boost in stats and morale is horrendous for the demonic forces. The Red Core demons needed to be handled by multiple army members before, and they were constantly being saved by Airy in the background. Now, each of the elemental elites with over 1 million base stats in each attribute slices through the demonic knights with ease, burning them to ash, killing with no remorse, and even challenging some of the orange core demonic commanders that scramble to give orders to their knights. Monk and the 2 orange cord followers of the Saint join in, targeting the few demonic commanders that remain. From outnumbering the Crimson Army 8 to 1 moments ago, the demonic forces are cut in half in seconds, and it looks like their full extermination is near. This all-out slaughter allows Airy to focus on aiming for the perfect shot, pulling back his greater form's bow many kilometers away with Luna's eyes guiding his shot. The Saint also assists in moving the last remaining general into the perfect position, and Airy releases his black arrow to soar over the battlefield. Fisher and Lydia speed through the masses, slashing through the final remaining demonic commanders with ease while traveling beneath Airy's shot. They yell out right before its collision with the general. Brace for another impact. This is it. Putting up massive mana and divine energy defenses while the Saint jumps backward and the final arrow pierces the general's divine core. A massive blast of purple, black, and yellow energy makes a 7-kilometer-wide crater in the desert floor again as this general is killed. The entire Crimson Army takes this sound and vibration through the desert floor as a final war horn to tear through the remaining enemy troops, not leaving a single demonic knight behind. Just seconds later, the entire desert below the Silver Dome goes quiet. Every single demon under the Vermilion Lord's control has been killed by the humans under the Flame Emperor's command. The last remaining 4% of stats is relinquished by Raven, Aerie, and their underlings as their job is done. And this power is needed much more elsewhere. All of the general spectator feeds are cut off as well, and the 51,972,081 pairs of eyes from the growing links of loyalty around the world look at one remaining live feed. It shows me pulling an additional 8% of stats while activating my astral form. Chapter 688. Hundreds of millions of additional stats rush into my system as I make full use of the 40% of borrowed power accessible to me. And simultaneously, my astral form pulses outward. The future possibilities, using my foresight skill shift, and far more options that don't end in my demise or losing limbs, become crystal clear. While I grow in size, I shift my body and swing my soul sword to release a crescent of red fiery soul matter that flies in a circle, slicing through 5 of the demonic body doubles coming my way. They are destroyed, leaving only the demon's main body for the final collision. Its black soul sword blocks mine, pulsing with purple energy, holding us at a standstill momentarily. However, as my astral form continues to expand, becoming reinforced by more and more divine power, the demon loses its upper hand in strength. Its blade is pushed aside, allowing a direct hit across its chest. A deep red and yellow gash tears through its armor, and the force of the blow sends it flying across the room. Tens of kilometers away, power surges through me as I lunge forward to follow the demon, expanding in size past 100 meters tall, feeling as though there is an endless pool of power to pull from, with the ceiling towering high into the sky. Unlike the first trial, I feel as though I'll get to use the full extent of this astral form's power. The Vermilion family's demon coughs up dark blood as it is overpowered, but there is no fear on the monster's face, even with the total extermination of its entire army outside the tower seconds ago. Pure confidence and superiority are the only emotions I feel from the demon as it grins and closes its eyes, less than half a kilometer away from the far wall of the room. Its glowing white eyes open to release an aura that makes my skin feel like pins and needles are poking me all over. Absurd amounts of demonic soul energy, tethered with divine threads, pour out from its core, covering its body and completely healing the fiery wound on its chest and armor. Its momentum backward halts instantly, and it floats in the air, growing in size at the same rate as me, filling the air with murderous intent while the 2 dragons above clash for the 4th time. Ember's form has grown to over 400 meters long, dwarfing the purple and black dragon's greater form. However, the moment this noble demon's bloodline began to unseal, the same sharp, insidious pressure awakened within the dragon, and its form starts to grow again, reaching for a second peak similar to my own overlapping energy forms. The demon kicks itself off the air while both its body and greater demonic form grow. The shimmering red horns expand from its forehead, and a 3rd crimson horn grows from the center. Huge muscle mass grows from its body, and the blood-bonded obsidian armor around it expands with the monster's growth. In fractions of a second, the 10-meter-tall demon grows its true body to over 40 meters tall, and the demonic energy form around it breaches 200 meters almost instantly upon unsealing its bloodline. This pulse of energy collides with my own expanding yellow and red aura, and we both continue to grow in size, continuously pulsing with power. It speaks up, laughing out loud for the first time while projecting its voice throughout the entire tower. You, a human, have an astral form. It is a well-known fact that these abilities do not manifest in worlds below first class. Are you an outsider, come to claim this world for a human settlement closer to the source? I hear its words, but am far more concentrated on unleashing my full power to combat what happens next. In addition to this, my perception and understanding of the matter around me skyrocket, and I see into the demon's body, taking a good look at its cores. There is a massive yellow divine true core glowing in its center, and rotating around it, I see 3 dark black orbs filled with an even mix of demonic energy and chi. They vary in size, and from small to large their status readings in bright purple text read, Greater Demon's Core, Archdemon's Core, Ascended Demon's Core, Even looking deep into the bodies of all the demons outside the tower before this battle, none of them had more than one core. On top of that, I've never seen an ascended core. I always assumed the next rank was just a lord. While these questions race through my mind, I am more focused on the fact that my astral form is surpassing its former limits, reaching 300 meters in height. There is still more room to grow, but the Vermilion Demon lunges my way, its greater form growing to become a similar size. Gravity bends space itself around the edges of our bodies and blades as I, too, jump forward and clash sword to sword. The entire room fills with scorching divine astral flames, an insidious dark purple energy that pours out from its three cores. If not for the divine energy and chi holding this mana and demonic energy together. If our basic power were to clash, a destructive explosion of golden sparks would fill this tower and destroy us all. Thankfully, this isn't the case, and as we collide with equal force, the demon yells out again. Come on, answer me. I am at the top of my class in the noble bloodlines. No mere human from a world like this could ever dream to even withstand the pressure of my final form. Its excitement and bloodlust pour out. As for the first time since touching down on this world, the demon feels as though there is a real worthy challenger. Beckman's words of how he believed even he had a chance against this demon now sound like a child's fantasy, as there is no way he ever took into account the absurd amount of power coming out from this unsealed demonic form right now. Being in contact, soul weapon to soul weapon, allows me to feel that this demon is nowhere near unleashing its full power either. We both bounce back from our clash, and my foresight ability shows thousands of massive demonic forms growing and launching attacks in the future. Fractions of a second later, we clash again, and everything plays out just as I see it. Sword strikes collide with so much force and gravity waves radiating off them that if this tower wasn't here, I am certain we would split this world in two. It creates more body doubles as distractions, but they pale in comparison to the demon's true form. I am able to easily distinguish which is which, and a single crescent of my soul sword's red fire is enough to send flying around the room to kill its doubles with ease. Once all five are destroyed each time, the crescent of astral soul flames explodes into thousands of droplets of fire and reconnect with my blade. The massive tower that seemed to have endless room inside it now begins to feel cramped as our auras spread out, and both of our energy bodies surpass 500 meters. At this point, it stops using its doubles and focuses its full power into its soul sword for maximum damage and power. We circle the silver pillar in the center of the battlefield, sharing over a dozen clashes, and the two dragons above us grow in size as well, both surpassing a full kilometer from nose to tail, as Ember releases another wave of bright yellow flames, and the demonic dragon releases a beam of purple energy from its mouth. Their energy blasts collide while two murderous, reality-bending dragons' roars echo through the tower. The demon yells out while raising its sword again. Tell me your name. I want to use your story as a reminder that even the weakest race can raise strong warriors. A human clashing with a noble demon with a fully saturated true core. They won't believe me once I tell them in the upper realm. The demon lets out a laugh as its energy body surpasses 600 meters tall, and at the base of its soul sword, a massive black and purple eye opens up to release another aura that nearly doubles its power in an instant. I yell back while lunging forward. Call me Jay, the Flame Emperor. Though, maybe you should tell me yours. I'll remember it as the final fight I had on my home world. The demon lets out a deep laugh as its shimmering purple blade collides with my massive red astral soul sword, and another, devastating gravity pressure ripples through the tower. This time, however, even standing at over 650 meters tall myself, I am overpowered. Its soul weapon is too strong. Every single possible future timeline I see with my foresight ends in that purple eye tracking, my every movement, and my soul sword being overpowered. It was still holding back. Asterisk is all I think while choosing the path with the least downsides. I twist my body and don't fully block this last incoming strike. Doing so would result in a sword lock that I would not be able to free myself from without a severe wound, and my astral form cracking all over, just like it did when I blocked that final sword from the first trial. Instead, I conserve my power, redirecting a large portion of the energy from its attack and compromise by allowing some of the demonic energy to hit me head-on while pushing myself backward to negate its full force. The demon's victory yell echoes through the tower as a deep demonic wound opens up across my side. It hurts and can't be healed with a simple self-regeneration on the spot. But this is far better than the alternatives. The demon takes advantage of this moment to follow up with a counter, yelling, while all three of its demonic cores and the purple eye on its sword pulse in unison. I am Draco Vermilion. For such an incredible display, I shall award you by letting you know my name as you die. He swings his blade with even greater force than his last strike, matching my height at 700 meters now. However, I push off the back wall, activating my hexagonal defensive array in front of my sword as I counter. As we collide again, the demon's incoming strike is slowed by the massive shield of dense divine energy. While it does shatter and the purple-eyed sword breaks through, the fractions of a second delay add up, and I am able to dodge just in time. The explosion of power that follows blows both of us to opposite sides of the room, and I have a moment to breathe and explore my options. I can feel my astral form's growth beginning to slow down as the air density in this room is finally starting to fill. And even the full power of my true core is reaching its limit. The three-horned demon, grinning ear to ear at the other side of the room, still feels like he is pulling from endless power. And it seems that soon our power gap will deviate far too much to hold off with my foresight and astral form alone. Just as I prepare for another clash, my foresight shows countless gruesome scenes, and reality catches up very quickly as the demon's immense 800-meter tall greater form disappears and reappears right in front of me using its divine shadow step technique. I block as best I can, positioning my body for the least amount of damage possible, but I receive another dark demonic slash through my greater form, twice as large as the last one. It sends me flying, and portions of my astral form waver and fracture as I receive a devastating blow, simultaneously reaching its full-size potential. It reappears in front of me again in an instant, traveling faster than even my foresight can predict as its strength continues to grow while mine has stalled. Another deep slash across my chest cracks my astral form even more, sending me flying to the back of the room. Above us, the demonic dragon from nose to tail grows to almost 2 kilometers long, while Ember stalls out just shy of 1,500 meters. Instead of evaporating each of its demonic attacks and forcing the purple dragon to dodge and be on the defensive, now they are nearly equal in strength, and the demonic dragon is still growing. Before this battle began, Rodrigo and Bry used teleport crystals to leave central headquarters to avoid the incoming Divine Chord scouts. When they return to the Apex region, they call every single association branch within the 8 great regions to get more access to long-range transmission devices to spread the word to smaller, isolated nations all over the globe. They discovered that while they were away notifying Central, many independent parties had created their own networks of association hunters that shared links of loyalty and felt it was their duty to do exactly the same. Before this final battle began, there were 20 million links within the Dark Continent and 8 great regions, 25 million in the central cities, and over 5 million scattered across the world in nations that didn't even know of these foreign countries until today. However, with word spreading that the battle around the tower has been won and the final fight to save the world is underway, new links surge upward even faster. During this fight, the links have surpassed 70 million, with a large number of these new links coming from the foreign nations. Before the system connected to this world, the human population peaked at nearly 9 billion. This was 80 years ago, after the initial surges and breaks in the first few years, when humans had not yet leveled up and were unable to defend themselves. The population was massacred and fell below 3 billion. Over the next 30 years, as the world adapted to these changes and hardships, focusing solely on survival and protection of the well-populated cities, humanity's monster hunter strength grew. However, despite the average hunter growing stronger, far less families settled down in this stressful time. The population dwindled again, down to just over 1 billion. When the first noble demon arrived 50 years ago, a great war was staged and a silent agreement between the world's leaders was made. Since then, the population has remained stagnant and the common people have enjoyed the luxury of not having to awaken their systems to survive daily life. Large amounts of the population are below 18 years old and unable to awaken their systems just yet, and others choose to stay unawakened, hanging on to the remnants of the old world. The total amount of potential links of loyalty connected to the system on this planet is just over 500 million. I can sense this, easily able to see every single person in the world with my advanced perception. My power is growing at millions of links per second now, but as the demon shadow steps my way to land a fourth slash, I realize I'll need to find another source of power. It sends me flying across the room again, and I am certain that even gaining every single link of loyalty in this world isn't going to make up for this growing gap. Ember is hit in the side by the first wave of pure demonic energy from the dragon above, and his astral form takes damage, leaving a dark stain just like the slashes across mine. The demon's voice rings through the tower as 734019995 pairs of eyes stare through mine. It was a valiant effort. If this is truly your home world, then you have made your race proud. This may be the strongest human planet in the entire system. It has been an honor fighting you, Flame Emperor. I will remember you well when I ascend. Its noble demonic voice spreads throughout the entire world as its soul sword glows bright purple. The demon is far larger than me now, surpassing a full kilometer in height. If this next slash hits me, my astral form is going to shatter. The demon disappears into the shadows, and I reach into my storage to grab a small, compact green divine orb that I received as a prize on the first floor of this tower. Chapter 689. The instant the green divine orb hits the open air, the compact threads within continue their violent unraveling, with the demon nowhere to be seen, shadow stepping my way in the darkness. I don't waste any time and swallow the strange prize from the first floor. The Vermilion family demon materializes in a black and purple mist, towering over me as he swings his blade. All possible paths I can take using my foresight skill show the next few milliseconds ending in the fall of the human world. I still attempt to block and twist out of the way, but the moment my soul sword clashes with his, I feel myself being overpowered by an astounding degree. A dangerous pulse comes from my chest. Instead of the green orb unraveling in the open air, it has been swallowed. Now sitting at the center of my chest, unraveling inside me, an absurd amount of pressure squeezes my core, like I am having a heart attack. But at the same time, sharp energy explodes throughout my arms, legs, and even shoots into my brain. It is both the most pleasurable and most painful feeling I've ever experienced. It feels like the times I tried to absorb green threads in the past, eating the divine fruits, and absorbing the green serpent's aura, but as if I am doing thousands at once. It is impossible to tell how much divine energy was in that orb. Now, as it tears my real body to shreds but simultaneously empowers my astral form, I let out a blood-curdling scream and swing my blade back at the demon. From the center of my astral form, an eruption of green light spreads outward, like dye dropped into pure water. My strength skyrockets as my astral form expands, instantly matching the demon's height at just over 1,100 meters tall. His strike, meant to kill me, is instantly negated, and the demon is hit across the chest with a fiery green slash blown back to the opposite side of the room. Just because I've managed to fend off this strike doesn't mean the battle is won. As the green light in my core continues to expand, not even my astral form is large enough to contain it. My physical body is being torn away faster than I can heal it, and the small green orb keeps unraveling more and more, with a seemingly endless amount of divine threads. The pleasure I felt at the start of this process is quickly overwhelmed by far more pain and a sharp ringing in my ears. Cracks in my astral form explode outward with dense waves of green divine threads, and I continue growing in size, struggling to stay upright and conscious. All I hear over the ringing is the demon yelling in a rage-filled tone. Disgusting. That much green divine energy in a true core that isn't fully saturated will only lead to your demise. It takes years to assimilate with the throne. You have taken the coward's way out. This is all I hear through his laughter as my divine core struggles to process all the green threads being forced through it. Large portions of the threads aren't even processed and are just shot out into the atmosphere. But enough stay within my core to change its tint from bright yellow to pale green. I feel my links of loyalty skyrocket, reaching 80 million after this stunt. Through the pain, ringing, and hazy mind, I rely on my foresight ability to guide my next movements. More cracks in my astral form break open as it grows, but I need to take advantage of this strength while it is at my fingertips. Lunging forward, I clash with the demon again, bouncing off his sword and countering to leave another green fiery slash across his flesh, sending him flying to the back of the room. He tanks the hit, growing in size with me, holding his blade with both hands. Letting out a yell, he jumps back toward me, still holding on. You know what? Maybe this is the proper way to go out. I commend you for giving everything you had until the very end. The eye on his purple blade pulses, and a bright demonic aura makes his soul sword grow in size, matching the 1,500 meters in height his wielder now stands at. The demon's roar surrounds his entire body with strange demonic soul energy, and he swings his blade forward to collide with my red blade, now tethered with green divine threads. The gravity wave of this demon's fully unsealed form, and my chaotic green astral soul sword, make all other moves we've thrown so far in this battle pale in comparison. We're on equal footing again, but the green orb in my chest is far from finished. My mind is shutting down, and the small percentage of flesh left on my physical body is hanging on using divine energy-tethered self-regeneration to stay in the physical world deep within my astral form. All I can do is rely on my instincts and fight back, because the world depends on it. Above us, as my links surpass 85 million, two dragons continue to spew energy waves at each other, while a wave of green divine threads rises up from below. Ember thinks to himself, it was a necessary move. However, I cannot do the same. I believe you will attempt to save your physical body, so I will follow suit and save that item for when this life's body can handle it. The demonic dragon sends another wave of dark matter at Ember, and with less size and speed, it is impossible to dodge. He takes another injury to his astral form, leaving a second massive black stain. The demonic dragon laughs and taunts Ember. Your human has chosen to blow himself up. Even if you use your sealed power, it is over. We have won. Good luck on the next planet that connects to the system, Ember smirks, unsealing a far larger portion of the silver threads locked within his immortal core. Before, just a thin layer around his claws was enough to complete all the trials and fend off his enemies. Ever since his true core awakened, using this small amount of power has been enough to wield continuously without needing to rest from fatigue. The golden threads could end this battle in an instant, but using a large amount in combat of this magnitude would do far more damage than the last time he used just a small amount as a sonar in Celia's construct. As silver light erupts from the center of Ember's astral form, he yells back at the dragon, who believes it has claimed its first world. Don't underestimate that human. A little green divine energy won't be enough to kill him. Honestly, I doubt it'll even leave a scratch on his physical body once we're done here. Ember's entire astral form starts to shimmer silver as the density of divine threads shifts, almost a full tenth of the energy, making up this yellow dragon in the sky, is filled with a weakened form of the energy this very tower is made of. His speed skyrockets, and in the blink of an eye, deep silver claw marks open up in the demonic dragon's underbelly, sending it flying upward with a screech filled with fear and unease. Ember releases a strong wave of disintegrating flames from his mouth, filled with yellow and silver threads, following his prey upward as the wave of green threads from below fills the tower. Links of loyalty surge past 100 million as my mind completely shuts off. I rely solely on my foresight ability and battle instincts, while my conscious mind focuses on withstanding the horrible ringing in my ears and maintaining even a single drop of blood in my physical body to avoid losing touch with this world. Clashes of gravity waves that could destroy worlds twice the size of ours continuously echo through the tower. Tens of clashes go by on equal footing, but the green threads from the green orb I consumed just keep making me grow larger. More and more of my astral form cracks away, allowing plumes of green energy to pour out. However, my true core transforms from a pale random mixture of yellow and green to a much brighter green outer layer and a yellow center settling into its natural state. I surpass 2 kilometers in height, and a single sword strike that overpowers the demon snaps my conscious mind back into reality. This is not only because I've landed a third hit one so powerful into the demon's stomach that it hesitates to attack for a moment. But the best thing about this exchange is that I feel the green energy expanding within me begin to slow. The violent orb loses its spherical form, and moments later, the source of all this energy finally stops producing more. I can finally breathe, with my conscious mind aware. As if I've just opened my eyes, I lunge forward and strike the hesitating demon with ruthless speed in the exact same spot. My green flaming sword shoves all the way through the massive demonic form, and it coughs up blood, its eyes wide. How? You've fully absorbed this many green threads in mere seconds. It tries to counter, but I throw the demon to the side. Deep within my astral form, from the small drops of blood and bits of flesh remaining of my real body, I begin to regenerate my body. It is still extremely painful, as the green threads coursing through me are still tearing the newly grown flesh to bits the moment it returns to reality. However, there is no new energy attacking me at the source. My true core has processed all of the pure green threads available to it. Now my body is just dealing with the aftermath. The excess threads that I can't even use are seeping out of my astral form. Even the cracks all over me start to heal now that I don't have to use every spare bit of power merely to stay alive. My true core is still yellow, but in an instant, it is pushed over halfway to breaking through to green. Now I can take advantage of this power that is all mine. I laugh and swing my blade across my body with unfathomable speed and fluidity, colliding with the demon's purple sword and deflecting it aside to land another hit across his torso. I immediately counter again, leaving an additional gash in his leg. We're both blown back from the force. In this moment, the demon sees my green and yellow astral form completely heal. You are a monster. You can't be a human. Even a noble class world can't produce talent like this, How? I don't waste any time, sending another flurry of attacks his way, leaving 3 fiery green wounds on his side, back, and left arm. My gaze is focused, my mind is clear, and my physical body has completely reformed, now adapted to the constant stream of green threads ravaging through it. The mutation that started within that divine construct has just been pushed to a whole new level. I am not giving up on the physical world. We circle the small pillar in the center of the room as my links of loyalty surge higher and higher, surpassing 120 million, then even 130 million. Each surge adds to my base stats, which are further elevated by the green threads coursing through my veins, widening the power gap between us with every second that passes. The demon is fully on the defensive, and the entire world watches as I leave countless near-death fiery slashes all over his dark demonic form. I yell for the world to hear, as every nation, day or night, watches and feels the magnificent battle that will decide the fate of the world. Without every single one of you, this wouldn't have been possible. I, the Flame Emperor, have vowed to protect humanity. I will not let you down for as long as I live. The demon's unwavering confidence and noble presence shatter in his mind as he hears these words. Simultaneously, a massive flash of silver light erupts tens of kilometers above us. His demonic dragon's pain-filled roar and the massive green astral soul sword coming its way do not seem real. This result was an impossibility raised on a noble class world, brought to the demonic realm as a chosen general to serve the Vermilion family and become one of its lords in the upper realms for hundreds of years. It was always a well-known fact that no monster could ever rival a demon of this caliber in pure strength alone, especially not a human of a third-class world. This was supposed to be a simple stepping stone to a long life of nobility and luxury. Now, he watches 2 halves of his soul-bonded demonic dragon fall from the sky, covered in claw marks and silver wounds. The last thing he feels is a 2-kilometer long fiery soul sword slicing through his head and shattering his divine core. The explosion of demonic matter and the threads of his true core surge through the tower, filling it with thick, hot, and violent light. My yell as I throw this final strike is paired with over 140 million gasps and cheers all over the globe before I can even see again. Notifications echo through my inner ear. I realize I really did it. I won. Level up X8396. Use absorption skill. Body double upgrade. Divine grade yes. No. Use absorption skill. Demonic energy manipulation upgrade. Supreme grade yes no. Use absorption skill. Shadow step. Divine grade yes no. Use absorption match. 1892994 5890 126 2090. Yes, no. Use absorption stab. Add strength points. 144,230 yes. No's, use absorption buff. Noble bloodline transformation. Yes. No. My level reaches 25,102, but I have far more than just the stat upgrades on my mind. I accept them all and try to look upward to see Ember, as it seems he has finished his fight with a victory as well. But my vision is filled with black, purple, yellow, and green energy. The pure yellow threads that pour into my divine core strengthen my astral form even further, unintentionally growing me a few hundred meters taller. There is so much divine energy pouring into my body that it is taking far longer than usual. Simultaneously, an odd phenomenon occurs as I feel the true core ability I gained from defeating Beckman's Black Horse activate. It is unclear exactly what it is doing, but it feels like it is absorbing far more than just pure divine threads, like my absorption skill. I ponder this phenomenon while, in the same instance, I feel my astral soul sword hunger for the falling purple blade with an eye on its handle. Before the demon's entire body or greater form's excess energy completely falls, I push my blade closer. It turns the purple sword to glowing liquid and consumes it whole with ravenous hunger. The Divine Emperor's Soul Sword evolution attribute has reached LV2. The blade pulses red, then shifts to its black dormant state. The moment it senses there are no more enemies and no more powerful soul weapons to consume. As Ember flies downward from the ceiling, deactivating his astral form, I set my sights on the large black ascended demon's core in the center of the falling demonic remains. Underscore, 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 post-chapter status update, underscore, 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 current links of loyalty. 146,921,008 additional Bay Street ATS added. Strength 5,759,303,513 speed. 5,622,910,040 agility. 5,999,016,284 defense. 5,809,312,595 mental street rank. 5,700,945,818 plus 14,398,000,258,784 additional HP plus 14 billion. 398,258,784 additional MP status open. Underscore, 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 name, J Soju level. 25,102 horsepower, 125,515 divided by 125,515 plus 14,398,258,784 divided by 14,398,258,784 equals 14,398,398,398,398,000. 125,000. 515 divided by 125,515 plus 14,398,000 258,784 divided by 14,398,258,784 equals 14,398,384,299 max MP Street length. 229,065 plus 5,759,303,513 equals 5,759,532,578 base street length. 82,649,292,494 1317781 05385 147,904,796,603 127,746,432,500 80 87,544,895,186 173 073 953,969 138,919,925,781 115,478,628,189 2,879,766,289 5,759,532,578 57,595,325,780 5,16,932,563,321 Lion 398,831,445 14,398,831,445 2 303 81303 0312 equals 1,545,858,543,935 total straight length speed 93,976 plus 5,622,910,040 equals 5,623,004,016 base speed. Speed 9036. 1674537. IT 91,317,585,220. 156,431,970. 1,725. 124,774,459,115 1056 5624541 136,638,997,589 179,879,898,400 70 221 1009 841 8633 567,565,519,677 2,811,502,008 5,623,004,016 SIT 56,230,040,100 60 3D9 03489 38791 14,057,510,040 14,057,510,040 22,492,016,064 equals 16739,6829 564 total speed agility 85,953 plus 5,999,000 16,284 equals 5,999,102,237 base agility 93226 048763 113,922,922,951 at Aite way done once 162,395,697,556 146,618 058672 105 28 4244259 152,737,142,954 Sue 211,160 8 1,398,742 1226816400747 131,500,321,035 2,999,000 551,119, Su 599102237, Civ 59,900,000,000. 91,022,370, 393541106747, 14,997,755,593, 239,964,08948 equals 1,747,058,553,460 total agility defense. I estate, comma, 62,112 plus 5,809,312,595 equals 5,809,374,707 base defense. Defensing 81,389,339,645. 1,390,7643,0486. 27,922,431,048, 108,461,025,780, 20, 89,812,932,970, 200,0167, 71162, 141,167,008, 100, 5,380, 115316, 087934, 29, 04687354, 5,809,374,707, 58,093,747,070, 362,446,880, 7,970, 23,237,498,828 equals 1,461,464,395,041 total defense mental street rank. 97,060 plus 5,700,945,818 equals 5,701,042,878 base mental street rank the 113,564,774,130, 115731170,423, 142,526,071,950, 11898, 764864, 1197789, 10867, 1586, 030128666, 21242, 0857634, 131694, 09 0482, 1462887, 60249, 28505, 21439, 57, 010, 42878, 57,010,428,780, 40534, 4148626, 14252607 195, 14252607 228 04 1 71512 equals 1,787,504,983,968 total mental street rank. Underscore 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 skills, absorption, divine grade swordsmanship, mythic grade, combat magic supreme fire summoning inspect, mythic grade enemy detection. Mythic grade body hardening, mythic grade self-regeneration, mythic grade spatial magic item storage, plunderer, mythic grade telekinesis, mythic grade appraisal, mythic grade conceal. Ick grade berserker, mythic grade dungeon walker, legendary grade intimidation, mythic grade dagger mastery, mythic grade stealth, mythic grade bloodlust, mythic grade equivalent, exchange combat magic, superior wind summoning all, seeing eye, mythic grade extreme strength, mythic grade dual wielding, mythic grade telepathy, legendary grade final breath, mythic grade combat, magic superior earth summoning, Combat Magic Superior Mana Manipulation, Lifesteal. Mythic Grade Hibernation. Mythic Grade Combat Magic Supreme Demonic Energy Manipulation, Combat Magic Supreme Isom. On Embodied Double, Divine Grade, Lie Detector, Legendary Grade, Hush, Mythic Grade, Craftsmanship, Mythic Grade, Extreme Speed, Mythic Grade, Combat Magic, Superior Water Summoning Screech. My. Thick Grade, Phantom Step, Mythic Grade Flare, Mythic Grade Confusion, Mythic Grade Blast, Mythic Grade Bind, Legendary Grade Bloodweaver, Legendary Grade Poison Mist, Mythic Grade. Okay. Iron Fist, Mythic Grade, Extreme Stamina, Mythic Grade, Combat Magic, Superior Lightning Summoning, Combat Magic, Superior Dark Summoning Blink, Mythic Grade, Cocoon, Mythic Grade, Imbuement, Het, Wanong, Mythic Grade, Barrier Creation, Mythic Grade, Flight, Mythic Grade, Area Buff, Mythic Grade, Mind Palace, Mythic Grade, Astral Spears, Mythic Grade, Flash Step, Mythic Grade, Call of the... Ha. Hi. Oid. Mythic Grade. Crystal Creation. Mythic Grade. Heavy Hand. Mythic Grade. Combat Magic. Superior Light Summoning. Spirit Anchor. Mythic Grade. Echo. Mythic Grade. Metal Creation. Mythic Gra. Day. Final Strike. Mythic Grade. Dark Mist. Mythic Grade Enrage. Mythic Grade Foresight. Divine Grade Shadow Step. Divine Grade underscore 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 unders. Core underscore 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 items. Equip 20 slots Avenue. Available post 3rd rank up. Currently items 14 divided by 20 equipped P. Latinum Ring of Visual Manipulation. Blood Bonded. 1,992% mental strength, 1,607% speed, 1,554% agility, 1,435% strength, 1,435% strengths, 1,401% defenses, 750% perception. L? Fusion Attribute, the Behemoth's Platinum Amulet, Blood Bonded, 2,394% defense, 2,288% strengths, 2,030% mental strengths, 1,899% agility, 1,624% speed, hardening attribute. Tet. Enchanted Boots of Extreme Speed, Blood Bonded, 2,782% speed, 2,707% agility, 2,568% strength, 2,500% mental strength, 2,202% defense, wind attribute. Enchanted. A ton. Ice Serpent's Pendant. Blood Bonded. 2,444% agility, 2,219% speed, 2,218% strength, 2,087% mental strength, 1,908% magic resistance, 1,901% ice magic res. Ist. Answers 1,867% defense and ice attribute, Platinum Ring of the Blue Ogre King, Blood Bonded, 2,101% mental strength, 1,879% speed, 1,755% agility, 1,546% defense, 1,520% strength, Berserker King's Armor Set, Blood Bonded, 3,443% defense, 3,005% strengths, 2,782% mental strength, 2,546% agility, 2,430% speed, hardening attribute. E. Arth attribute Cloak of Total Darknesses, 3,726% mental strength, 3,520% agility, 3,199% speed, 500% perception, Blood Bonded, hidden passive ability concealment attribute. At tribute Enchanted Lightweight Gauntlets, Blood Bonded, 2,430% defense, 2,412% strength, 2,310% mental strength, 2,045% agility, 1,958% speed, hardening attribute, earth attribute. Boo? Tev Fire attribute Storm, King's Dagger Set, Blood Bonded, 2,980% speed, 2,566% mental strength, 2,192% agility, 2,005% strength, 1,985% defense, and lightning attribute when dead. Attribute Greater Demon's Core, 50% All Stats Archdemon's Core, 100% All Stats Ascended Demon's Core, 1000% All Stats Celia's Purple Core, Living Ring Artifact, Divine Lay, Mitter Hidden Ability Divine Emperor's Soul Sword, Soul Bonded, Evolution Attribute LV2, Fire Affinity, Dark Affinity, Demonic Affinity, 7,239% Strength, 7,110% Mental Strength, 6,942% Speed, 6,560% Agility, 6,239% Defense. Empty slot. E. Empty slot, empty slot, empty slot, empty slot, empty slot, empty slot. Underscore, 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 under, score, underscore, 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 skill buffs. Berserker, plus 250% strength plus mental strength. Bloodlust, plus 250% speed, plus agility, plus mental strength, plus 100% perception. Extreme strength, plus 250% strength. Extreme speed, plus 250% speed. Final breath, tilde, plus 400% all stats. Exact percent. Will vary conditions and circumstances, apply permanent buffs. Rising Emperor's Domain, Hidden Ability. Pass. Eve Rising Emperor's Greater Form Hidden Ability, Active Master of Illusion. Hidden Ability, Divine Elemental's Astral Form. Noble Bloodline Transformation? Stat increases, shown do not account for Greater Form. Astral Form, Noble Bloodline, Chi, Demonic Energy, Mana Control, or Divine Core Power increases. Chapter 690, Ascended Demon's Core, 1000% all stats, is what my appraisal skill shows hovering over the largest black orb. My curiosity grows at the sight of this, as pretty much all of the gear I am wearing far surpasses this buff. However, a Greater and Archdemon's Core both fall with it, surrounded by shattered blood-bonded gear from the demon that surpassed 5,000% buffs. There must be a reason that it had all three. It definitely wasn't for the stat increases. I follow the falling gear downward by deactivating my astral form. From a staggering 2,600 meters in height, the pure mana and divine energy form compacts and shrinks back down into my greater form, then back into nothing more than my physical body. Green and yellow threads spin in my core, and they fight for dominance inside my body, causing violent microscopic tears all over my flesh every second. My entire being feels hot and unnatural, but I can tell that if I let up on regenerating for even a second, the energy inside will tear away every bit of physical matter holding on. It is a very odd sensation, as every second I continue to hold on, my true core attempts to adapt to the changes taking place. My divine absorption ability continues to morph my genes, making it slightly easier to stay standing with these many green threads ravaging through me. This doesn't stop me from reaching forward and touching the Ascended Demon's Core, watching it fall into my open palm. The moment it disappears, a third core appears inside my chest. There are 5 cores in total, 1 soul energy core with chi and mana, 1 dense divine core with green and yellow threads, and now 3 demon cores of varying sizes. None of them have any active demonic energy inside. I feel the instant stat buff add to my status, but nothing extra or special happens. I look around while opening up my storage to let the 2 smaller cores fall inside, as well as the 3 crimson horns that remain from the noble demon's true form. Other than that, all of its flesh and blood-bonded armor was burned away by my flames the moment it died. I take a deep breath, feeling my links of loyalty continue to surge upward, and take in the silence of the aftermath of the battle. At the same time, the absorption of all of the demon's true core's threads finally finishes. There is even some yellow energy left over that I cannot fully absorb. Its words at the start of our battle, claiming that I don't even have a saturated true core, makes sense to me. I can feel there is a soft limit to the amount of yellow threads I am able to gather. My core doesn't want to take in any more. It is far more eager to process even the ambient green divine threads that float in the atmosphere around me. Paired with this feeling, another odd sensation washes over me, as now I can fully understand what Beckman's horse with the Mind Devourer buff had as a true core ability. Memories come rushing into my mind like a tidal wave. I gasped for air as my vision goes black, and I lose touch with my links of loyalty and the outside world, while my mind is swept away to look through the eyes of this demon's past. I view its earliest memory, being born as a fledgling demon in a sea of darkness. It is as if the memories are my own. I can feel the high density of demonic energy in the air, and it is like nothing I've ever felt before. Almost like it is swimming in an ocean of pure power to absorb at its fingertips. The first few days of its life, it did exactly that, wandering around in the darkness, with no knowledge at all of what it was or why it was brought into existence. The only thing it knew was that it felt good to become stronger. So it absorbed the thick plumes of demonic energy all around it and wandered aimlessly while growing its fledgling body. However, on a noble grade world with so much energy to consume, there are plenty of other beings that seek to grow stronger than the rest. Its only ability was a shadow movement technique that masked its presence from danger, as well as the innate knowledge of how to absorb and manipulate demonic energy. This not only allowed it to hide from demonic beasts and other ravenous demons far stronger than itself, but also gave it the power to lurk in the shadows and become a silent killer, only attacking those it was sure to defeat. Colossal beasts lurk in the depths of this noble grade demonic realm, shaping its worldview. To survive, it must become unfathomably strong. Years pass, and this demon never makes a wrong move, killing anything weaker than itself with ease, and never challenging a monster out of its league. The darkness is where it hides, and anything that moves is danger. Never seeing the light of day, this is what life is, and harnessing the darkness is all it knows. That is, until one day when red, orange, and yellow beings lit up the darkness and slaughtered mountain-sized demonic beasts with ease. Whatever these colorful beings were, the demon knew they were strong, and it knew it for sure when one of them appeared before it, pointing a long sword at the young demon's neck and exuding an ominous pressure that made it want to fall to its knees. However, it didn't submit, despite the overwhelming strength gap. It tried to fight back and survive by any means necessary, but it was impossible to run. The yellow figure that looked very similar to it blipped in front of it everywhere it ran, repeating the same words over and over. "You have been chosen." All over this small noble grade demonic world, knights, commanders, and generals from the Vermilion family seek out fledgling demons that have made it through the incubation process on a world owned by the collective 5 great families. This demon and 34 others were chosen and brought back to the demonic realm. Heaven memories rush through my mind of the vast world filled with demons, demonic beasts, civilizations, and most awe-inspiring, the 5 massive black towers that resemble the throne here on the human world. 40 years of demonic combat training go by, teaching these new recruits how to awaken their bloodlines, and many missions to far regions in the demonic realm are ordered by the current generals in charge. Even outings to other worlds are required to build knowledge and experience. Other new groupings of first and second class demons are brought to this realm as well, but their training is done separately, as everyone knows that the hierarchy must be followed, and those above are worth far more than those below. The demonic realm itself is only a third-class world, as the energy density is extremely spread thin from its massive size. However, it is such a vast land that it is a perfect base for the demons, with room to bring resources from other worlds and expand. Even third-class commoner natives from this planet have the ability to give offerings to the 5 great families and join their ranks if they train hard enough and show their loyalty. However, while possible, commoners usually don't move up the ranks past the demonic knight or commander positions. No commoner has ever been permitted to compress their true core and be granted a chance to become a lord. Only those already within the ranks know that the families like control and would rather raise their underlings from birth as mindless killers with morals and ideals guided by their lord. All of this training is done for the purpose of getting ready for Labyrinth contracts. It is the final test and vetting process before these recruits are accepted into the Vermilion family's ranks. It is known that the other families have their own processes, but it is very secretive, and only the lords of each family in a place called the Upper Realm ever discuss business between them. For those in this lower realm, the only necessary work that must be done is becoming strong and following the orders of those who are stronger. The vetting process usually takes decades, sometimes centuries. This batch of 34 noble demons has already been trimmed down to less than 10 before the final test even started. Many died fighting demonic beasts far above their levels in the outer regions of this realm, or on other worlds, while others died in death matches between demons to settle disputes. More groupings from incubation worlds are brought back to the demonic realm every few years, so losing many fighters is not a problem. Only the strong are meant to survive. I watch more memories flash by of this demon being sent off to a foreign world, creating a contract with a dragon, and defending a labyrinth for over 130 years. It is granted the body double skill for accepting the labyrinth contract, and set out on its journey to rise the ranks from a greater demon to an archdemon to an ascended. It managed to fend off every challenger that made it to the top floor, even some with levels 3 times higher than its own. In solitude on the top floor of the labyrinth, as the beings of the world continued to bring pure mana into this construct, the demon and the dragon sparred, talked, and became stronger every day. It didn't only rank the labyrinth up once, but twice, passing the noble bloodline test in order for the Vermilion family to accept it into their ranks. The demon accepts red divine energy in exchange for the farmed mana of this world, as a prize for being the first in its class of noble demons to return. Another 110 years pass as the demon rises from a knight to a commander to a general in the Vermilion family. It trains in the demonic realm, partakes in demonic beast extermination on incubation worlds, and even brings back new groups of demons to begin their training the same way it did. Everything changes the day Draco Vermilion finally compresses his true core and is granted permission to speak with the Green Cord Lord. It gives him a mission to plant an artifact on a small third-class world filled with humans extremely far from the source. Images continue rushing through my mind faster and faster. I see this demon's agreement with the Big Three. Its 50-year wait inside a special demonic cultivation chamber to fully saturate its true core, then bonding with 2 more demon cores in preparation to become a lord. And finally, its last battle against me, the Flame Emperor. No real time at all has passed when I see the room around me again, and all of my links of loyalty reconnect to my vision. Ember floats down from the ceiling, transforming back into his human form. However, I just experienced over 3 centuries of memories in crystal clear quality. Some of the finer details are lost, and others are still sinking in, trapped in my subconscious and needing a nudge. But the passage of time feels quite real. These were in far greater quality than the little light show of the past Celia once gave me inside her construct. It is apparent that I am in a bit of shock as Ember touches down on the floor beside me. But from his tone, it sounds like he just thinks I am still recovering from the fight. Congrats. You just killed a noble demon. He grins and takes a step closer. Oh yeah, and saved the entire human world. As he lets out a chuckle, and I am still wide-eyed coming back to reality, a familiar ancient voice rings in my ears while I see silver text fill my vision. Round 2 of 2 shall commence. Round 2 of 2 title, Soul Stairs, Objective, Climb to the top, and assimilate with the throne. There is a shift in the air, and the entire silver pillar in the center of the room vibrates. I see it shifting in color near the top to a dark green, and my gaze follows it down until it hits the floor with a far lighter green that is almost clear. The moment it hits the floor, a small archway opening in the silver pillar appears, showing the entrance to the staircase. Very minimal amounts of green divine threads pour out. Then Ember speaks again. Well, I guess you haven't saved the world just yet. Come on, let's go beat the final trial. This last round is going to be a lot easier than the ordeal we just went through. As the wave of fresh green threads begins to come near, I feel the dormant purple ring on my finger ripple with emotions ranging from relief to excitement to nostalgia. I reply, feeling the 160 million pairs of eyes all around the world stare through mine. Let's do it. Let's claim the throne.